to fit the hypothesis they're putting out there that there is a link, because they know that there's strong evidence to the contrary, which is why this is irresponsible.
I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess, 80 different blends, and they pump it in. So ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol. And on the vaccines, it would be good, instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff, you'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years, just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen.
Suddenly, vaccine schedules has become front and center, and it's entirely fair that parents are confused and they're scared. It is a lot of shots when you have a little baby and young toddlers.
100%. And so, the MMR vaccine, to try to, I'll do my best to try to understand maybe his mindset. But, last week we went away from the combination shot for 4 vaccines in one, MMR plus varicella. Again, for very weak evidence, there really wasn't a need to do it. He was trying to suggest that maybe even spread it out over the course of a decade, the MMR shots, which, no point in doing that. There's actually a risk in doing that, Stephanie. We want our kids vaccinated as quickly as possible because we don't want breakthrough infection. So think about the case of Florida. If we're spreading out vaccines over the course of a decade, which is what he was saying, there's no risk, there's no benefit to doing that. What's the risk in a place like, say, Florida, that is encouraging people to not get vaccinated? The risk is you're going to have a bunch of kids partially vaccinated against something highly contagious like measles, and they will bring it home, or they will be impacted themselves, or they'll bring it home to somebody that's high risk, causing a problem. And so there is no scientific reason to do what he's doing. It's just creating a greater problem here when it comes to decreased uptake and confusing the public, because this, at minimum, this is confusing the public, given that the platform they have.
Experience is not what Trump is looking for in a U.S. attorney. What he's looking for is fealty and absolute. I gotta edit myself there. Sorry, Steph. Absolute fealty and loyalty to the president's agenda of revenge. He has chosen specific people that he has decided are terrible for quote unquote the country, but really what they are people that have ticked him off. People, in the case of Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, who successfully was able to convict him on numerous counts of business fraud, and that got under his skin like nothing else in his hometown of New York, to be accused and also found guilty of it, that he wants that person to pay for it, just as he wants Jim Comey to pay for allowing a investigation to proceed that was appropriate and predicated to discover whether or not Trump campaign operatives and their interactions with Russian operatives was a danger to the country's national security at the time.
So this next one is about you personally. How are you holding up under all this pressure? Are you getting time to do some thinking? Are you getting enough sleep at night? Again, I've been there, and it is so very, very hard. And your many fans, and I am one of them, we do have worries.
Washington displaces Manhattan as the hub of a new disunited nations. Tell us what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Trump actually loves going into the lion's den, to Davos, to the UN, and lecturing the globalists about how they're all wrong. But more broadly, this administration just, I think, doesn't have much interest in the United Nations. They're the joke over there right now is that it's Siberia on the East River, because that's where they sent Mike Waltz after he got booted from running the National Security Council. But the Trump style and the Trump philosophy is bilateral. And so they're doing these deals, and there are these sort of odd, very ad hoc deals, one with Rwanda and the Republic of Congo, one with Azerbaijan and Armenia, where they're shaking hands behind the Resolute desk with Trump, which are sort of entries in his Nobel Peace Prize campaign that are happening in Washington. And then the real business of international relations, which is these kind of trade investment deals, are all being done bilaterally in Washington. I think Trump and the administration aren't that interested in these multilateral institutions, and in fact are interested in whether it's NATO, whether it's the African CDC, these multilateral institutions all over the world. They're really interested in reducing their power and turning as much as they can into these kind of one-to-one, country-to-country deals with the U.S., where the U.S. can get something out of it, very specific.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Tuesday, 23 September in the year of our Lord 2025. We momentarily are going to go to the United Nations. The President of the United States is about to take the podium and make his address to the United Nations. All of it's running a little bit late, but that'll be fine. We'll take the speech in its entirety. Then we've got an incredible lineup of guests, including Alex Jones on some breaking news about Alex and about the deep state, and also Jim Hoft about the 2020 election, which is going to make you quite happy, folks. And we've got a lot in between what people are doing post Charlie Kirk to make sure that we continue and finish the work of Charlie Kirk. My producers are going to, he's coming to the stage right now. President is coming up. Let's go to the United Nations and President Trump.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you, nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation. Inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. We have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf, and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to
get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, two of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential. But it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, this could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together. Got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate. Immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to the city. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I could call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws lodged false asylum claims or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done in the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back. And we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 We've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. And for this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe, and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business. And they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world, but then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change, because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the president of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint. And then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii, to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane, and he'd fly back, and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco. And then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby,
nós reduzimos
drill.
os custos de energia porque nós faremos como vamos fazer tudo isso, reduzir os custos de energia e os custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos.
Very uncommon to see one. In some of these countries,
por exemplo, se você olhar
electric costs are so high. So while the U.S. has approximately 1,300 heat-related deaths annually, it's a lot. Europe loses more than 175,000 people to heat deaths each year.
Usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar
all in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. For the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have oil of any nation, anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him, and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values, really, that we hold so dear. Together, let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States.
Okay. Let's say that was not a wildly enthusiastic applause, and after her announcement, no applause. President of the United States, I don't think I've ever seen a harder throwdown in my life with the work of the United Nations. President Trump really went in. And if you look at it over the last 3 days, the fiery speech he gave at Charlie Kirk's memorial service, or the remarks he gave at Charlie Kirk's memorial service yesterday in the Roosevelt Room, with really an off-the-chain, full frontal attack on Big Pharma. And then you go to today at the United Nations, just out and out, right up in their grill. Of course, there was a few sidebars to Lula and other things like that, but that's the noise, not the signal. Let's go. We've got Alex Jones, and we got some breaking news. But Alex, first, I got to ask your assessment and observations. As the president leaves, if we get any footage of more of the president, let's also put it up there. Alex Jones, your thoughts about the president in the United Nations, sir?
Well, you texted me this morning. We were talking about the broadcast, and you said, we are now on offense. And when I was watching the whole speech, sitting here waiting, the first half was powerful. The second half was an epic relaunch of the West, a repudiation of the globalist, transhumanist, depopulation, Agenda 2030 collapse program. This was a total indictment of the Great Reset, the climate change fraud, the globalists, the UN, but also the answer to it, and relaunching the Renaissance, relaunching the revival of a pro-human future that flies in the face of the globalist. And so it's not enough to oppose the globalist program. He is actually executing on everything it takes with industry and military and culture and getting us to not have a broken will and be demoralized. This Trump is 10 times better than the one we had in the first administration, battle-hardened, survived multiple assassination attempts, through hell, literally a spiritual leveling up. I mean, you can see it, you can feel it. The churches are full of people. The Kirk murder, the left celebrating it. We are accelerating now into offense, and you can feel it and you can see it, and it is so exciting. And you can see the demoralization of the Hakeem Jeffries here in the U.S., the Democrat leader, the UN people, the unelected dictatorial EU Commission. They are in fear. They are as white as sheets. And Hakeem Jeffries said, anybody supporting Trump, we're going to put you in prison. Well, we already know that. We know it's do or die, and so is Trump. And that's why they're removing these U.S. attorneys and others that are deep state operatives, and we are now on the offense. But now the real battle starts. Everything else was a prelude, a buildup. Now the big one is beginning right now, and I'm getting chills, Steve Bannon.
Alex, first of all, I know you got a show to do, but I'd like to hold you.
I got all the time you need, but I know you got a lot to cover. I can't believe I'm. Yeah.
No, because I want to get into details about some news about you and about going on offense. But I'd like to ask you to walk the audience through the arc of just the last 3 days. We had really the sacred and the secular merged together at Charlie Kirk's memorial service for President Trump's kind of fiery remarks. The best, I think, best launch of a broad awakening of Christian nationalism. Then yesterday he goes right in and out Bobby Kennedy's Bobby Kennedy and taking on Big Pharma and says, hey, this is going to be the signature. What he's saying, he's not going to let the corporatists take your body and destroy you, right? You're in charge, not they're in charge. And they in the United Nations, from the Global Compact on immigration to climate change, every big initiative. And this is what I loved about it. It's not just the UN General Assembly. He's talking about the engine room in Geneva, where WHO, where World Health is, UNESCO, all the cultural institutions of the UN, where all the money goes to spread their madness throughout the world, controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. Trump takes it right on. Walk me through the arc of these 3 days, which I think are 3 of the best days of Trump's presidency, first term or second.
Steve, I've been on there 31 years, and I can tell everybody right now, I've never seen 3 days like this. My spirit is so strong. I can intellectually see it as well. But on Sunday, we said to the terrorists, the literal demonic Democrat Party celebrating death, that we understand it's a spiritual war. I've watched these people, all of them for years, know most of them. Rubio, you could see, was lit up like an evangelist. It was real. It wasn't just paying lip service to Christians and Catholics. Erica, Kirk, everyone was on fire. Elon and Trump coming back together. All of it was so real And that was putting the devil and the Democrats on notice that we know it's a spiritual battle and your intimidation isn't going to work. Trump shoots up 10 points to all-time high. And that's the main reason that happened. People get it. Then they address Big Pharma and the Bill Gates globalist arm that's weaponized so much of our medical systems. And he goes in even more hardcore than Kennedy and says, no, it's the multiple shots, which the studies show, the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella, the hepatitis. Then he goes in on the Tylenol that they knew when they approved it. It attacks your brain, it attacks your liver. It works really great because it's super powerful, but it literally stops development in the fetus, including in the brain. That was known 35 years ago. So finally, and he said, when reporters are like, well, there's these studies by big, and he goes, listen, that's the establishment. We all know we were 1 in 50,000. Now we're 1 in 33, 1 in 13 in California. Same thing in South Korea. It's over. We're done. We're getting off the death cult. So he put the whole Fauci, Gates, New World Order, death cult on notice. Then he goes to the UN and says your climate change is a fraud. It's creating serfdom. The UN is running invasions to bring down the West with replacement migration, which is an official UN plan from 2000 in official stated policy. That's the whole Soros operation and Mayorkas and the rest of it. And then he moves into, we have to come together, we have to be optimistic, we have to build a pro-human future. He then exposes all the carbon taxes as being a fraud and just absolutely delivered the first part of his speech was good. The second half literally was all true. And I was sitting there while watching it, knowing the next thing he'd say, and you could tell he went twice as long as he was supposed to because he was just ignoring the teleprompter, and we got real Trump, and I can tell by the speech he wrote that one. But it's so, and I can't wait to see what he does this afternoon. I mean, this Trump is incredible. Thank you, God, for this man. I am so proud that we all supported him and defended him. Nothing's perfect, but this is night and day to all the black-pilled people that bitch and complain and armchair quarterback. They have no idea that if he fails to stabilize the dollar, secure the border, and stop these wars, and there's a global collapse, we are talking World War Z level destruction. We better all get behind this man right now, Steve Bannon.
Alex Jones, magnificent. Hang with me. I do think Charlie Kirk's assassination execution has unleashed something in the president. It's extraordinary. Maybe about time on earth. I'm telling you, absolutely extraordinary. And you're 100% correct. He went twice as long because the second part of that pivot was absolutely, Alex nailed it. He put him on notice. This is like Christ going into the temple, putting him on notice. I know who you are, and I know what you've done, and it's evil and it's wrong, and I'm stopping it. The President of the United States throws down as hard as you can possibly throw down. Oh, and by the way, after last night, he went in and signed the EO on Antifa as a terrorist organization.
Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater.
When former White House advisor Peter Navarro stood on principle, he never imagined it would land him behind bars.
They demanded that I break the law.
But he refused to betray Donald Trump or the Constitution and paid the price as a political prisoner. Locked inside a Miami federal prison, Peter found 2 lifelines, postcards of hope to his fiancée Bonnie Pixie Brenner, and a hidden multi-million-dollar prison scandal he's now exposing. Went to prison so you won't have to. Peter and Pixie share a riveting prison diary, a heartfelt love story, and a shocking look at injustice in America's prison system. Stand with Peter. Scan the QR code now or go to Amazon.com to order your copy.
I went to prison so you won't have to.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Hi, I'm Bridgie, and why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
It's
Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Go to Getter. I'm putting up stuff 24/7 because I know how to use it. It's a great service. You'll love it. It's free. And you can follow mine. Birch Gold Gold just blew through $3,800. Once again, I'm telling you, it ain't the price. It's the process. We're here not to say you fish, but to teach you how to fish. Birchgold.com. Promo code WORM. The End of the Dollar Empire. 7 free installments. Soon you're going to have a physical copy of that. You'll get the opportunity to have that. Last 4 years, gold was 1,100, I think. Now it's 3,800. Understand the pattern recognition in back of this. You know, Alex Jones' last segment just said, hey, President of the United States talking about stabilizing the dollar. Mr. President, when you go, I know Lula is hugging up on you and rubbing up on you and telling you he's your buddy. When you have that meeting, let's start with the Rio Reset. Let's start with the bilat deals. Let's start with the BRICS nation and what he's the head of. Lula, suck on that. Also, take your phone out, text Bannon 989890. Get the ultimate guide, which happens to be free, for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Mr. President, Scott Bessent went Rambo yesterday on the corrupt Marxists down in Brazil. Rambo. On the corrupt judge that just gave Bolsonaro a 27-year sentence in prison where they will assassinate him. He went after the wife. Right, he went after his wife, where all the money is. Scott Bessent equals Rambo. That's what we need to see with Brazil, Mr. President. Don't let Lula rubbing up on you. That guy's cunning as a snake. Alex Jones knows that. Alex Jones, huge news. So, Alex, here's what nobody could figure out. You built this massive media operation, and you did it in the years when people were coming after you and trying to shut you down. Then you went through this kind of turbulence and all these courts, and they were coming after you, and you're doing this. You're trying to make settlements and work out things with people. And then all of a sudden, got you scheduled, I think, for one day, and you're down in your studio, and you got, I think, federal agents are coming in. And remember, they're shutting down your board. They're cutting off the electricity. We're live on the show, and this is happening. And then later I find out that this is all kind of thrown out, and the Justice Department is working with Soros's back in bids or Bloomberg's back in bids. And now it seems like there's actually documentation of either former FBI agents or people at DOJ or people in the deep state, what we call the deep state. Actually, this was all actually true and happening at the time. And now it's starting to come out, and people are starting to get, hey, if we're going to go after the deep state, maybe one of the ones we start with is Alex Jones, because they basically targeted him for elimination, sir.
Well, it's a long story, but I actually got contacted by the Justice Department saying, listen, they were sloppy with you. We know a lot of this. We have, internal stuff. And so what we know is Hillary came after me, made up stuff I never did to demonize Trump. Then they fundraised off me saying I did all these things to people I never did, parents of dead kids, all made up. And they raised $300 million off fundraising, running ads on Facebook and everywhere else off my name. They couldn't raise money for gun control, so they did it off saying I was doing things I didn't do. And this was connected to Bloomberg's Everytown and these charities out of Connecticut and these Democrat law firms and Senator Blumenthal. So then they have 2 show trials in Texas, Democrat judges in Connecticut, and the judges find me guilty. They then have show trials on damages. And then we start getting whistleblowers. We get leaks. We get documents. And then we, over the last few years, started suing back to depose all these people and to find out. So here's the bottom line. Obama declared me a top national security threat. That was declassified earlier this year by Trump. And we published those documents in 2013. And they did a dragnet and could never find anything. So then they went and staged this lawfare against me, literal show trials produced by HBO. Then they had their fake multi-million-dollar judgments. And then I went into bankruptcy because I didn't have any money and showed them there wasn't all this money. And then they went and told the federal judge, who's been blocking him for 3 years, we don't want money, we want him off the air. And the judge said, you can't do that. He's offering money, plus his cases are on appeal, and we're, by the way, winning those. And so now they're in full panic mode. And so breaking now, the Justice Department, and this is just some of what they've done, I'll stop there, sent out this letter a week ago to the Koskoff law firm in Connecticut, because the chief FBI counsel, William Oldenburg, admitted on the stand in the show trial in Connecticut 2.5 years ago that, and I never said his name, we never covered him, never did anything to him. He said he went and organized through the law firm the families and their charities to sue me and to do this. And then now they got the Paul Weiss law firm involved that's admitted that they did lawfare against Trump and agreed to pay $40 million in restitution and community service, but they're still attacking me. That's just a simple boil down. They had the fake auction where it was supposed to be a public auction the judge ordered, then they didn't do the auction. They gave it to Bloomberg, backing the Onion and Everytown Gun Control Group. And so you have that where he orders an auction, they don't do an auction. We sued them, deposed them in the last 8-9 months, and we got their emails and everything, and they admitted in the emails, yeah, we're never going to, this is the quote plaintiffs with the U.S. trustee from the Justice Department in the bankruptcy saying, we're not going to ever let Alex Jones have anybody buy this that will keep him on air. We just want to shut it down. We have the emails. We've shown them to the court. So this is insane. Then you have the Justice Department. We got all those documents funding millions and millions and millions of dollars when they demonized me, when they sued me, when they had the show trials, specifically tailoring the amount of money exactly to what the lawyer bills were, paying the gun control groups who would then, as soon as the money's paid 1 week later, pay the Koskoff law firm. So they have a name for that, and you'll know what it is. So this is total weaponization. So the Justice Department said to me, they said, well, this is classic weaponization. They've been very sloppy, and we have a lot of stuff that's not even public. Give us everything you have. So I met with them, given them stuff the last 4 or 5 months. And the head of the weaponization, and he's also the head pardon lawyer, who's, we know, the best prosecutor we've got, who's actually willing to take him on. Ed Martin met with him a few weeks ago in D.C. And so this first letter that went out to them a week ago is now out today, simply saying preserve your records. And there is a U.S. code, very serious law, 18 U.S. Code 208, acts affecting a personal financial interest. That you can't, as the head counsel, admit you go create lawsuits, organize the people, because the law firms can't do it, it's barratry, and then do it and win a $130 million judgment himself against me. And so this is cut and dry. This is the first salvo.
But hang on. This is what I want to say. I want to just pull the camera back for a second for our audience. Ed Martin, and we had Ed on the show on Sunday, because he's a cultural icon in the conservative movement before going to the Justice Department, why he was Phyllis Schlafly's guy with the family in that very controversial Phyllis Schlafly endorsement of Trump back in 2016, which rocked the conservative world. Then you had all kind of issues there. Phyllis Schlafly died. Remember, we took a day off the campaign to go to the funeral. President Trump was very moved. Love Phyllis Schlafly. Ed is now in the Justice Department as one of Trump's top enforcers here to make sure that we rid this of weaponization. He runs the weaponization department in the Justice Department. It is that department, I want the audience to understand, that is officially sent out a letter to a law firm saying, preserve your documents. And the questions couldn't be more brutal. If we can release that, I'll get Grace and Mo to put up, and I've been holding it for now. This got your hands on this. This means Ed.
It's good to be released. You can release it. You get the exclusive. It's not out yet.
Okay. So we only got 2 minutes. I want to make sure we go at Ed Martin and the official weaponization of the government against individuals. They've kicked off now an investigation into the government's and private citizens working with the government's takedown of Alex Jones. Am I correct in that statement?
Yes, you're always the great communicator. I should have said up front, the Justice Department is now officially investigating, but not just this. A whole bunch more is about to break. And I'm telling you, smoking gun on Paul Weiss, on the U.S. trustee, over my bankruptcy, all of it. It is. And I was like, wow. I said, I don't think I'm that important. You know, we got to bring down the globalists. And listen, they were sloppy with you. And this is exactly what we were supposed to do. So and literally, this Koskoff firm is run by this former federal prosecutor whose specialty, Chris Maddy, is putting innocent Republicans in jail. They just pardoned the governor that he put in prison as a federal prosecutor. So this is all a Obama, Bloomberg, Soros, DOJ operation with me, as they said in press conferences, patient zero, that if they could take me down, I was the model to take down Trump and everybody else. So they really screwed up, and a lot more is about to break. Some incredible documents are about to be released.
Okay, I want to have you back on with that. Alex, where do people get the show? Where do you get your content? Now more than ever, you got to make Alex Jones a part of your media diet daily. Where do people go?
Infowars.com/show, band.video, Real Alex Jones on X, The Alex Jones Show on Rumble. And they are literally in court Thursday trying, in state and federal court, trying to shut us down again. So this is an ongoing battle, and it's a marathon, but we're winning. Thanks for all your support. Steve, nobody supported me more than the War Room. God bless you. I know you've been targeted even more than I. It's Trump, then Steve Bannon, then Alex Jones, but we're in this together, and just God bless you, sir, and God bless Ed Martin and his team.
You are truly a Spartan. With your shield or on your shield. That's Alex Jones. What a fight. You see, this thing is going to be enormous when everybody sees it. Years and years and years of torture. Alex Jones, honored to have you on here. That's who they're coming after. And thank God in heaven, we have a man like Ed Martin with the courage of Ed Martin and the people around him, Neil McCabe and his team. Thank God in heaven, you've got these warriors. Short break. Talk about warriors. Russ Vogt's old team over at CRA. Warriors at the tip of the spear. Next in the War Room.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rav fams. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Just because gold blew through 38, remember he's sitting there when it was at 30, said, well, Steve, I don't know, it's 37. Remember 36? I don't know, it's 36. Remember 35? I don't know, it's 35. So you ain't going back to the days of 1100, okay? Those guys that got in, there's not going back there. However, you need to find out yourself if there's more squeeze in the lemon. It's not my responsibility, and I never do that. What we're here is to teach you to do it yourself. That's the entire thing of the War Room. This is why you're so powerful. You work together. You've changed political history in this country. You've changed global history. You folks that love history, you've changed history because of your efforts and your work. Not me. Far from it. You. Birch Gold, what the whole concept of how we work with Birch Gold is to provide you information so that you can learn to kind of, okay, I understand the nomenclature. I start to understand this kind of process. I understand why this has been a hedge. It's always bugged me. Why is gold all the way back to the Old Testament and then before that to Egypt and to Babylon? Why is always gold? What is up with this stuff? This is what we try to learn you up on it. Why it's been a hedge against times of financial turbulence. birchgold.com/Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. Go. There's going to be more installments. There's going to be a physical copy of it. We're going to do, I think, some town halls. Why? Because you need to understand about the dollar as the prime reserve currency. This is why Lula's rubbing up on Trump, and back of him, he's putting that knife right in as the head of the BRICS nations. This is why we sent Philip Patrick and the team down to Rio, and look at their reporting was better than the Financial Times of London, the Wall Street Journal, the Sunday Times of London, all of it. Why? Because they got down there and they were first one to say, hey, they're trying to de-dollarize by doing these bilateral off-the-book trade deals. This will explain it all to you and understand why it's important, why the dollar is a prime reserve currency, what it means in your life. And when it starts getting chopped up, what that means in your life too. And I'm not saying that we have to be the prime reserve currency, but you just can't go off it in an instant or you're going to have financial chaos. So go check it out today, Birch Gold. And then also we've got the just to go Bannon 989898, and you get the ultimate guide for investing in gold in the age of Trump. Boom. And you get right to Philip Patrick and the team. Also, Jim Burkett's one of our big contributors. I'm going to try to get, let's try to get Jim on tomorrow. The best in geopolitics, capital markets, all of it. Remember, the team over at Birch Gold, Philip Patrick, Steve Bannon, and Jim Burkett are not gold bugs. Far from it. I mean, we were all kind of came up in a system where gold was kind of for wingnuts, right? That's the way they taught globalization at the West Point of capitalism, Harvard, and at Goldman Sachs. It just wasn't. Gold was not a thing. Okay, it's a thing now. Thing you got to understand. Rickards understands geopolitics. The newsletter Strategic Intelligence is what C-suite read because it's got this analytics called predictive analytics, and every month you get it. And this is why he's a contributor here at the War Room. So rickardswarroom.com. It's a landing page. You get it all there, and he throws in a free book on artificial intelligence and currency, which I think might be reading for you. We're trying to get you information. Eric Tietzel, remember, the process here is about institutions, either institution building, our own, or seizing institutions. President Tietzel's over at CRA, which the great Russ Vought and his team formed, Center for Renewing America, and then Russ and some of the senior leadership had to go in the government so we could actually run the deal and implement President Trump's policies. So you've got nothing but hitters in holding down Fort Apache is Tietzel and these guys, but they're on fire. You got a great action plan coming off Charlie's execution, murder, assassination. But I got to ask your thoughts first on what you just heard from the president of these United States he went into, I would call, a hostile environment. Let's say this, they were not standing on the chairs cheering. This is not Castro going to the UN, right? This is not Khrushchev banging the shoe, which they're all up there high-fiving. He went into the lion's den and he defanged a couple of 3 lions, did he not, sir?
He sure did. Vintage President Trump, that's for sure. And thanks, Steve. You're a good friend of the Center for Renewing America. We really appreciate being part of the posse with you. They were laughing a lot, I will say that. And I wasn't sure what that was about, but I am sure about this. I'm watching some of the online commentary in response to the president's speech, and it has a lot to do with being embarrassed on the global stage, these leftist, corporatist reporters who just are wringing their hands because, what will the Portuguese think? And they really don't get it. What I saw was a president who is proud to be an American. He's proud to lead this country, and he's proud of the steps he has taken to reestablish national sovereignty, whether that's in trade, other economic policy, or the border. He is saying, this is who we are. This is what we're going to do because we're not going to let our country fall into ruin like so many of your countries have fallen.
I want to go to, because something, his speech or his remarks at Charlie's, at what I call the first MAGA state funeral on Sunday, then the throwdown yesterday against Big Pharma, and on top of that, going in to sign in afterwards, Antifa is a terrorist organization, and then today at the UN. You see an arc, and I think President Trump, and I believe part of this is reflecting upon the life and work of Charlie Kirk, right, and that all of us only have so much time allocated in this veil of tears. President Trump is at a next level right now. You guys at CRA, well, I was really proud, and everybody putting together, and all the institutions, all of our organizations coming together. You guys came out, as you always do, from the memory and leadership of Russ Vought, came out with an action plan. Walk me through a couple of the key points, and I think one of them we hit last night, which I've been absolutely adamant about Antifa, to get in there and start to use terror financing, the terror financing toolbox. We got to take them apart. Give me the action plan of CRA post the execution, assassination, and death of Charlie Kirk.
Certainly. We all have a role to play, and this story is only half written. We don't know exactly what is going to come after the assassination of our friend Charlie, but it's up to us to decide, and we all have a different role to play. I loved at the state funeral the focus on standing up and speaking out. No matter what you do for a living, no matter where you are or what stage of life you're in, you have a voice, just like Charlie had a voice, and you should use it. The posse gets it, and I think more and more Americans are waking up to the importance of that, given everything we've been through. I also love the focus on prayer, the idea that we get to beseech the creator and sustainer of the universe on our behalf anytime we want is miraculous. And we would be idiots not to avail ourselves of that power. I certainly need to do it more often, and I'm committed to doing that. But the Center for Renewing America is a public policy organization. So for us, our contribution to what comes next is going to fall in the realm of what we're going to ask of the policy makers to ensure that what happened to Charlie and getting right to the roots of how it was able to happen won't ever happen again. Because our republic just simply cannot stand if we don't address these fundamental root causes. And there are several of them. You mentioned getting at Antifa. This is critically important because that's an organization, a terrorist organization, as the president rightly described them, that does not operate in a vacuum. They get funding. They get other forms of support. There's an ideological basis there that has to be promoted and stoked often. And all of that happens through NGOs and think tanks and nonprofit organizations and donor-advised funds and other entities that are given preferential tax treatment by the government because they're supposed to be, quote unquote, charitable. Well, there's no charity in undermining the fabric of who we are as a country and promoting anti-American ideology and in fact, promoting outright violence. This has to be investigated, and where there has been laws that have been broken, people need to go to prison. And we certainly need to revoke any sort of tax-exempt status from any organization that is engaged in supporting activities like those of Antifa. Antifa is not alone. You can talk about other organizations. The Southern Poverty Law Center stands out as an example of an organization that exists solely to perpetuate hate, to lie about people, and to instigate violence. We need to get to the root of that. That's an important first step. But there's another reality we have to get at, and I think everyone knew this, but the murder of Charlie Kirk has sealed the deal. Our universities are completely and totally owned by leftist ideologues who hate America and use the college experience to indoctrinate citizens to hate America too. The fact that these are so heavily subsidized by taxpayers is ludicrous. We cannot do this anymore. It is high time we got completely out of the business of financing higher education. I'm talking about getting rid of federally subsidized student loans, getting rid of grants, all of it. And to the extent that there is a place for any government money when it comes to things like research, it has to be predicated on those schools abiding by minimum basic standards when it comes to things like the protection of free speech.
Amen. We need to purchase of these places too. Eric, where do people go? You got a whole punch list of this. Where do people go to see the work of CRA, but particularly in this, the action plan post the assassination of Charlie Kirk, kind of part of your focus of what you guys are driving action on? Where do folks go?
Yes, sir. They can go to americarenewing.com. It'll be right there on the homepage. You can also find explanations and tweets and links to it in my X feed, which is at Eric Tietzel.
Tietzel, good work. You make Russ vote and all the team over there that went to OMB very proud. So great work, sir. Carry on.
Thanks, Steve.
As Turning Point's finding out, and as CRA's finding out, this is why we're building institutions. This is what you see these young men and women, right? Russ Vought's not going to be there forever. Charlie Kirk, obviously, taken by God. Trump, you're only going to have so much more time with Trump. I'm a strong believer that we're going to go through. This is not the last term. He's going to run again in 28. I realize that that's very controversial. But you only have these towering figures for a while, and you have to build an institution to go on and finish what we started. Now more than ever. This is why was I banging on the table so much about the Antifa investigation? Because that's going to lead so many places. Don't listen to media and some of the Antifa guys out there think those are the Grundoons. Yes, they should be rolled up, and clearly in Portland. But we want to get to the middle layer of the military and intelligence operatives that have trained them, and our military is infested with it. And you got to get then to the Mac Daddy. You got to get down to the big NGOs that support it, the media people that are in business with them, the corporations that are in business with them, the big donors that are in business with the foreign money. Boom. The terrorism and the deep state are inextricably linked on the color revolution against the American people. And now we're starting to get apparatuses in to adjudicate, to take it apart and adjudicate. This is where it's going, and they can squeal all day long. They want in the media. In fact, they're not squealing. We're not doing enough unless they're squealing more. If they're not throwing their toys out of the pram in a hysteric meltdown every day, I don't feel we're doing our job. We, all of us, only have so much time here. What do I keep saying? Maximalist strategy. Go take it all the way. Seize the institutions and do it with a sense of urgency. Action, action, action. This is one of the reasons President Trump read Pam Bondi, the riot act, the other night on social media. It not happening, baby. Got to go quicker, faster, harder. Short break.
We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rab fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rab is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. Make sure you go to Birch Gold. Check everything out there. Gold is blown through $3,800. The big question you ask yourself, wow, did I miss it? I don't know. I'm not supposed to tell you that. You're supposed to tell yourself that. You got to learn it. Why do you think we did this 4 years ago with Birch Gold? We weren't playing around. Because we knew in pattern recognition something was about to happen. But you got to understand that. Birchgold.com, promo code War Room, or promo code Bannon. Whew, promo code Bannon. Into the dollar empire. Get it. Study up on it today. Teaching it now in college courses, finance courses. But it's simple enough. It breaks all down. You don't need any finance or math. Just check it out. Is Toby still with us? Toby, Is Toby Rogers? Let's go. Toby, I've only got a couple of minutes. I want to get you on for a deeper drill down because you're one of the researchers who's been all over this. But just give me about your emotional reaction, your personal reaction to what we saw yesterday, the President of the United States and Bobby Kennedy in the Roosevelt Room.
Yesterday was historic. We thought it was just going to be about Tylenol, and instead, President Trump went all in. And he made it clear that he wants to make major changes to the childhood vaccine schedule to stop the autism epidemic. It was a best case scenario, and I was elated. He was smart, he was courageous, he understood the moral imperative of the moment, and it was historic. He took on the largest, most powerful industry in the world. He tackled the elephant in the living room, told the truth when everybody else was scared. It was an amazing press conference yesterday.
This is what leadership is, and this is what heroism is. Because he said, "Hey, I want this to be. I may be remembered by this. This may be the biggest thing I do of everything else I'm trying to do." And you saw on the United Nations Day. Were you expecting though the emotional connection? I mean, when President Trump talked about 20 years ago and seeing Bobby, and then at the first, when we won the first time he coming in, the emotional connection, and particularly the emotional connection with the moms that were there. He says, "Hey, we're going to go right back in the Oval Office. I got a couple of gifts for the kids." Would you anticipate the emotional bond that President Trump has with this topic?
No, we thought it was going to be a very limited press conference. We thought it was going to talk about Tylenol, and there was some talk about Tylenol, but you've hit it exactly, which is he made this emotional connection with the millions of autism moms out there who've been gaslit for the last 39 years. And he actually brought forward moms of kids on the autism spectrum and let them speak in the Oval Office. It was amazing. That's what we've been waiting for this whole time. Listen to moms, believe moms. And Trump did it right then and there in the Oval Office. It was everything that we've been hoping for from this administration, and it really, it was so deeply moving to see him understand this issue on a scientific level, on a moral level, on a personal level, on an emotional level. It was just an extraordinary moment. It was historic, and I'm hoping it's going to be the start of wonderful changes in public health policy at the federal level.
It will be. He's all in. Toby, social media, where do people get you? We'll get you back on to go through the critical path. We have the report coming out, evidence, all of that. But I'm telling you, the president took personal ownership yesterday in a way, in a depth, in a meaning, in a sense of urgency I've never seen before. Toby, where do people get you?
Yeah, Trump went all in. It was extraordinary. So you can find me on Substack at tobyrogers.substack.com.
Thank you, brother. You want to see the meaning and purpose of Charlie Kirk's life? We're going to toss, as we always do, at 12 noon for the last, I think, 4 years. I think Rob Sig, I think it was 4 years ago. He started the Charlie Kirk Show following War Room. You see every day Charlie, and that show was so dear to his heart. He would never miss it unless absolutely had to, and then he turned it over to Andrew, who's now kind of the co-host right now. We'll toss to. But something, I think, happened with the president about the execution and assassination of this young man that he knew so well. There's a new, from President Trump's remarks on Sunday to what he did yesterday with that just incredible moment in the Roosevelt Room, and then going and signing the Antifa designation, which I can tell you, people were kind of slow walking. He says, "I want this done now. And he signed it on Monday. You add that to the United Nations. He took twice the time. And they were trying to screw a thing to stop the escalator, to make sure you're winded, to not have the teleprompter. Come on, man. You know exactly what they were trying to do. And he took twice as long. And when he pivoted for that last half of that speech, he put them all on notice. Call them out right there. Like Jesus in the temple. No, and I'm not making an analogy that Trump is like Jesus, but it's the analogy of the action. Look them in the eye and call them right out for what they're doing, and they're silent. That's why you didn't see any applause at the end. And the laughter, Eric mentioned, and that was nervous laughter, like, oh my God, this guy's a giant. Somebody that knows that is Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell, thoughts about President Trump the last couple of days, and then the War Room posse is looking for a deal, as we always do this time of day.
Well, it's like I told him last summer when all the bad things kept happening. I said, sir, we're in the biggest revival for Jesus Christ in history. I said, people are pouring into this bucket of common sense. They're also pouring into this bucket of Jesus Christ. And Steve, what this last week has been absolutely amazing. You see it through our great president. You see it through that. Every speaker at that event is just amazing. And I want to thank all of you out there from my pillow, from my employees. It's been by the grace of God that we've been able to survive this last year and a half of a daily attacks, and you, the War Room posse. So you guys, if you go to mypillow.com/War Room, we're having this sale. The towels that actually work are back in stock. You save $30 a set on them. They're $39.98. All the colors just came in very limited supply. Then we have these premium My Pillows. It's a limited quantity. We made a special edition, $17.98 for the Queen, $19.98 for the King. They're actually made with the Giza sheet covers. And then, and speaking of that, we're closing out those percale sheets, $29.88. Any size, any color, you guys. Go to mypillow.com/War Room. There you see those top 3 specials, but you also see the mattresses and mattress toppers, mattress pads. They all ship for free, 100% made in the USA. You guys call 800-873-1062. Promo code War Room.
Yeah. Most powerful promo code in the business. We'll see you this afternoon, Mike Lindell. We leave you with the right stuff, and we toss the baton to the team at the Charlie Kirk Show. Poso after that, Gruber after that, Bowling after that, in back at the Worm at 5. See you then.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth.
It's that easy. Just our initials. HO.com.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That man, that young man, I forgive him.
I don't know that I could do it, but Erica Kirk, you know, that I wrestle as a person of faith. I wrestle with this whole idea of forgiveness. But I thought that she was really someone who rose to the occasion under enormous emotional stress and said a lot of very valuable things.
Charlie was a great guy, and he was, of course, a very influential person in the conservative movement, in the MAGA movement. He was so helpful to the president during the campaign and to all of us who worked on that campaign, that historic campaign. I myself had many great memories going on Charlie's amazing podcast and his show. He was always willing to text people with words of encouragement. In fact, my last text exchange with him was the day before he died, and he was asking for my husband and I's address to send a children's book to our son. And I think that just speaks to the type of person that he was. And I know so many of us here at the White House are going to miss him very much.
We were beefing. I don't know. We were going at it online, on air. And then after he died, after he was murdered, my team called and said, Van, he was trying to reach you, man. What? And what was he doing? Dialogue. Let's be gentlemen together. He says, let's disagree agreeably. So I'm sitting on this and I'm watching the whole country talk about civil war, censorship, justifying murder about this guy. This guy is reaching out to his mortal enemy saying we need to be gentlemen, sit down together and disagree agreeably. And the next day he's killed. And I've sat on it long enough, and I just said, you know what? We're going to Memorial Weekend for this man. We disagree. Everybody knows we were not friends, okay, at all. But you praise the good when it's time to memorialize somebody. And what he did, and I didn't even know it, was good. He was not for violence. He was for dialogue, open debate and dialogue, even with me. Even with me.
His most public accomplishments were political. His most important were religious. He wanted to be remembered for his faith. He wanted to help as many souls to heaven as he could. If you want to honor Charlie, go to church, read the Bible, pray, and do it right now.
Jesus called us to be salt and light. What does salt and light have in common? They change the environments they come in contact with. They don't conform, they don't affirm, they transform what they come in contact with. My question for you, are you transforming the environment you come in contact with? Your place of work? Are you transforming your family? Are you trying to lift people up? Are you trying to reject evil? It says in the Psalms, Psalm 97:10. What do you want to be caught doing upon Jesus' return? Do not allow eschatology to be an excuse for you not to fight evil. Do not allow the signs of the times for you to be paralyzed, static, to not engage in the culture. We must challenge people to be greater, to reach higher, to be biblical, to be Christ-like. And I'm telling you, this generation cannot just be the most conservative generation, but the most Christian generation as we continue to be salt and light in every single walk of our life.
If everything completely goes away, how do you want to be remembered?
If I die?
Everything just goes away. How would you, if you could be associated with one thing, how would you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. and we are just getting started.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rab. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat, here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Everybody, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. My name is Andrew Colvett, the executive producer of this show, and I am joined by a dear friend of Charlie's. And I just tweeted this, and it couldn't be more true. Allie Beth Stuckey, you were genuinely in a very, very small group of people where throughout all the years of working with Charlie, if your name came up, he would just instantly say, she's the best. Love Allie.
Wow.
You truly did earn Charlie's respect, and I think it's because of your faith, because you are such a stalwart for defending it, for defending traditional values, for saying hard truths. And so it's a real honor to have you here. And I saw you on Sunday. You were at the memorial, so you went home and then you came back.
Yes.
Really, really amazing of you to do that.
It's such an honor to be here. And I've seen a lot of people say, my friends and people online say, okay, I knew that Charlie was a Christian, but I didn't know how much he talked about Christ. I didn't know how much he shared the gospel. I didn't know how much he cared about theology. And it was just really sweet to be able to say, I did know that. I saw that up close. We went not only to a couple campuses together, but to churches together. Every time we talked, it would be about theology. It would be about weak pastors, what the church needs to do. And I'm like, I did see that. I got to see it up close and personal, how much he cared about contending for the faith, and it really was a privilege.
Yeah, well, and you are sort of the perfect person to have on because so many people are talking about this memorial.
Yeah.
They saw the leaders of the free world talking about Jesus. They saw Don Jr. talking about Jesus.
I know.
Which, by the way, we were backstage and we were all kind of ribbing it. We're like, Don, did you just preach the gospel, Don Jr.?
A little bit.
And a little bit. And you could see that he has been changed by this and realizes the importance of it in a whole new way. I mean, Don was incredibly close to Charlie.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the question is, how big and how deep and how wide can this revival go? Because I do believe that we are in revival times.
Yeah.
And the question is, what happens next?
Something that my audience has heard me say a lot, and I love to start out the week reminding people of this, that God's eternal plan of redemption is always going off without a hitch, that he's never looking down wondering what's happening. He's never confused. He's never thrown off. He's never taken aback. He's never surprised. He's not distant. He's not busy, but he is suspended in the eternal now. So God is not within the context of linear time like we are. So God is using actively all things throughout eternity for the good of those who love him and for his own glory. And clearly, God had a plan far before Charlie was tragically assassinated. He was already working out all things for the good of those who love him. In fact, I think about the story of Joseph, whose brothers were driven to jealousy and threw him in a pit and sold him into slavery. And then there was a caravan coming from Egypt, and the brothers sold Joseph into slavery. And then, of course, Joseph goes on to be a ruler of Egypt because of his faithfulness. He ends up helping save his own people, his own family from famine because of that position of power. But you think before Joseph was thrown into the pit, before he was sold into slavery, that caravan going to Egypt was already on its way. Like God already had the plan before that. And obviously, I hate that the assassination of our friend was any kind of impetus for anything. I would have loved revival without that. And yet what we read about God is that he stops at nothing to bring glory to himself and to bring his sheep to himself. And we were talking off air, is this a revival? I've never said in my life, yes, I think so, but I do think so. Time will tell. We can talk about the fruits of a true revival, but I see it and I feel it. I felt it at the memorial. The Holy Spirit was there. I felt it.
Man, I think it was Tucker Carlson of all people. I saw him backstage and I was like, what are you going to talk about? He goes, I'm going to talk about Jesus.
Repentance.
Yeah, and I was like, you're going to talk about Jesus? He's like, oh yeah, baby. He's like, it came to me in the shower. And I was like, okay, great. And he gets up on stage. He's like, you can feel the Holy Spirit humming like a tuning fork in here.
He
that
said
was
that. Yes.
so spot on, because as soon as you walked into the room, it was like the hairs on my arm stood up and I got the chills.
Yes.
And I walked in as a worship song was playing and every hand was like raised in the air.
Yes.
70,000 people. There was 277,000 devices that our team geo-tracked in the vicinity. That was a sea of humanity to get into that place, and all of them, I'm so sure, were like moved in the spirit in that morning. So even if they couldn't get in, I was hearing people were watching it on their phones and they were singing out on the streets.
Mm-hmm.
It was, and there wasn't any fighting, there wasn't any shoving.
Yeah.
Nothing.
The moment for me that I just lost it. Well, first of all, I walk in and I'm like, this is amazing. Oh my goodness. And then I see some of my favorite people that I typically only get to see online. I'm sitting next to Matt Walsh. Obviously, there's the cabinet right in front of me. And then it just hits me why I'm there. And I'm like, well, this is amazing. But it also, gosh, like my heart just broke again about why we're there. But we were being led in worship, Brandon Lake, and he's singing and then he stops and the music keeps playing. And spontaneously, I don't think that this was orchestrated in any way. Everyone just starts slowly lifting up their signs. And as people out there probably know, one says, send me, I'll go. The other red sign says, well done, good and faithful servant. And I look back on the stage, Brandon Lake is just sobbing. I'm sobbing. And it was just one of those moments that I can only recall feeling a few times in my life where I felt tangibly and physically the Holy Spirit in that room. And that was one of the most beautiful moments I've ever been in, a foretaste of heaven. If you had told me that I get to worship and listen to the gospel preached, you know, not right next to Donald Trump, but alongside Donald Trump and all of these other people, I would have said, well, that's going to happen on the other side of eternity, not this one. But Charlie made that happen here.
Yeah, and I'm going to play this clip because I think it's so powerful. Get cut 50 ready. This was this moment where I think, you know, when the band stops their instruments and they just let the audience hold the tune and sing.
Yes.
And you could see this huge, I mean, tens and tens of thousands of people worshiping with their hands in the air. It was so powerful. Play cut 50.
So good. Chills again.
Chills again. Me too.
I mean, what a foretaste of heaven. Absolutely amazing. And I just think about all the people over the past few years who have criticized conservative, Trump-supporting Christians for being too loud, for being too political, for being too divisive. And they claimed that in order to win people to Christ, you had to compromise and you had to be quiet. You had to be what they called a soft presence. But in the end, revival was sparked by those who relentlessly pursued and represented the truth at any cost.
That's well said about Charlie, actually. And, you know, I'm just gonna go for it here. There was a verse that has been sent to me more than any other, and I tweeted it this morning, and it's from Hebrews 12:1-4.
Yes.
Therefore, since we are surrounded by such a huge crowd of witnesses to the life of faith, let us strip off every weight that slows us down, especially the sin that so easily trips us up. And let us run with endurance the race God has set before us. We do this by keeping our eyes on Jesus, the champion who initiates and perfects our faith. Because of the joy awaiting him, he endured the cross, disregarding its shame. Now he is seated in the place of honor beside God's throne. Think of all the hostility he endured from sinful people, then you won't become weary and give up. After all, you have not yet given your lives in your struggle against sin. We'll be right back.
So good.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat, here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Thanks so much for being here with us. President Trump back on the world stage right now as he is set to meet with world leaders at the United Nations this afternoon. He started his visit with a speech before the General Assembly where he immediately called out the globalist institution.
Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them.
The president will spend the afternoon in bilateral and multilateral meetings. He's expected to meet with Arab and Muslim leaders to discuss ending the war in Gaza. Today's meeting comes in the lead up to President Trump hosting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House next week. 47 will also meet with leaders from Ukraine, Argentina, and the European Union during today's visit to the United Nations. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer, and I am, of course, with Allie Beth Stuckey, who needs no introduction. Allie, you put out a tweet and an Instagram story, yes, I believe, asking a really great question. I wish I would have thought about it. Mm-hmm. I might do the same. I might steal it because it's a beautiful thing to just reflect on. Who out there became Christians because of Charlie, either because of his life or because of his death, and they just discovered? I would love to know more stories like that. Yeah. So you did that, and what happened? I posted this on Instagram. My Instagram audience is very engaged, but when I say email me, a lot of times people just don't want to go through that barrier. So I just said, email this address if God used Charlie's voice to bring you to Christ. And I got probably 100 emails, and they're still coming in from people saying this is how God used Charlie's words. But one email really stuck out to me, and it was from a woman named Jacqueline, who said that she had been engaged in the New Age and tarot cards and all kinds of witchcraft. But I won't give it away because we'll hear more from her in her story. God used Charlie in a really big way in her life to bring her to Christ. And so, yeah, really amazing testimony. And we have her, I believe. Jacqueline, yes. Are you there?
Hi, good morning.
There she is.
Hey,
Jacqueline.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yes. Well, thank you for taking the time to join us. I would love to hear from you. Before we get to you being introduced to Charlie's content, can you tell us what your life was like before Christ? You told us a little bit about being engaged in the New Age, but what did that look like?
Yeah, I was definitely engaged in a lot of New Age practices. I attended monthly moon circles. I practiced a lot with crystals, and I would, read my oracle cards in the morning before starting my day. I had a number of tarot readings done, trying to divinate answers and, future possibilities. And I've had crystal healing done. So, I was definitely practicing. And during that time, what would you say that you were searching for? I think I was always searching for something larger than myself. I wouldn't say that I didn't ever believe in God, I always believed in God. I didn't push that thought away, but I guess I was looking for a way to come closer to God, and I thought that these practices would bring me there, but that wasn't really the case. Yeah. At what point did you realize that engaging in that kind of witchcraft was not leading you to the happy, transcendent place that you were trying to go to? I think it did take some time. I think my process has probably been over about 3 years or so, when I really started questioning things. And there were a lot of different events in my life that led me to that I just kind of felt empty inside doing these practices. And I think a lot with New Age, they're always kind of trying to tell you to do more shadow work, to dig deeper, to, get rid of that darkness. But in turn, you're kind of feeding that darkness, and that's all you're ever focusing on. So it almost kind of becomes like a black hole that just sucks you into it.
Wow. And did you consider yourself politically progressive at this time, or did you not really think about politics?
I definitely wouldn't consider myself progressive necessarily at that time. COVID really changed a lot of my opinions on politics. I would say that pre-COVID, I didn't really pay attention a whole lot to politics. But COVID really opened my eyes to, a lot of issues. And so I was definitely turning more conservative at that time, but I wouldn't have labeled myself either way. I kind of was just in a neutral place.
Right. And it was your husband who started watching Charlie Kirk's videos that let you know about Charlie's content. And what you told me is that you were very off-put by Charlie at first. Is that right?
Definitely. I think my husband watched a lot of the Prove Me Wrong videos and a lot of the college campus videos, and it was definitely off-putting because it was kind of pointing out all of the things that I wasn't necessarily thinking deeper about, and I was kind of just taking a surface perspective on it. And I think a lot of the conversations that Charlie has, you have to dig deeper with, and there's a lot of nuances. And so it's better in a long form rather than, just little snippets that you see.
Jacqueline, it's Andrew. Sorry to chime in here. We're going to take a quick radio break, but we're going to keep going on the stream. We'll be right back. All right, Jacqueline, we are going to continue, and I don't want to interrupt you and Al's conversation anymore because I'm riveted.
No,
so please go.
Yes. Okay. So do you remember anything specific from Charlie that you were like, okay, I've never heard that before, or that kind of offends me, that rubs me the wrong way?
I'd have to say that the main issue that really started to change my thought pattern was the issue surrounding abortion.
Yeah.
I'd always been really pro-choice. I was quite liberal in my early 20s. And then I had a son, and I was already kind of changing my views on it, but just hearing the passion behind it and really kind of like the logical sequence of it all, like, how can we do that? It's, that issue right there was definitely the one that really started to make me think deeper.
Yeah. Gosh, he was so good at defending life. One of the very best.
Well,
Yeah, and
I, by the way, I just love that at first, Jacqueline, you were repelled by it, which I think is super normal, by the way, because, I personally believe Charlie was a modern prophet in the biblical sense. I'm not talking about fortune telling or predicting the future, in the sense that, Jesus said the prophets, that's why they killed them, because he called a nation to repent. So he speaks this truth bluntly without pulling any punches. That was Charlie's way. It was complete unvarnished truth. And when you're not exposed to the truth and you don't have ears to hear it, you're confronted by it. And I think the flesh wants to fight it. It wants to push back and say, you're wrong, this guy's awful.
And we've all done that.
Yes. But then then all of a sudden your heart starts opening up and the Holy Spirit starts working on you. It's like, then you have eyes to see, then you have ears to hear. And I just can't tell you how many people have that same exact experience with Charlie. But I also think it's why he's so misunderstood by the left. Their hearts are hardened to hearing those truths that come from Scripture.
Yeah, but you didn't allow your heart to stay hardened, or God did it. God softened your heart. So can you tell us about that? The more that God was working in you, the more you watched Charlie's content, just tell us about that change in your life.
Yeah, so as I said before, it definitely took time, and I mean, I'm still learning. I'm still exploring. I feel, really new on this journey. It's really only been about a year or so that I've kind of solidified that belief in myself. And I've just kind of had a hunger to learn more and, to open my Bible and read the Bible and read the Word. And it really was just kind of like a number of events that happened in which I get tired of holding all of that burden, and I really needed to release it over to something greater than myself. And that's really, that's really where Jesus came into my life.
Wow. And now you wrote to me, you are reading your Bible, you're attending church, you are now a gospel believing Christian. No more tarot cards, no more witchcraft. That's amazing.
No, all of that, as soon as I decided, it all went into the garbage. I threw I went through my house and threw absolutely everything away and just didn't really want to have any part to do with it.
Well, praise God. Thank you so much, Jacqueline, just for reaching out to me, for your boldness, for your testimony to the Lord's power, but also to Charlie's influence. I really appreciate you. God bless you and your family, especially in your growth in your Christian walk. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I feel so honored to be on here.
Praise God.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Well, I, for one, am very hopeful that Jacqueline's story will be multiplied by the millions. And I believe it. I mean, we had over 100 million that we know of. And that's just on the live streams for Charlie's memorial.
That's insane.
I know. And that's not counting broadcasts, clips, all that thing. So just multiply that by who knows?
Who knows?
We're going to take a quick break, and we have another guest in studio. So we'll be right back for radio. Don't go anywhere.
Yep.
Flood of Nebraska, Tom McClintock of California, Jeff Hurd of Colorado, and Corey Mills of Florida joined Democrats in voting
to supply more weapons as long as Putin.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. It's Andrew Colvett, Charlie's executive producer, Allie Beth Stuckey, and you need no introduction, but I'm going to let you introduce our next guest who's in studio with us.
Yes, Pastor Costihan. I knew when I was co-hosting this with Andrew that I wanted to bring you in because you're local, you're a pastor, and I want you to introduce yourself a little bit more, and then we're going to talk about revival and what it means to be a Christian.
Yeah, so I get the privilege of pastoring not far from here, actually. It's about a 12-minute drive over to the studio. Grateful. And been pastoring a church called Shepherd's House for just over 3 years. God's done some pretty amazing things here in the desert, and it's thriving. And then I get the privilege of leading a ministry called For the Gospel. It's an online resource ministry, and our tagline is sound doctrine for everyday people. So thinking of your guest that you just had on, I mean, I love bringing the cookies down from the top shelf and explaining truth, theology, and helping people grow in their faith.
Mm-hmm. That's one thing that you and Charlie had in common, taking the cookies down from the top shelf. So making things really simple.
Charlie boiled things down in the simplest terms. I mean, he had a brilliant intellect, and he could have used, $100 words when, $1 would work or 5 cents. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But he chose not to because he was so linked to the people and the grassroots and the must. And he just had a way of distilling everything in just these blunt terms. And it was always so right on. Is it okay if I just have outside looking in. How has everything that you've seen in the last, 13 days, how has it impacted you, and what have you seen at your church?
Yeah, so obviously the personal emotion element is huge. watch everything go down, and you're kind of gut punched, because I grew very familiar with his voice and all the content that TPUSA puts out and what Charlie was doing, and even the excitement of this. Probably last year, you would know more, obviously being so close to him and seeing it, but I noticed a clear shift. It wasn't mere politics. The guy was a biblical flamethrower. He was unleashing truth. He was interacting. It was the college campuses that ignited so much of this. So we're all fired up. Our church loves him. So many of the young people. And then you see this. So gut punch. And then our office came to a standstill that day. And we have a couple of guys, military guys, and a few others on our staff. They were all there that day. And we just stopped what we were doing. We immediately prayed for him, prayed for Erica, the kids, you guys, and it's a lot of emotion. And then it was about an hour later, and our team For the Gospel said, hey, do you want to say anything? And things were starting to kind of unfold, and I was keeping up with Allie Beth and everything that was going on. And everything in me thought, no, I don't want to say anything. I'm numb. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to say. And then I thought, nope, I have a responsibility as a shepherd, as a leader, as a pastor. I got to say something. And so took some time, prayed, and then we put out kind of 5 truths to hold to when wickedness is unleashed, essentially, and when these kind of things happen. And it just became about shepherding for us. People in our church were rocked. We had so many folks there on Sunday, and we love and loved what you guys were doing and are doing, love and loved Charlie. And so we are also seeing a lot of excitement and a lot of passion. So you're living in this really beautiful and difficult tension of mourning and sadness and sorrow. And then you're going, wait a minute, I don't have a lot of time, not to grieve, but I don't have a lot of time to sit around and wallowing and get in online fistfights and get all down the drama trail, because people are showing up going, I'm rocked because of Charlie. I'm here. I want to follow Christ. What do I do? And you are right back in the saddle. And it kind of speaks to the way he was. In many ways, get on the plow, get after it. There's people to serve, not like the show goes on in a callous or emotionless way. It's like, hey, we have a gospel to preach, a Jesus to serve, and people to reach. So get after it. So you guys are living this right now as well. It's you're onward, but you're feeling it. So we've been similar.
Okay, we were talking about revival, and a lot of people have been using that word. And certainly at the memorial, it felt like a big revival in a lot of ways. Yeah. What is a revival, though? Like, what can we look for to see the true fruit of an actual revival? Not just an emotional experience, but a real resurgence in true repentance and faith. Yeah, so 2 words that I've been using, not interchangeably, but distinct: revival and renewal. So revival is to bring alive something that was dead. So that is your new believers, people getting saved, people coming to faith. They were absolutely agnostic, they were detached, they were indifferent, and then all of a sudden they come alive. There's a revival, something dead, now alive. Renewal is like when you renovate your house. The house isn't rebuilt, but you're renewed. We have both happening right now. The clear fruit of a revival is going to be genuine conversion, so real gospel preaching, not just, I want to get back to God, or I just want to be more conservative. Those things are fine. When people want to turn back to God, we need to define that, or people want to be more conservative. I saw some folks posting and saying, I'm officially leaving the left. I'm going right. I'm done with this. And everyone's like, yeah, okay. Not fully the goal here. And Charlie and all you guys would say the same thing. Not the goal. The goal is heart transformation, turning to Christ, not merely conservatism. So revival is that which is dead coming alive, genuine fruit being love for the gospel, love for the Lord, and then faith exploding. We don't care what you say. We'll do it in love, but we're going to be bold. We don't care what happens to us. We care about life and one another, but ultimately our allegiance is to Christ. And what you have is this surge of church attendance, not because church saves you, but because people want to hear the truth. Yeah. You get this surge in evangelism. We've got people in our church. I was with a group of men this morning. We have this large Bible study, and it got larger this week. We got dudes that are bringing their neighbors, guys that are coming out of the woodworks, people going, man, I've been thinking about this for a while. And then others saying, praise God, I don't know what happened to me, but I've been waking up every day saying, that Charlie Kirk guy was onto something. Yeah. So I went down the rabbit trail and I realized I want to believe in Jesus Christ. So revival will result in that true fruit.
And renewal will result in old school, or maybe we'll call them seasoned believers, and people who've been a little dry spiritually going, that's right, I forgot. This is what we need to be living for. What are we doing on cruise control? Let's go. And so both and. Does that make sense?
It does. And first I want to speak to the new Christians, because there's a lot of people out there. I'm sure Andrew has been getting these tweets and these emails too. Okay, I'm a new Christian. What do? Like, I want to go to church. I want to read the Bible. But some of these people I saw a post from an atheist woman that I've been following for a long time. We've gone back and forth a few times, and she was raised an atheist and she knows nothing about it, but she went to church and she's like, it was so foreign to me and I don't know what to do with myself. Yeah. So first, let's speak to the new Christians. What do you do now?
Okay, so I made a little list because I kind of knew we were going to talk about this.
I know, and you're so good at making lists. You really are.
It's very organized. I can see it.
Yes,
I can see it on camera.
That's why I asked him on.
This is an organized brain.
I love my lists because it drives me crazy when my own kind, like theologizers, pastors, and use big words, use $100 words when a $1 word. We're like, come on, man, give me the list. What do you would do? I'm in. Let's go. So number one, I would say be grounded in Scripture. So we want people reading the Word of God, and you don't go off like a kind of a spray or a mist, just all everywhere. Go somewhere specific. So the Gospel of John is a great place to start reading.
What kind of Bible? Can they just get a Jesus Calling? Can they just get
I love that. Love
MSG?
That question. Let's go even further deep into the root.
Well, I saw that in one of the comments, one of my tweets, and I was like, oh, Allie, chime in on that. Like, so somebody was asking, I need a New Believer Bible. What do I get?
I said ESV Study Bible, but I would love for you to
ESV Study Bible and NASB Study Bible. Those are going to be two really good translations.
Those are just translations.
Yeah.
They all have the same idea, but ESV is a little more literal than an NIV.
Your English Standard Version or your New American Standard Bible. And there's some fun particulars in those. Like, for example, the NASB will put exclamation points where the Greek is exclamatory. So when you're reading, you're like, oh, that's a fired up statement right there versus just a basic. So start with a good, like, word for word type of translation, ESV or NASB. And then from there, a study Bible is really helpful. I watched a clip of you and Charlie talking, and he was like, John MacArthur's he's got to be one of the best Bible teachers on the planet right now. And there's some guys that have good study Bibles like that, where they have notes in the bottom, and it just offers clarification. So people can read the Gospel of John. John wrote so that you would believe. And so why wouldn't you want to read that? Another book that I think is really helpful right now, especially, would be the book of Ephesians. They're really letters. So the letter of Ephesians. And the reason I say that is I preached through Ephesians as the first book we went through as a church plant. So rookies, newbies, because it covers the gospel.
Yes.
It also covers essentials like prayer, the Holy Spirit, who is Jesus, and unity in the church. But then it gets really fun. Chapter 4 kind of turns, and it's like beyond church leadership, into chapter 5, and it starts talking about marriage, relationships, work, life, and you're going, oh, that's really parenting, your mouth, how you talk, how you think, and then spiritual warfare in chapter 6. Because I believe that we are to live as people at war, not a physical war per se, but a spiritual war. And so the book of Ephesians. And then last tip on that, the letter of Psalms. So all of the Psalms, and then Proverbs, because Psalms will offer you glimpses of hope, praise, also pain. You have David going through loss, and he cries out to God. And then injustice, when the wicked do things. David prays, big theology word, imprecatory prayers, basically. God get them prayers. That's what it's like, sick them, Lord. You see what they're doing. And David prays these prayers. How long will you allow the wicked to rage? God, do something. And so we can pray those kind of prayers and turn all that over to the Lord. And then Proverbs is full of wisdom. So that's one key.
I had a friend that was going through a really hard season of life. And he said for 2 years, all he could do was read the Psalms. Bro, it was the only thing that got him through it. Yep. It was so heart-wrenching, and the wicked were coming after him, and it was just, the Psalms were all that kept sustained him. So anyways, and sometimes you have seasons like that in life. If you're a new Christian, you have to understand that there will be really hard seasons. And sometimes you might need to just read the Psalms. But anyways, there's a lot of good stuff. I don't want to...
Amen.
But Ephesians is great. And Erica mentioned Ephesians 5 in her speech on Sunday. Yep. So.
And how do they pick a good church?
Okay, so my second one was commit to a strong local church. I personally, unapologetic on this one, you got to find a church that is unleashing the Word of God. And I really do think it's so applicable when you look at the way Charlie operated. And he operates as such a great illustration for so many of the things he was living it. But something I just jotted down was look for a church that preaches the Bible, gives you doctrine. Think of how Charlie operated. Was he shallow? No, he was clear and simple, but he was never shallow. And so you're not looking for a preacher that's going to stand up there and tell you cute little stories and make you laugh and then pat you on the back and just send you on, to lunch. You want a guy that gives you all the smoke. You want him to give you all the truth and press in on your life so you leave like you leave how you'd want to leave the gym. You're like, hey, that was a good workout, kind of sweaty. He really pushed on some buttons, and I don't know how I feel about all that. That's called conviction from the Holy Spirit. And so really important, you go to a church that opens the Bible and lets it fly.
Yeah. That's really good.
So we have just a few seconds here before a radio break, but I'm gonna invite you to preach the gospel, to proclaim the gospel for those listening that are maybe curious in our next segment. So I should have just pounced on you just to see if you could do it, but no.
Ready.
But I just feel called to invite you to do that. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back for the stream and for Real America's Voice and probably for clips. So I'm inviting you because something was stirring in my spirit. Like, I don't want to assume everybody out there has made that decision. So I would love to hear it.
Yeah, I think that one of the easiest ways to understand the gospel is God, man, Christ response. 4 simple things. God is holy. He's real. He is the creator of heaven and earth. He's the ruler and holds all authority. He is a righteous, holy, loving Father, and that is who God is. Man is sinful. We broke God's law from the Garden of Eden all the way through until now. We all sin. The Bible says all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Every sin that we would call small is still great enough to send you to hell and separate you from God. And man has one core issue. It's not our politics. It's not the amount of money we make or don't make. Our main core issue is the issue of sin. It separates us from God. So you have God and you have man, and then you need a solution, because if we have no solution, we are damned to hell. We are on a one-way track into judgment. And so God, though, being so loving, says, I'll send my son, Jesus Christ, to die in their place. And the reason there has to be death and blood is because sin requires payment, because God is holy. He would be an unjust God to say, sin's no big deal, and wink at it. Because he's holy, he deals with sin. Because man is sinful, he would deal with man. But instead of causing you and I to burn in fiery judgment or the wrath of Almighty God to fall on us, he says, I love my creation so much, I'll send my son, Jesus Christ, to die. And so Jesus came, why we make such a big deal about Jesus, and it's all about Jesus. People think, why are you singing about Jesus? Who's this Jesus guy? He's the one who came from heaven as a man and lived a perfect life we could never live, died a perfect and complete death, taking the full wrath of God upon himself, every sin, past, present, and future, all of it in your place, in my place. He shed his blood in death on the cross. But it didn't stop there. The devil thought he won, but Jesus rose from the grave. And that was a declaration that death has no victory now. Death has no sting. Death now has no hold. And so all the Father is saying is, if you place your faith in my Son, I no longer see you and your sin. I will not pour my wrath out on you. I poured my wrath on him. I look through my Son, Jesus Christ, at you, and I see you washed, cleansed, forgiven, mine. And so that is how we enter heaven. Faith, not in ourselves, not in our good works, not in anything we are, but in Jesus Christ. And so response then is this: choose this day whom you will serve. Will you put your faith in Jesus Christ? Will you lay down your pride and your sin, all of your fears, your guilt, your shame, and say, Jesus, I give you everything. I surrender my life to you. Please, please, please save me. You are my Lord. You are my Savior. And then give your life to him. Death will not be the end for you. It's the beginning of eternal life.
Praise God.
Beautiful.
Amen.
And I just feel like there's people listening right now that have this thing that's holding on in their chest, like they won't let go and they want to. And I just want to say, like, let go. Let go. And actually, Allie, you sent me this song. It was the Saturday after it happened. And I was holding on to all these things that I thought my life was going to be before Charlie was killed.
Yeah.
All the plans that we had around the show, it was a lot. Where I was going to live, how I was going to live, what my family's future was going to look like. And I was afraid for what all this would be. And I listened to that song. I had like an ugly cry. I'm not afraid to admit it. And I could feel myself letting go and dying to myself in that moment and saying, yes, Lord, yes.
Wow.
And
that's so amazing.
And then the fear melted away because at that point it wasn't up to me anymore. It was up to Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like there's people in the audience right now that can relate to that. Just say yes. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Radio stations across the country. If you missed what just happened on radio, I pray you will go back to the podcast and listen to it. Because you just preached the word of God and the gospel, and I felt the Holy Spirit in a big way. Totally. And so I want everybody listening to have access to that. It was amazing. Thank you for that.
Yeah. God is good, man. God's good.
And this, the story that you just told, it was a song by Matthew S. And I just love to see, especially over the past couple of weeks, how God has worked through the lives of believers to build up the body of Christ, because that's what he does. Matthew S., who I hadn't talked to in a while, he texted me that song. He was like, I wrote this demo after Charlie died. And I don't know why, because I don't even know if we had really spoken, except for maybe exchanged a couple texts. And I was just like, I was sitting and I was like, I'm going to text this to Andrew. I don't know. I just feel like I need to text it to Andrew. And so immediately I just texted it to you. And obviously that was the Holy Spirit. It wasn't me. It wasn't even Matthew. It was God working. He knew what he needed to do.
I mean, I'd love to release that song. I don't know if he's released it publicly, but it was beautiful. And I actually sent it to Erica, and she, I mean, I don't think she would mind saying, because it was Saturday. It had happened on Wednesday. If you touched us wrong on the arm, like we just start crying about something, so totally. But she texted back just like crying emojis, and she was just like, "This is so beautiful." So it meant a lot in the moment, and I just think that there is this thing in our flesh that wants to hold on to our own intellect, right? No, because I remember for me, when I became a Christian, the hardest thing was my intellect. It just some fairy god, like I can't really, give me science, give me physical, something I could touch. But that is faith. And maybe talk about that, because we live in such a materialistic world. We live in a scientific world, but how do you get past that? What does faith actually mean? And what does it look like for people that maybe don't have it yet?
Yeah, the Bible says without faith it's impossible to please God, and it's a very interesting statement to make. So I don't please God if I don't have faith. And you think, why is that the thing that God wants and requires of us? Because it is a total admission that you are not enough. You don't have it in you. You can't do enough. You don't have the strength. You don't have the hope. You don't have the works. You don't have the methods or the strategies to do anything. It's got to be God. And so faith pleases him, because faith is humility. Faith is saying, God, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this in my own strength. I don't have enough knowledge. All my smarts, all my money, all my efforts, all of my strategies, they can't get me through this. I need you. And so why is faith the pathway to salvation? Why do we have to have faith in Jesus Christ? Because it is total surrender. And that's what God wants. And then you say, well, why does God want that? Because he knows it's what's best for us. Man has always failed trying to do everything on his own. We make a mess of everything. When you turn to God in faith, you're saying, I don't see it, I don't always understand it, but I trust you. And that is where the Holy Spirit meets people where they are, and transformation happens.
Mm-hmm.
Amen.
Andrew talked about Hebrews 12 earlier, and Hebrews 11. Faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the down payment, the guarantee of things hoped for. And all those heroes of the faith in Hebrews 11, they trusted, even though they didn't always see the promised land, they didn't see the end result, they trusted that God was who he says he is.
Yeah.
I want to talk about discipleship because, as seasoned Christians, I'm looking at all of these people who are curious or they're like giving their lives to Christ. And I'm like, okay, I need those people to stay. I want them to get into good churches, to read the Word of God, but I know you can't do this alone. So what's our responsibility as we see this turning to Jesus to disciple these people, to take them in? What does it look like?
Okay, first, I think it's awesome and kind that you respond that way, but I want to roll it back just one layer deeper.
Okay.
There are going to be a lot of people who are responding that way, and then there's going to be a spirit of cynicism. And so first thing I want to tell seasoned believers in the church is you reject a cynical spirit right at the root. We haven't dealt with this in our church by the grace of God, but here's the deal. Remember the prodigal son? The prodigal goes wild. Who was there obeying, being faithful?
The other son.
Yeah. And what happens when the prodigal comes back? Oh, come on, I didn't get the fattened calf. What's all the big deal for this?
Yeah.
You'll have a bunch of people that say, oh, we'll see if the hype lasts. Oh, yeah, they were all there at State Farm Stadium on Sunday. We'll see if they actually show up to church next Sunday. Oh, yeah, this is just about Charlie. Do it for Charlie. Do it for Charlie. I've been serving Jesus. I wasn't serving. You'll have all of that Pharisaic stuff. So number one, seasoned saints, do not be that guy.
And we're going to keep going on the stream. We got to take a little break here as we wrap up hour one for our national radio audience. But, and by the way, Erica has some clips from her speech about some of this stuff. So I'm excited to play those as well. More on the stream. Don't go anywhere. Give us 2 seconds. And for radio, we'll be back in a few minutes. Pastor, please continue.
Okay.
So don't give in to the cynical spirit.
Yeah, no cynical spirit. This is what we live for. This is why we're here. I mean, the church is plan A. We throw the nets, we gather the fish. And so number one, I want people to have a soft, tender-hearted love for the lost and the seeking who are coming. Reject cynicism. Beyond that, open your heart up to discipleship. I mean, be ready to answer questions, get in the mess of people's lives, get down to kind of the early stuff where people sometimes go, oh, that's so basic. No, give them the basics. I was actually talking to a brother just recently. He's a newer believer in the sense of like doctrine and truth. He's learning and reading his Bible. And I was going on like, motor mouthing in this conversation, and I was throwing different stuff out, and he was eating it up. And then I said something, and I'm like, and I mentioned a story in the Bible, and he was like, no, I haven't heard that. I don't know all the stories in the Bible like you're talking about. And I went, oh, so good. And no better example of this than my own wife. When we were dating, we talked one time about some story, and I assumed she knew it. And later on, I found it, she had been writing about it, and I was like, hey, what do you, and I told her this story. I said, you've probably heard this already. She's like, oh, tell me again. And so I thought she knew. I find out later, she didn't know the story, and she just wanted me to share it again. Yeah. And she said to me, make me one promise. If you become a pastor one day and we're married and we have a church, will you just not be that guy that says, turn in your Bible to this passage. Now, I know y'all have heard this before. Or, now everyone knows the story. She said, Costi, there are so many people like me who did not grow up in church. We grew up in America, but we don't know all the church stories. And when y'all use all of this, it's not even insider language. We just want to be brought into that language. Yeah. And maybe if you just say, hey, when you're turning in your Bible, turn your Bible to the book of, Philippians. I have no clue where Philippians is. If you could just think of me, that would be awesome. And it created a tenderheartedness in me to just remember the person that's coming. Doesn't know all that you know. So take it easy, and then also it'll train you, and it'll show how much do you really know. Because if you can't articulate it to the rookie, you're not as smart as you think you are.
Okay, that reminds me of being in college and taking this finance class, and the teacher got up there and was like, well, y'all already know what credit is. And I was like, we do? Because I don't. And I had no idea. And it made me discouraged. It made me want to drop out of the class because I didn't know what he was talking about. He never explained it. Yep. He just assumed that we all had this base knowledge. So it can actually be very discouraging for new Christians when we're just like way up here and they're like, hang on, what's John 3:16? I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just love that Erica actually addressed this. At this speech, by the way, she gave 2 of the best speeches I've ever heard, and she did it within a matter of days under the most excruciating of circumstances and the most and she knew the world was watching.
Only God.
Only God. And she speaks to this. So let's go ahead and play cut 118.
All of you who are already believers, it is your job to shepherd these people. Do not take that lightly. Water the seed of their faith. Protect it and help it grow.
It's funny. I knew she said that line, but I didn't think of the seed. And the whole time you were talking about cynicism, I was thinking of the parable of the sower, and that these seeds are going out. I mean, there are a lot of seeds going out right now, and some will land in good soil. Some will land among thorns, and I mean, God's going to do what God's going to do. Amen. But we have to be ready to water the seeds, and with the expectation that they will grow into maturity.
Yeah, we need to model patience and grace as well as people come with their stuff and their mess and they don't have it all figured out, or they've been doing things maybe the wrong way, or they don't have a clue, and walk with them and come alongside them. You see this in Acts chapter 8. There's this story of the Ethiopian eunuch, and Philip, one of the apostles, runs into this guy, and he shows up, and this guy is reading a scroll. He's reading Isaiah. That's how they used to do it. They'd have these big scrolls, and so he's reading. And in my, CHV, the Costi Hinn version, basically Philip rolls up on this guy and he's like, "Hey, what you reading?" And he's like, I'm reading Isaiah, the scroll. And so Philip then explains Christ from Isaiah, which has lots of prophecies about Jesus. And the guy then goes, "Hey, look, there's water. What prevents me from being baptized?" And so he's all in. Clearly he wants to follow Jesus. Philip has evidently explained that, hey, after you profess faith in Christ, you go get baptized, not for salvation, but because of salvation. And it's this declaration of the world. Look at me. I'm one of these crazy people, one of these followers of the way. I'm getting in the water. I'm buried with Christ, raised to new life. Yeah. Look, I'm a Christian. And he didn't give him a theology exam. He didn't say, we're going to need you to pass a few classes. He didn't say, well, we'll see if it's real, you Ethiopian eunuch. This guy gets walked into the waters of baptism. And so there's an illustration there of how we can come alongside someone. Hey, what you reading? Help me, HMU, help me understand. And I think that's one of the best ways to meet people where they're at. It also builds trust, and people go, oh, you don't just want to hammer me and show off all that you know. You actually want to help me and love me. I'll follow you wherever you go. Just show me the way of truth. And so we want to have that tender heart.
What does discipleship look like on a day-to-day basis?
Yep. So 2 elements of that. The Great Commission, when Jesus says, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded. So in the Great Commission is this teaching element. We're going to be teaching a lot. So you got to be patient. You also got to know your stuff. And so seasoned Christians armor up because you're going to be using all of that good truth. But then also the Greek word for disciple, methetes, and that just means teacher, and you have pupils. You have teachers and you have students. That's what disciple is. So being a disciple is being a faithful student. It's being a good pupil. And to disciple someone means to teach them. And so we're going to need Christians to get their eyes off themselves, to get their eyes up all of their busy schedules and what they're obsessing over, and kind of, I got to do me. I don't have time for these needy people. No, there's going to be folks that are like spiritual toddlers. They're spiritual babies, and they need to be nursed on the milk of the word, raised up to be able to digest the meat of the word. And so we're commanded to make disciples. So you don't look at this and go, oh, all these people, it's so busy. No, you look and go, oh, look at all of these mouths to feed and hearts wide open to teach and guide. That's the heart. I want to highlight one thing. We have this sweet couple in our church. They were at the memorial on Sunday, and my buddy Jordan, one of his best friends, was really close, worked here at TPUSA, and his sweet wife. They roll up to campus, our church, the Sunday after Charlie was killed, and the parking lot is jammed. I mean, it was wall-to-wall both services, and they sent me this message, and they were weeping. They pulled in, and they have young kids. Like, it's not easy to get this, we all know this, like, getting your kids to church in the morning. is a feat. There should be awards given out.
I think the devil intentionally sabotages that time for what it's worth.
Bro,
he hides the shoes.
No, it's he hides the shoes.
It is spiritual
somebody wakes up in a bad mood and they're crying and they don't want to get dressed and you got to
Yeah.
Anyways,
dude, no, you're right. That's why a mentor once told me Sunday morning church is a Saturday evening mission or decision. So you start praying.
That's really smart.
You steam those outfits.
Yeah, seriously.
You prep the snack bag. You put the worship on. You're like, this home is spirit filled, and we are going to the house of God with God's people. So they roll up, and they have young kids, and now they have to park further. It's Arizona, so it still feels like summer here, and they're weeping because they know what it means.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of heart we need to disciple people. They are not annoying. They are not the problem. They are the mission. So get after it and come alongside and do the work.
All right, so we're gonna take a quick little pause, and we will welcome back National Radio in just about a minute. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna talk about male and female roles. We might talk about the difference between the sword of the government versus forgiveness that Erica offered, Romans 12 versus Romans 13. So we'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations all across the country. I am joined by the one and only Allie Beth Stuckey, one of Charlie's dear, dear friends and a confidant, and I'm so honored to have you here.
It's an honor to be here, and it's fun. Y'all are fun.
Well, I know, and by the way, and then my new friend here, Pastor Costi, I got that right, didn't I? Costi.
Yes.
I'm a new friend, so you get it wrong a few times.
I know. I invited someone.
It's a unique word. It's a unique name.
It is.
I invited someone that not only I knew could just bring the gospel and help us so much, but I was like, Andrew is genuinely going to love Costi just as a person. So
we're now
just
hanging
making
out
friendships
tonight.
over
We're
here.
bros.
So there's two things I want to get into, and then we do have Kirk Cameron coming on for the second half of this hour.
Yep.
So more friends are going to be joining.
Yes.
And he obviously had been a guest on the show and so many things. But I want to talk about two things. I want to talk about Erica's speech and what she presented with male and female, because this is a central theme of yours, a central ministry of yours. Yeah. And I thought the word choice was so precise and exact. And I also want to talk about this forgiveness moment, because I actually quoted your tweet yesterday on the show, to differentiate between Romans 12 and Romans 13. So anyway, so we're going to do this, but we'll start with the female-male dichotomy, male and female, which I thought was profound that she even brought that up in the speech.
I wasn't expecting her to go there.
Totally.
But it makes sense.
Yeah, because of their marriage really was such a great example.
And Charlie talked about it
all the time. He was obsessed with Erica. So let's go ahead and play cut 119. This is Erica's message to the men.
Charlie passionately wanted to reach and save the lost boys of the West. The young men who feel like they have no direction, no purpose, no faith, and no reason to live. The men wasting their lives on distractions, and the men consumed with resentment, anger, and hate. Charlie wanted to help them. He wanted them to have a home with Turning Point USA. And when he went onto campus, he was looking to show them a better path and a better life that was right there for the taking. He wanted to show them that. My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life.
So good.
And she goes on to say, to challenge men to be a man worth following. But in the interest of time, I'm going to go to the woman verse, because actually that hit me equally as hard, and I'm not a woman. Let's play cut 120.
Women, I have a challenge for you too. Be virtuous. Our strength is found in God's design for our role. We are the guardians. We are the encouragers. We are the preservers. Guard your heart. Everything you do flows from it. And if you're a mother, please recognize that is the single most important ministry you have.
And then she goes on to say, you are not your husband's rival.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, like, when she said that, I was like, it was like she zeroed in on this lie of our age that is really, I think, challenging not only marriages, but the formation of marriages as well. And I would love to hear from you on this, Al.
Yes. I don't know if you remember this, but the last face-to-face conversation that Charlie and I had on this show was about his viral comments about Taylor Swift needing to submit to her husband.
Yes.
And he was like, come on, is this true? And of course it's true. Ephesians 5 is true. And she just emulates that so well. But her message there to women, especially that you are not your husband's rival. And I just want to encourage women to think about that, not just in like the macro big picture sense, because that's true. You're meant to complement one another. Wives, submit to your husbands. Husbands, love their wives as Christ loved the church, but also in the micro sense, because when you're in the midst of the newborn stage, when you're in difficult seasons of life, that's when the rivalry comes out. Yeah. That's when Satan does his best work in Christian marriages. Yep. I'm doing more than him. I'm doing this better. That kind of dissension and division, Satan loves that. So remember in the small moments that you are not your husband's rival. You're not his enemy. You're not competing against him. You are both trying to push the ball down the field in the same direction. And someone told me that at the beginning of my marriage. That's always what I tell newlyweds, that you and your husband are on the same team with the same goal. Yes. And if you think about that in your day-to-day, that changes how you talk to him, that changes how you treat him and how you think about him.
Yep, that's so true. It reminds me of the beginning of creation when God says, I will make a helper suitable for him. It's not good for man to be alone. And he creates this team dynamic, and you can view it as kind of two rails for a train to run. And you need a home that has men who step up and take the leadership role that God's given them, do that in love, and women who embrace the role. And you do have a ton of this Taylor Swift kind of feminist culture saying you're so much more than just a stay-at-home mom, Allie. You're so much more than just a woman. You're so much more than just a cook. And they create these false dichotomies as though a role that focuses primarily on the health and home of the health and the home of the children and the husband, and embracing that is this evil that's going to steal you from your true calling. That's the lie. And then Satan can divide homes, divide marriages, and now destroy the family, which puts us right back where we were as a country and as a culture. So I hope people can see the spiritual warfare element here.
It's interesting too, because of all the issues that would get Charlie in the controversy of the news cycle or whatever, it was always this male-female dynamic.
Totally.
Yeah.
And there was other ones, like race would tend to be in there. But the male-female thing, and it's occurring to me now, Erica and Charlie's relationship was so like kind of wonderful and pure and biblical. He was too innocent to understand how people were going to criticize it. I really believe that, because when Erica said to the men, like, your wife is not your slave. And here's Charlie Kirk every Saturday leaving a message for Erica, a note. He would hand write a little note and give it to her, and he would always end with, how can I serve you? Please let me know how I can better serve you. So Charlie wasn't even thinking like, hey, male and female roles are different, obviously. You gotta, women submit to your husbands as, but by the way, and because Charlie always had that paradigm that, men, you need to serve your wives and sacrifice yourselves for your wives, just as Christ sacrificed himself for his bride, the church. And so Charlie had that image in his head every time. And I'll never forget one of the last interviews he did with Laura Ingraham. She asked him about this, and I'll never forget. He goes, goes, okay, Laura, I'll do it. But I always get, like, everybody always comes after me for this. And like, poor guy, because he's sitting here, like, speaking the truth, taking the slings and arrows.
Yep.
And he was right.
Yeah, he couldn't have even considered, because it's so not how their relationship is, that people thought that it means some kind of exploitation or some kind of tyranny over your wife. And the irony is here, because, you know, people have called him all kinds of names, especially in the past couple of weeks, Handmaid's Tale, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, does it look like Charlie Kirk was scared of strong women? Clearly not.
No.
Like, he didn't marry a shrinking violet. He was not afraid of a woman's intellect and her wisdom and her help and her coming alongside him. And I'm sure as an advisor and all of these things, Charlie Kirk championed in the right biblical way these strong women like his wife. And
by the
so
way,
it's just so ironic.
I've actually heard, I'm glad you reminded me of this. I've heard from multiple people that have been in and around the office in the days hence, and I've gotten this comment that you guys have so many strong women that are helping lead Turning Point USA. We have a lot of strong men, but we also have a lot of strong women. And people have mentioned to me, like, you know, this is really quite the image of the two, you know, sexes really balancing each other out and working together to pull off these amazing events. And
the right kind of strength, too. It's like you acknowledge their strength as image bearers of God, as people who have been given certain capacities and talents, while still recognizing the very distinct differences between male and female.
Yeah, I mean, this show would not exist in its present form without Daisy, who's a character sometimes on the show, so the audience might know. But we'll be right back. Got to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. We're still rolling in the stream. I mean, this is what's fun about having three people on the set. The conversation will just keep going.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if we're ready to move on yet. It's up to you, Allie.
Sure.
But I mean, we don't have our radio audience at the moment, so it's up to you if you want to like dive into.
You want to go to Romans 13?
I think we want to go to Romans 13. So obviously, Erica, and my personal experience, because I sort of knew what was about to happen, but even me having the foreknowledge that this was about to happen, my flesh fought her saying that, forgiving the killer. And I actually, my flesh didn't want her to do. I saw some of the pushback online, people saying like, I could never do that. And even Trump was like, I'm not forgiving my opponents. You know, I'm sorry, Charlie's mad at me. He's looking down and he's mad at me. That. But I related to that, but I also understood the profound importance of what she did. And so you had this great tweet separating God's justice and then government's justice, and then for the aggrieved party, in which case this is Erica, and the power of forgiving.
Yeah. And Costi will be able to speak into this really well. But when Jesus is talking about turn the other cheek, he's talking about our interpersonal relationships. He is not negating the government's role in executing justice, because we read in Romans 13 that the government was instituted by God to punish evil. The government does not bear the sword in vain. And so it is not the government's job to give grace and to forgive, not to say that there's no place for legal mercy in our system at all, but the government, who is tasked at protecting the most vulnerable and to honor God in defining right and wrong, how God defines it, has to punish evil. Has to restrain evil. That's how we protect vulnerable people. That's how we protect primarily women and children from violence and bad guys. And God is a God of order. We see that from the very beginning, that he placed us not in a jungle, but in a garden, and told us to work and to keep it. And we see his ordering of things throughout creation and throughout Scripture. And the government is part of that order. And one day we'll live in perfect peace and joy with Jesus. But right now we're on earth with a lot of sinners, and there has to be something done about sin to restrain evil. So we are relieved of that burden of carrying out vengeance. Thank God. That is also another beautiful thing about having a rightly ordered government, is that it's not our job to be vigilantes. It's not our job to return violence for violence. So thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus, for taking that burden off of our shoulders and then placing it on the shoulders of the government. So people were trying to compare Stephen Miller saying, we're going to go after evil, and Erica Kirk. And I'm like, no, those two things both exist. Yep. Government punishes evil, we forgive.
Yep. Yeah, there's two really clear things that I think people get confused a lot of the time. Forgiveness does not mean there will be no justice. Forgiveness also is not reconciliation. So very important. Forgiveness only takes one, okay? Because forgiveness defined biblically is, I am releasing you. So what Erica did on Sunday, and no doubt she had done it prior, leading up to it, then said it publicly, Erica had released Charlie's killer. She said, I release you. That does not mean they are released from justice and from consequence. She's saying, in my heart, I will not hold this against you. I will not let it eat me every day. And I will not think about you and let you hijack my life in bitterness, because bitterness destroys the soul. So she says, I release you. It's not reconciliation. Reconciliation takes two. If you and I have an issue.
Right. Okay. This is great.
Brother, you can forgive me. I can forgive you.
It's very important.
But reconciliation takes two. Reconciliation is I confess and I repent and I say, I'm sorry. Will you forgive me? And you say, oh, Brother Costi, of course. Look, I'm sorry, though. I repent. Will you forgive me? And you forgive me and I forgive you. And together we release the issue.
This is so good. You need those two counterpoints. Like, and I've thought about this with like families, right? People that with really dysfunctional families. Yeah. And so you're the kid that grows up and your parents are alcoholics or some sort of dysfunction that's really, and there's probably a lot of people in the audience that's their reality.
Totally.
And you think, oh, I have to be reconciled because I'm a Christian with my parents. Well, not necessarily. There is, and the Bible is very clear about you need to respect your parents. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that you need to then let them into your house every day, or you need to hang out at family gatherings all of a sudden. That is not what that means. It means releasing that burden. I love the way that. And by the way, and that person holds no power over you at that point. And I think that was what Eric was doing. She also said, I want no blood on my ledger. I do not want him on my ledger. I'm giving this to the Lord. I don't want to hold hatred of you. And I thought that was really beautiful, too, because she said, I want nothing getting in the way of me seeing my husband in heaven. And I thought that was really amazing.
That's it.
So we're going to welcome back radio in just 1 second. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I am joined by Pastor Costi, got it, and Allie Bestucky, one of Charlie's dear friends. And you were always such a great supporter of Charlie and his mission, Allie, and I really do want to give you a hat tip. I think there is this part of Scripture where it says, he who, receives a prophet receives a prophet's reward. And I don't know that I ever fully understood that, but then I see kind of what's happening in the aftermath, and I really do believe Charlie was a prophet who called the nations to repent. I didn't travel with him to England or South Korea or Japan these last international trips he went on, but I was talking about it with Blake, one of our producers, and it's so clear to me now he was going into these nations and calling them to repent. And when he was in Japan, he shared the gospel as well. And in Seoul, there was much of the audience was Christian, and they just showered him in prayer. And
it was amazing seeing the footage of that.
Just like days before his death, he was just absorbing this beautiful prayer. And he got off the stage, and Mikey said, it was one of the few times he saw Charlie emotional. Ever.
Wow.
Just absorbing all these Koreans' prayers. But in general, when he went to the UK, he was calling the UK to repent. Like, remember yourself.
Yes.
And in Japan, there's all this promise for you. Come know Jesus, right? But that's what he did. And he went around America, college campuses, telling kids to repent, calling the culture to repent and to confront evil and confront lies. And he never really had to do that with you, Allie. And that was a relief for him. And I knew he just knew that you had this spine of steel in you, that you were so rock solid in your faith and in your values, that you would not be moved by the waves, by the crashing waves. You were not double-minded, and
that's really
and he knew
nice.
that very well about you.
Charlie was such an encourager. After I shared this with my audience, but when Charlie got shot, I called our mutual friend because I got a text. I was on my way to a doctor's appointment, and I got a text that Charlie Kirk has gotten shot. And I was like, no, that's not real. Or maybe, he got shot in the arm. But I called our mutual friend, And I was like, is this true? This person's crying. This person is like, yes, it's true. And we just like hung up the phone. I am like, I can't believe it. And I call my dad, and I'm crying. He's in Ireland. I'm like sobbing. And because at that point I had heard that he got shot in the neck or the head, and I didn't know. And I was like, that's it. I was like, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. I can't do this. And my dad, who is so level-headed, he was like, after all of this clears, you got to think, of course, what is Jesus calling you to do? But also, like, what would Charlie tell you to do? And I went through our texts. He always texted so many people encouragement. And there was one time I did not have a spine of steel. I was really anxious about this article that had been written about me in the Atlantic, and it was kind of good, but then also like kind of mean, and I had all these hate messages. Yeah. And Charlie had texted me. How he even had time to like follow all these things and do all of this, but he texted me a link to the article when I was in the midst of like, oh, this backlash is hard, and he was like, what an honor, and he just said, keep slugging. And I've thought about that phrase so much over the past 2 weeks, keep slugging. And the risks I take as a wife and mom, what this calling looks like for me is not going to be the same as Charlie. It's just not. I don't have the same capacity. I don't have the same calling, not in the same exact season of responsibilities, but all of us, stay-at-home moms, employees, students, are called to take risks for the gospel.
Yes.
We are all called to be bold for the gospel. And I don't know exactly what that looks like for every single person, but that's one thing that Charlie taught me. And if I had a spine of steel, a lot of it was because of Charlie. Because Charlie said the hard things first before the rest of us. And if Charlie said it's like, okay, Charlie said it, we can all say it now.
Yeah, he had an ability to sort of like hold that middle ground. Of course, the left thought he was like far right. And it was interesting in the days afterwards, everybody that knew what they were talking about was like, Charlie was like a kind of a centrist. Like he was a moderate at least. He wasn't a centrist. He's a conservative,
Definitely
like rock rib conservative. But
brought us all together.
But he it's almost like he took the actual far right and the moderates and kind of gave everybody this North Star that was actually like the sane
it's a good way to
middle
say it.
of the right.
Yep.
And so when he would choose to speak out on something, it did have this. He was the icebreaker, and so breaking through the sheet of ice so that the ships behind him could go and do what they needed to do.
Yeah, and that was really special. And it'll be interesting to see, what it looks like. But I think subconsciously, a lot of us, like in the conservative commentary space, we just looked to Charlie, not directly taking marching orders. He wasn't texting us, telling us what to say or do ever. But he was such an example that we really did all look to him. Like we all followed him. Yeah. It was like, okay, if this person's invited to Turning Point, then they've been given a little bit of just like a validity stamp that their ideas at least are worth listening to because Charlie's listening to them.
I love that. Well, we're going to take a quick break, even on the stream, because we're going to get Kirk Cameron ready with the tech, and we're going to have him join us remote. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. More with the Charlie Kirk Show.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys. This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. The Trump administration is warning pregnant women against taking Tylenol.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Yes. Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol, during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good.
President Trump points out that autism rates have increased exponentially in the last few decades. He points to statistics, showing that 1 in 10,000 children had autism just a few decades ago. Today, that number is at 1 in 31. A government shutdown is looming as we're about a week away from the 15th partial shutdown since 1981. Funding to keep the government open is set to run out September 30th unless a short-term or longer-term funding bill is passed. The Republican-led House has already passed its version of a continuing resolution that would extend funding for the government through November 21st. The measure failed in the Senate, though, and senators aren't scheduled to return to Washington until hours before the government runs out of money. House Republicans are blaming Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
I predict he will shut the government down. It'll be the Schumer shutdown for about a week or so to kind of prove that he still has a little muscle. And then the business will be about reopening the government. What will they want in return to open the government? We're not giving them anything they want when it comes to putting illegal aliens back on Medicaid. But it's always tougher to open back up the government than it is to shut it down. I will tell you that. And typically, Republicans get the blame for that. Not this time around.
This is obviously a developing story that we'll continue to cover for you here on Real America's Voice. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Voice of generations. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. His empty chair is there, and it's interesting because it's almost become like a pilgrimage. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of our friends want to take pictures and remember him and keep this moment. And the chair, I've said it a few times this week, but since you guys probably haven't heard it, it was a really funny story. We tried on it was like 13 different chairs, and he kept saying, nope, Nope, because Charlie had a really bad back.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he ran a ton when he was young. So when he was just starting Turning Point, that was his outlet to get all the energy out. He would just run for like 7 to 10 miles. But then he would get on a plane and fly for 5 hours.
Yeah.
And then he'd do it again the next day. And eventually it's just like something happened with one of the discs. And so he had a bad back, and he hated most chairs. When we would do media rows and he had to sit in these chairs that he didn't like, I mean, he'd always go, oh, my back. And so we finally got him the shack chair, because we joked he's like a Nephilim. He was so huge. Yeah. And he loved this chair. And it was probably the cheapest of any of the versions that we got, probably at like Target, but it was made for big people. And so it makes me smile every time I see it, because, it traveled. We had the studios in a different place, and we brought the chair, anyways. But anyway, you have another special guest that is joining us right now. So the floor is yours, Allie.
Yeah, I love Kirk Cameron. I'm so excited to talk to you, Kirk. You have been talking about revival for a really long time. Do we have Kirk ready to go? Okay. You've been talking about revival for a long time and what revival looks like. You've been posting about that on social media. So I just want to hear first, like, what's your take on what you've seen in the state of the spiritual world over the past couple weeks?
Well, thank you for having me. I feel so deeply honored to be with both of you right now, and with that empty chair. Wow. Yeah. I'm very excited, because when I think of the wicked evil that took place in front of all of our eyes, I can't help but ask myself the question, how is this an essential part of the story? And the story I'm talking about is the story of redemptive history.
Right.
The author of life is writing a story, and in some of those chapters, it's an absolute nail biter. There's been many throughout the ages where you have good men, faithful men and women being martyred and sacrificed for their convictions and for the truth. And you look at those things and you think, surely God didn't want that to happen. Surely he was on coffee breaks. Surely this was not part of the plan. And yet we read in the scriptures that Jesus going to the cross was the plan to result in the salvation of millions and billions of people around the world. And every martyr that has shed his blood has resulted in revivals personally, and in families, and in communities, and in nations. And I know that behind the curtain, God is working miracles. Even though we don't understand it and know the details, we can trust that what he says is true. He's working all things together for good for those who love him and for those who are called according to his purposes. And it's always at these moments when all hope seems lost, when it's against all odds, that God uses the seemingly foolish and weak things of the world to turn things around. And that's what Charlie was all about. He's using the hearts and minds of young people on college campuses that have now been lit on fire, and now there's millions of Charlies. They're all saying, we are Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk. We are carrying on the message. We're carrying on your tour. We're carrying on your podcast. And it reminds me of Tertullian in the 2nd century, who said, when you mow us down, you only make us spread, because our blood is like seed. That's right. And that's where we get the phrase, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church.
Yes.
So I feel the rumblings of revival under my feet in so many ways. And this event with Charlie has just poured gasoline onto the fire for millions of people around the world.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, and I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please.
You just made me think of what Mikey McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, said at the event. He quoted Kierkegaard, and he said, "The tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule begins." And I think there's probably a few ways to, I don't know if that's the direct translation Mikey used or not, but it really is, it gets to this idea of the martyr, blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. And I will tell you, from the numbers that we're seeing at campus, inquiries to start new TPUSA chapters, to the, our friend Tyler went to church, and they started baptizing people in the fountains out in the parking lot. Exactly. Go ahead.
It's just so exciting, right? I freaked out when I wasn't able to go to the memorial service, but as I was watching it, I'm going, are you kidding me? I've heard these are world leaders sharing more about their faith in Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm. This was like a Billy Graham crusade revival meeting on a massive scale all around the world. I've never seen anything like it. And, I thought of this the other day. I thought, if Charlie and other saints in heaven have a portal through which they can watch us, I can just imagine him just smiling with that iconic grin that he has, and I don't know how it all works up there in the great balcony of heaven, but I can just imagine him lifting a glass at a great banquet table in the presence of all of history's heroes and his heroes of the faith, and quoting Ephesians 3:20, saying, and now, look at this, and now to him who is able to do exceedingly abundantly beyond all we could ever ask or imagine, according to the great power that is at work within us all. To him be glory in the church and throughout all generations forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
And I could just picture it in my mind.
Yes.
Fires me up.
Yes, me too. So we know one thing about this is that Satan doesn't go down without a fight. And he's already defeated. Jesus has already won, and yet he's doing his darndest. There's this quote, I'm sure you know it, by C.S. Lewis that says there's no neutral ground in all of the universe. Every spare second, every square inch has been claimed by Christ or counterclaimed by Satan. And to me, I mean, the day that Charlie was assassinated, it was like, okay, Satan gained some ground. It certainly feels sometimes like this is a losing battle, even though I know that's not true. Can you tell us how we should be thinking about the reality of spiritual warfare right now? A lot of people are thinking about Ephesians 6. We don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the principalities, the powers of darkness. What should we be thinking about that realm right now?
Well, thank you for asking my opinion. I'm not a credentialed theologian on this topic, although I have really strong opinions about it just by reading the Bible. And I think that if Christians actually understood who we are in Christ and where we are positionally, covenantally with Christ, seated with him in the heavenly places, ruling and reigning together with the Trinity over the nations of the earth, people wouldn't be so concerned about spiritual forces of darkness. And here's what I think helps. One of my favorite scripture passages is in John chapter 12. And you look there at verses 31 and 32, and Jesus said, now is the judgment of this world. You think, wait a minute, John 3:16 says Jesus didn't come into the world to judge the world, but that the world through him might be saved. But listen to what he's saying. He's saying, now is the judgment of this world, this evil world system, and the ruler of this world shall be cast down. Mm-hmm. From where? From he was the prince of the power of the air. He was in the heavenly places, but he's being cast down. He says, now is the time for that. And when I am lifted up from the earth, speaking of the manner in which he would die on a cross, I will draw all people to myself. So he is describing a massive covenantal power shift in the heavenly realms, in the heavenly places. This cosmic war results in Jesus declaring, all authority now has been given to me, both in heaven and on earth. So ask yourself, if all authority, not some, but all, has been given to Jesus both in heaven and on earth, how much authority does that leave for Satan? Zero. And he says, he has the keys to the kingdom. The death blow has been dealt. The serpent's head has been crushed. He's overcome death and the grave and the power of hell. He came to destroy the works of the devil. He said it is finished. He is risen. He has seated next to the Father and deployed the Holy Spirit. And now he says, go into all of the world, disciple all the nations, teach them to obey all that I've commanded, and I'll be with you to the end of the age. In my understanding, my vernacular summary is, boys, it's go time. Mm-hmm. You know the place. Let's go win this together on three. And then you see the missionary movements to the ends of the earth. And I don't believe for a second that we're fighting for victory during a sad time. I believe that these are exciting times and we are fighting from victory. And if we understood that, we could change things in short order, politically, economically, in our families and marriages, in our churches, and we could begin to heavenize this earth like nobody's ever seen before.
That's so good.
I love that phrase you used, by the way, because it feels true, on a very deep level.
Yeah.
The power shift. You were talking about Jesus on the cross, but we were also just talking about the blood of the martyrs, and there is a power shift that I can feel in the heavenly realms here on earth. And you can see it when we have our nation's most powerful leaders, including Don Jr., which still, blows me away.
Yeah.
I think it blew Don away what he did. But we have the most powerful leaders in the world, in the free world, preaching the gospel better than some pastors, in front of 100 million live streams.
Yeah. Well, because, and I think that is motivated and sharpened by watching a man who is an archetype of courage, like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
We're seeing somebody live for us in real time what we say we believe.
Yeah.
And the problem is we have such people-pleasing, seeker-sensitive so-called churches that are all about promoting a Jesus that soothes and never saves. And Jesus said, if anyone wants to come after me, you need to deny yourself. You need to take up your cross and follow me. And that's the kind of life Charlie wanted to live. And I personally believe that came into sharper focus and was fueled with rocket fuel more and more over the last 5 years with Charlie. And I'm hearing other people say the same thing because of his death. I mean, J.D. Vance, our vice president, said, I've talked more about my faith in Jesus in the last 2 weeks than I have in the last 10 years of public life.
And Kirk, that was an ad lib. It wasn't on his speech. He just threw it in there. He was moved by the Spirit to say it. He told me that.
Backstage.
Yeah,
and then,
I will. One second. We're going to take a quick break, Kirk. We'll be right back.
Just an interview with Jeff Durbin.
We're going to keep going with the stream because Kirk Cameron is on one. He's preaching.
In the best way.
Go.
Preaching.
So, keep going. Don't let me cut you off, my friend.
Oh, I was just going to say that I was blown away by Tucker Carlson. It's not often that we hear news types and journalists and people who are not necessarily professional Christians come out and be so bold in their faith. And I was like, man, Tucker is laying it down. I mean, for those of us who kind of sort of thought that maybe Tucker was familiar in a traditional kind of way with Christianity, I was like, no, he's talking about repentance. I mean, he's saying the things that many professional Christians don't really want to say. And he says it starts with us, with me. I mean, repentance is the hard work of plowing up the ground and removing the stones of sin, preparing the soil for the gospel to go down and change you into a new kind of person. It's not about pointing fingers and say it's them, it's them. He's saying Charlie started with it's me, it's us. We need to not play the same sick games as sad, broken, lost people who need Jesus. We need to be transformed and change the way that we think, download the mind of Christ through Scripture, and then be empowered by the Holy Spirit to sacrifice and pay the price to be brave. And the price is you don't get to be a BSer. If you're going to go out there and be courageous enough to call things what God calls them, like Charlie did, you're also going to be called to see if you're bluffing. And Charlie wasn't bluffing. He was willing to pay the price and sacrifice comfort, pleasure, power, influence, even though he had those things, which are not bad things in and of themselves. But when they become ultimate things for politicians and religious people, that then becomes idolatry and what God hates. What Charlie did was he was just living out his convictions, and he was willing to lay it all on the line and said he wasn't afraid because he knew that he was bulletproof until the Lord called him home and his work was done. And I loved what J.D. Vance said. He said, you fought a good fight. we've got it from here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's been my battle call ever since I heard him say that.
So good.
So good. Kirk, your sister, Candace, has told this story, I think, on the stage of my conference, Share the Arrows, and maybe on my show, too. She was going through a hard time where she was getting some kind of pushback for something. And she says that you texted her, "Welcome to the James 1 Club." Can you explain what that means? We got a lot of people who are newly emboldened or new Christians. They're not used to being persecuted and called names for their faith, and they're like, what the heck did I get myself into? What's the James 1 Club?
And we have 1 minute till we welcome back radio. So if this is a bigger story, I don't want it to get cut off because we have our final radio segment. And so up to you how you want to handle it. You want to tease it for radio, and then we'll
go for it.
Yeah, let's tease it for radio. I need to go back and read James 1. I can't remember what it says.
Oh, no. Trials. Trials of many kinds.
Consider it all joy, my brethren, when you encounter various trials, knowing that the test of your faith produces endurance.
The Lord prompted me to give you a quick out there, but hey, by the way, let's take a quick break and welcome back radio. But it was funny. Something just occurs to me. You were saying, well, I'm not a theologian, and we were asking you about the powers of darkness and we don't war against flesh and blood, and I was like, he lives in Hollywood. Are you kidding me? You are the expert in this topic. So for what it's worth, you have a lot of authority on a lot of issues.
And you gave a phenomenal answer.
It was
you
a great answer.
So
it was a great answer. So I'm going to give you an out. Go read James 1. We're going to welcome back radio in about 20 seconds. We'll be right back.
In a crisis, your power supply is your lifeline. So for National Preparedness Month, when you get the Patriot Power Generator 2500X, we'll double its power with a free expansion pack. That's double the runtime to keep your fridge cold, your phones charged.
Oh, I love that song. Welcome back to the last segment. It goes fast, doesn't it?
It goes by so fast.
So fast. And such great friends and new friends, Pastor. We're going to be homies for
I know you didn't know you were going to stick around this whole time. I love it.
And so you prompted him. So start the questioning for radio, and that's how we're going to end the show. What is James 1, right?
Okay, can you it verbatim, trials of many kinds. Can you tell us what James 1 says, Costi?
Yes, James is preparing Christians for suffering. They're spread out everywhere. He says, consider it all joy, my brethren, when you encounter various trials, knowing that the testing of your faith produces endurance. Then there's this line, let endurance have its perfect result, meaning it's going to do something to you. So I'll pass the baton over to our fireball preacher.
Yeah. How do people give people some encouragement that are dealing maybe for the first time persecution, pushback for being bold for their faith?
Probably with their families too.
Yeah.
I bet there's a lot of people that their families are looking at them like, oh, you're not really going to become a Christian because of Charlie Kirk, are you? I bet that's happening.
Yeah, I'm going to become a communist because of AOC. That's better. I mean, what kind of comment is that? I mean, people. I think the trouble that we have is that as human beings is that I think God made us as relational people, and we want to be in community with people. But the problem is we're so concerned about people pleasing that we seek the approval of people rather than the approval of God. And we were designed to look to God for our worth and our value, not to the applause of our friends and our followers. And we live in a culture that has just steeped us in that we're so soaked in it. We're absolutely intoxicated with people giving us thumbs up and high fives and attaboy and way to go. And if people turn on us, cancel us, we're just crushed. Our little mini kingdoms just fall apart. And so I would say that what we need to do is recognize that if we really are who God says we are, if we are made in his image, we have been set free from sin, we've been filled with his spirit, we've been reconciled to God, restored to our mission, and through the gospel, all things can be made new, then my goodness, I've got a reason to live. And I've got to have the ability to be rejected by people. And when you see people like Charlie who model that for us, or the Apostle Paul who models that for us, or Costi who models that for us, or Allie Beth who models that for us, and others throughout history, you say, let's go. I mean, when you watch, why do we watch Braveheart over and over and over? How many times have you seen it? How many times are you going to watch The Patriot? Why do we do that? Because these are people who faced pressure at great cost to themselves, but they were driven by their convictions and by their faith in ultimate things that matter. And this gives us reason to live. I want to share one quick story. And this is the story of an Asian saint in the year 400 AD. His name is Telemachus. And he traveled to Rome and went to see the gladiatorial games in the Colosseum. And when he walked in and saw that these men were killing each other for sport to the wild enthusiasm of the entertained audience, he was horrified. Something rose up within him, both anger and compassion for these people, that he leapt into the arena itself and demanded, pleaded with the fighters to stop their killing. And the audience was enraged that he interrupted their entertainment, and they stoned him themselves right on the spot. And the sand soaked up Telemachus's blood. But the emperor, Flavius Honorius, was so rattled, so shaken to the core by this Christian man's compassion and his courage that he ended the gladiatorial games forever. They were banned and they never came back. His courage and his death was a turning point in Rome. And I believe Charlie is a modern day Telemachus, and his death is a turning point in America.
Wow. Amen. What a perfect note to end on. Kirk Cameron, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing it. And thank you to the Lord for speaking through all of these people. The gospel has been shared. God has been glorified today. Thank you for being a part of it, Kirk.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Appreciate all of you. Keep up the great work.
Likewise. Thank you.
Brother. Goes quick.
It really does.
That was fun. Thank you for preaching the gospel.
Thank y'all for having me. An honor.
Discipleship. You were the perfect person to be here, Allie. And
well, praise God. Thank you.
Thank you for your faithful friendship to Charlie and to Turning Point, and we'll see you again soon.
Yes.
Thanks so much, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or editing.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or editing.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
Antifa is going to be designated a domestic terrorist organization. In July 2025, several members of an Antifa cell ambushed and opened fire on officers at an ICE facility in Alvarado, Texas, shooting one officer in the neck. Also in July 2025, 3 Antifa members were charged with assaulting a police officer during a violent riot outside an ICE facility in Portland, which for weeks prior had been under siege from the local Antifa terror cell. In February 2024, a transgender Antifa terrorist detonated an explosive device outside of the office of the Republican Attorney General of Alabama. In July 2023, Antifa members linked to abortionist group Jane's Revenge firebombed pro-life facilities and vandalized churches. In January 2022, a suspected Antifa member was arrested for bringing a pipe bomb to a pro-Trump event. In January 2021, an Antifa supporter threatened to shoot police officers and Trump supporters outside of the Florida State Capitol building. Again, I could continue to list many more examples for those in the room who don't believe this is a serious threat to American safety and our national security, but this administration knows that it is.
The man accused of opening fire at a Sacramento news station, ABC 10, has been arrested by the FBI after posting bail for his initial arrest.
We believe there was a political motive behind his actions. And in fact, when officers went and did a search warrant of his vehicle and next to a anti-Trump book, they found a handwritten note. The handwritten note read, "Do not support Patel, Bongino, and A.G. Biondi. They're next." And the note was signed C.K. from above.
You're only seeing this in people who are under 50 years of age. If it were better recognition or diagnosis, you'd see it in 70-year-old men. I've never seen this happening in people my age.
Don't take Tylenol. There's no downside. Don't take it. You'll be uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe, but don't take it. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol.
That is a Christian woman. This is a public display of Christianity directly taken from the gospel. And I knew that there would be so many people out there that would be confused by Erica Kirk's display of the full values of Christ Jesus before the entire world. This is what Jesus called to forgive on a personal level. And that doesn't change the public punishment and the process, the trial. That'll all come. But personal forgiveness, we're called to do this in the Lord's Prayer itself. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We are here live, of course, in the Charlie Kirk studio. We're flying in the Missing Man formation still here in Phoenix, Arizona. Today is September 23rd, 2025. And though we are down one man, I'm joined by a woman here in studio today, a fine Christian woman at that. It's Allie Beth Stuckey.
Thanks so much for
being
having
here.
me. It is an honor, truly.
I know, and it's funny because, here we are, and you and I had been chatting about doing an episode talking about our favorite death penalty group or anti-death penalty group, the Innocence Project.
Yeah.
And, here we are in a situation where, we were just doing an episode the other day where we were talking about how, in this situation, there's been a guy who's received the death penalty in the wake of this leftist violence, and who knows how long until the Innocence Project comes in and starts to defend him.
Yeah, unfortunately, when it comes to any progressive entity, organization, or even just idea, you get closer to the truth by taking them at the opposite of what they mean. So when they say love, they actually mean hate. When they say tolerance, they actually mean intolerance. And when they say innocence, they typically mean guilty. And the Innocence Project takes up the cause of typically, I think, very guilty people and just tries to get them off death row.
I call them the Innocence Project.
There you go. That's good.
Yeah,
yep.
It took me a while to come up with that. I went pretty hard on them back in the day on Rodney Reed because that story was coming around, and there were some people, by the way, even on like the conservative side,
I know. It's hard, Jack.
that got a little twisted up on that one, and then I just started reading the evidence, and I was like, No,
I'm so glad that you're willing to talk about that because, there aren't very many people on our side who are willing to wade into that conversation, but we need to, rightly ordered justice matters.
And this is why, because I've gone through stuff like that, and you have as well, and in cases that we weren't related to, that we were much more impartial on, having no idea that we'd be faced with one ourselves, is that it's like, I feel like, in a way, I was preparing myself for trying to figure out what happened here in a case where it's my friend who was the victim, and I have friends who were the eyewitnesses, and I don't even know how to put it into words. You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm curious to hear what you think, the balance of all of us, we want the truth, and no one thinks that you should just take whatever the government tells you as absolute truth.
Ever.
So you want to ask questions, but at the same time, it can be so easy to go down these rabbit holes of paranoia. Is it this? Is it that? So how do you balance that of critical thinking, asking questions without going down the conspiracy route?
Well, it all, for me, it just comes back to evidence. I just say, what actual evidence do we have? And if you stick with that and you use that hard evidence as your, I really don't want to say lodestar, but if you use it, or North Star, but if you use that as your rubric, if you use that as your litmus test, it really prevents you, because it could always be something else. Anything could be something else. But if you say, all right, do I have evidence of this? All right, what do I have evidence of? So in this case, we have the bullet casings, we have some stuff about a gun, we have a gun that's been recovered, now we have DNA links, we have text messages, we have Discord, so it's like, I just go on that, and then when someone says, well, what if this, cool, great, show me the evidence.
Right, exactly.
Like I don't dismiss it, but at the same time, if you can't provide the evidence of it, then I just can't go there.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And a lot of people have been messaging me, oh, have you heard this? Have you heard that? And I'm just
I've heard it all. I've heard it all. And by the way, I don't try to shut that down either, unless there's something where, because this horrific turn of events, I find myself, and we're in this case where, we know people who were there, and you can walk around, and it's been so amazing seeing the fact that the staff of this building that we're sitting in right now has come in every day. The staff over at the Turning Point Center, they've come in every day. They're right here. They're willing to work, even having gone through that grief themselves. But they're staying on mission. And so as certain things have bubbled up, I can go over, hey, what's this thing? And one of the big ones, was Charlie wearing a vest? He wasn't, and that was something where it was like, we weren't sure at first, and you ask around, and there you go. And it's one of those things where it's like, I wish he was. Don't think it would have, changed the situation here, but it is what it is. But, I wanted to even take that back a second, because something that was really striking to me is that when we see this incredible outpouring of love, and thank you so much for being there on Sunday. And there were so many people there. I don't even know everyone who was there. And then I was asking around. I said, "Oh, I didn't see this guy," and they're like, "Oh yeah, he's over here." And I don't even know. Can't even tell yet.
Yeah.
And it was such an outpouring of love and such an outpouring of goodness and godliness and the Christian gospel on full display with Erica's incredible Christian witness that she performed and the hard work that she performed in doing that. And in the wake of this assassination, we've seen more violence now from Jimmy Kimmel not being on air for 6 days. Because there was this leftist that shoots up, and we just played the video, an ABC affiliate, and is talking about like Charlie and Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and all this stuff. And we found his Twitter account, and he's just raging, absolute raging. Targeted me, targeted you, targeted everybody. Just raging leftist. And so it's like, it shows you the difference, shows you which team you want to be on.
Yeah.
But there's a real threat out there.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, it'd be laughable if it weren't so sad that you've got people like Ben Stiller and all of these celebrities speaking up for free speech, not after the guy gets assassinated for free speech, but because someone gets temporarily suspended for 5 days because of something that he said from his employer. Like, I'm going to question your...
Like, you got a vacation?
Yes, I'm going to question your First Amendment bona fides if you spoke up in the latter case, but not in the former case. But that's leftism. It's disordered.
$16 million a year, by the way. Like, I think he'll be all right.
Boo-hoo.
I think he'll be okay.
Boo-hoo. Okay, so this guy shoots up the ABC affiliate because he's taking vengeance for Jimmy Kimmel?
I mean, you look at his Twitter account, and he's going he had been, prior to this, tweeting about Jimmy Kimmel, et cetera, getting really radicalized about this.
Yeah.
And then just leaves this note that it's very hard to understand. He's sort of like trying to hit all of the the current hot topics on the left and things like that. And it's between Real America's Voice and TV Republica, of course. Mihail Rajon, of course, the work that we did to do the watch party back, if folks remember, on Inauguration Day, Jan 20th, that was TV Republica stepping up and did that, along with our great friend Dominic Charczynski, the MEP from Law and Justice. Kevin, you were there last night at the election watch party with now president-elect.
Absolutely razed to the ground because they were angry about supposed systemic racism that they claimed killed George Floyd, who wasn't even a hero, yet one of our heroes dies.
There were black teenagers that got shot up in Chaz.
Exactly. There was an 8-year-old little girl, Sequoia Turner, was
down in Atlanta.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens when one of our legitimate heroes
I believe
dies?
They were trying to go to Wendy's.
Yep. You're absolutely right. Yeah. And they were, I think, burning the Wendy's.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure that these BLM rioters, they stuck their gun in the back seat of the car and killed this little 8-year-old girl. So that's what happens on that side. It's not even just a leftist problem. It's an evilness problem. And then on our side, when our legitimate hero dies, there's not violence, but there's vigils. And I just don't know how someone could see, especially a professing Christian right now, could not see the perfect dichotomy between light versus darkness. And it's not primarily Republican versus Democrat, although that matters. It's primarily light versus darkness. It's so hard for me to see how someone could not see that.
And I think the vast majority of people do see it, but I also think this is what, so I posted this last night, and this is a classic tactic of the left. It's also well known in psychology from narcissists, which is called Darvo, the great Darvo tactic: deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. So this is something that's known, and by the way, men and women, right? It's and people talk about it in relationships all the time. But what you're seeing, of course, is because something horrible happened to Charlie, they have to deny what happened. They have to attack Charlie, and then they reverse the victim and offender. So they have to somehow become the victim. So Jimmy Kimmel, right, becomes the victim, and it's Republicans' fault. It's Charlie's fault. And what was Jimmy doing? He was blaming MAGA. He was saying, "This is you guys did this. It was not one of us. It was definitely one of you." By the way, Charlie, and this is where you get like the cluster B responses of it didn't happen. Well, if it did happen, it wasn't that big of a deal. And if it was that big big of a deal, then it should have happened. And finally, well, you should be glad it happened.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's so interesting that it's like, once you see the tactics and once you see the playbook and the pattern, you see it over. It's like that scene in The Matrix. You just see it over and over.
As you're talking, I'm like, oh, that's exactly what they do on abortion.
Yep.
That's what they do on every single thing.
Literally every topic.
Yep. And they use, Charlie and I always talked about this, how they use empathy to convince people to go down the tactic that you just explained. Well, don't you feel bad for this person over here, but ignore this over here? It's a distortion.
It's total distortion. So, and it typically, it's very feminine, by the way. So what they'll do is they'll take the normal female nurturing impulse, which is obviously in a rightly ordered society is for family and children, and that's like women love gardening and nurturing. Like my wife, like she's like, I'm like, why do you want to go and plant stuff and grow it? And I'm like,
it's caretaking.
And I'm like, yeah, it's care, and that's female. I'm like, I just don't have that. I'm like, I get that she likes it, fine, so not into it.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I want to build something. I want to go out and do something. I want to go out and, if anyone's messing with us, then I got to go take care of that too. And, but if you disassociate that from the family, which requires, billions of dollars of propaganda and decades upon decades of cultural conditioning, which has been able to pierce the veil like a little bit, at least, then what you're doing is you're switching that over to quote unquote marginalized groups.
Yeah.
So a marginalized group like an at-risk pregnant teen or an illegal alien who's living in the shadows trying to just find a better life for themselves, or the marginalized transgender community. And so you're taking that caretaking impulse, which is good, and switching it to something that ultimately is either negative for society, negative for the person involved, and then can become extremely negative for anyone who gets targeted as in the way, which seems like what is the case with Charlie, with what happened here.
100%. That is spot on. I call it misplaced mothering because naturally we have this mothering instinct. It's why girls play with dolls when we're growing up. Well, that doesn't go away. It's going to channel itself towards something. Ideally, it channels itself towards children or women who are called not to get married, channels itself towards maybe discipleship, caring for children in other ways. But when you are not channeling that mothering instinct towards kids, you'll channel it towards animals, you'll channel it towards your profession, you'll channel it towards plants, or you will channel it towards political causes. And so you take under your wing the illegal migrant or the trans person, and you become in your mind their mama bear. Well, we know how mama bears react when someone tries to hurt their cubs. They're vicious. And so all of these liberal women have misplaced mothering, and they're acting defensive about these people that they don't actually know out of a disordered motherhood instinct.
It's so perfect, and it actually tracks. Now, I don't think that's exactly what Tyler Robinson was doing. It's along those lines, but because he was male,
it's different.
What he was actually doing was, you would say white knighting if it was a male-female relationship, but in this case, I think we have to say pink knighting.
Oh gosh,
because
so many layers of depravity.
Because it's a male-male relationship, and I've even looked at some of the furry pornography that he was looking at, and I've seen a lot of the chats and stuff that people haven't even been interested, stuff that I can't even show here.
Yikes.
And to realize how completely disordered this individual was. But again, in that case, it's the misplacement of saying, I want to protect my loved one, and I view Charlie Kirk as a threat to them, and so I'm doing this out of protection in a totally backwards and messed up way that leads them to do this. Because something I learned in Guantanamo, having spent time there, is that, and people say, oh, those guys are nuts, they're all nuts. And yeah, to be sure, right? But they don't think they are.
Right.
They think they're rational.
Part.
They think they're rational. So when you can pick apart the ideology, their rationalization, their justification to understand what went wrong, which is what I always try to do, then you can create a profile. Then you can figure out the pattern. And this is something that, just from a basic federal law enforcement perspective, like when we had serial killers and we had Jeffrey Dahmer running around, we used to do this. And yet for some reason, in this specific instance of the radical left and radical trans shooters, we don't do it.
Yeah, it's so true. And recognizing those patterns is actually important. And we're propagandized against recognizing patterns. But I mean, those things have literally been passed down to us for generations, noticing patterns for the survival of our species. So it's actually just prudence.
Yeah, so, don't notice, don't track, don't look at things that, seem to have a message. And it's like, so many people, especially on the right, when Charlie was hit, we said, hey, we think this is what it is, and that ended up being it, and they're doing everything they can. I understand you have to run. I know you got a flight.
Thank you so much, though, for having me.
You.
I'm so honored to be able to hand this off, and you're doing a great job in honoring Charlie's legacy, so keep going.
God bless you, Beth.
Thank you.
We'll have to do a much longer. I'm getting so wrapped up in their conversation. I'm like, all right, she had a flight, and I'm getting all these messages. Jack, she got to go.
No, it's all good. Thank you so much, Jack.
And we're going to have to do a longer one of these for sure.
For sure.
We will. Folks, the great Beth Stuckey, make sure you're going to follow her across all platforms once, of course, you subscribed to the latest Human Events Daily. And feel free, if you got to run, it's no problem. And look, folks, this is what we're up against. We're up against a people that will spread deception operations, that will lie about Jimmy Kimmel, that will lie about what's going on, that will distract you. And I'm not saying that it works on you. I'm not saying that it works on everyone you know, but it works on some of them, and it works on enough. And those people are out there, and they're getting madder, and they're getting angrier. And then one of them is going to pick up a gun and head to the local ABC station, or worse, head to a campus. And look, this is all real. This is the real world. Somebody has to say it. When President Trump made the designation yesterday of Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization and opened up new authorities to be able to go against them, there's a real threat out there. It's 100% real. And don't let anyone ever tell you for a second that this is a both sides issue. Charlie Kirk was shot and killed in cold blood. The ABC station was just shot up. We've been receiving death threats. Seen death threats at other stations and other things that have gone on. There are bullets flying. This is the real world, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Luigi Maggioni is still coming. Be right back. Human Events Daily continues. Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or editing.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice. where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's voice.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live, Human Events Daily. We're here in Phoenix, Arizona. Breaking news, a verdict has been reached, just as we were during the break, in the Ryan Routh trial. This was the would-be assassin of President Trump at West Palm Beach at Trump International Golf Course. And we, of course, will have that verdict for you as soon as it is read. Looks like the jury only deliberated for about 2 hours. Ryan Routh represented himself, did an absolutely horrible job in terms of his defense. So we'll see what comes out there. Folks, I want to remind you, though, that if you're a patriot out there, you got to stop giving money to people who hate you. And so many times the big telecom companies are using the money from your service fees, and they're going and putting it in the pockets of far leftist organizations. We remember the ESG situation. We remember the CRT. We remember the BLM donations and all the nonsense that they were giving money to. No, we have to stop, and we have to use economic warfare. Vote with your dollars. So all patriots now, go to patriotmobile.com/POSO or call 972-PATRIOT. Get a free month of service with promo code POSO. Again, that's patriotmobile.com/POSO. In such a time as this, and I want to say thank you to Patriot Mobile for being there with us in this time. The guys who run Patriot Mobile actually came out to Charlie's memorial, Glenn Story, got to see him and his lovely wife there and show their support. Patriots stand up for each other, and that's why we need to stand up for them. patriotmobile.com/POSO. I want to bring on now Mike Benz, the executive director of the Foundation for Freedom Online, because, Benz, we got huge news out of YouTube just a few hours ago.
Oh, it's absolutely massive. So there's several things. Google just had its Mark Zuckerberg moment. If folks remember, after the Supreme Court case that Amy Coney Barrett threw out effectively on standing grounds, arguing that effectively that there is insufficient evidence of government coercion of the platforms to censor the specific individuals in the lawsuit because of the thousands of people that the Biden government told to censor. The exact plaintiffs were not named by the Biden administration. The Biden administration simply told them, take down everyone who's a critic of COVID, take down anyone who questions election voting machines, and those people got swept up in it. After that, Mark Zuckerberg wrote this letter in 2024 to Jim Jordan's House Judiciary Committee, confessing and saying, yes, actually, we did do this because of government coercion. We only did this because of government coercion. Jim Jordan, who deserves all the credit in the world for this, by the way, as the head of the weaponization subcommittee in the House Judiciary Committee, has been on big tech companies like white on rice for 3 years now, and these efforts are paying enormous dividends. In what the House Judiciary Committee has been doing has been subpoenaing the tech companies for their version of the Twitter files. We got the Google files, the Facebook files, and the like, and they all showed government coercion on this. And what Google has done is they have confessed, just like Mark Zuckerberg did, to having the terms of service policies they did because of pressure from the Biden government. But then they went a step farther and offered effectively an amnesty offered a right of return, if you will, to the exiled, banned social media accounts who criticized both the COVID vaccines and COVID policies, as well as election denial. This was one of the big ways they completely rigged the 2020 election, is that almost every major right-wing influencer was kicked off of the biggest video platform on planet Earth and the second biggest website on Google on planet Earth. The number one most trafficked is Google.com. The number two most trafficked is YouTube.com. Both are controlled by Google, and offered them the ability to come back to the platform. And there's lots of reasons, in the background of this. There's obviously the fear of government pressure from any number of U.S. executive branch agencies, as well as legislative pressure. This was the trick that Democrats used to pressure the platforms to do censorship. This was the thing I was calling for in 2018, 2019, 2020, that Republicans need to do as counter pressure for free speech. Those same kind of pressure tactics are very effective because at the end of the day, these corporations have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder profits, and the government is the big customer for these companies, especially Google. Google was conceived of initially. It came out of a DARPA grant for a joint CIA-NSA program called the Massive Digital Data Systems Program. This is how Larry Page and Sergey Brin were in position to create Google, because their DARPA grant while they were Stanford PhDs was to create the architecture for Backpage, this predecessor to Google that turned into Google. And then Google became a military contractor the very year they went public. I think it was 2003, 2004, that Google has almost all of its major products and services because of the U.S. government. They only have Google Earth because they bought the CIA's Keyhole satellite technology. The list goes on and on and on.
And Mike, just in the last minute that we have, I want to point out that one of the high-profile conservatives that we know faced this kind of government censorship was none other than Charlie Kirk himself. And you saw these increasing levels of censorship, and you've said, and I've said in the past, that as censorship increases, the ultimate form of censorship becomes censorship with a bullet. And that's exactly what happened with Charlie.
Yep, and this is going to be with us for eternity. The fact is every great movement ultimately faces the day when one of its leaders faces that bullet. That is the telltale sign that they have no other way to stop you. And they did that to Charlie in his prime, and not even in his prime. I mean, Charlie was absolutely going to be a U.S. president one day, if not in the next 5 years, in the next 10, 20, 30, 40. I mean, Trump didn't become president until his 70s. This is and they cut him down with a bullet, as you said. And a lot of this was also because when people get to live in a bubble and all you hear is someone's fascist, someone's a Nazi, YouTube is bigger than TV. It's bigger than Netflix. It is the video content par excellence. We've built alternative institutions through places like Rumble, through Xvideo and the like. But the fact is, Google and Google monetization is where the big bucks are made for everyday content creators, apolitical ones.
Exactly right. Mike Benz, thank you so much for joining us. Go and follow him right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rab. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Jack Posobiec live. We're here on Human Events Daily. And just to get this out, breaking news, Ryan Routh, the would-be assassin of President Donald Trump, has been found guilty on all charges by a federal jury in Florida. So guilty on all charges, including the attempted assassination of the president. I'm going to get in as much as I can, the ability to figure out what the sentences are for this. And actually, producers, maybe you can get Blake Neff to pull that up for us. But look, this is a case where, again, it has to be said, the violence is coming from one direction. President Trump was almost killed twice last year. An ABC station was shot up just a couple of days ago in Sacramento. Charlie Kirk, the man who used to sit and should be sitting right now in this chair right next to me, was shot and killed by a violent leftist. Understand the situation. Know what time it is. How many times did Charlie say that? Know what time it is. Charlie knew what time it is. President Trump knew what time it is. Stephen Miller knew what time it is and knows what time it is. Do you know what time it is? Guy just got found guilty of trying to kill President Trump. And he was only one hole away. He was on the fifth green. He was on the sixth green. Trump was on the fifth. It was only a matter of minutes before he could have had a direct shot on President Trump before the election. Figure it out. Wake up. Something else that we are waking up to, though, is what's going on in health and what's going on with our children. And I wanted to bring on someone who has been a massive voice for children, and specifically talking about the issue of autism. Folks, Nicole Shanahan joins us next. Nicole, we're so honored to have you with us here today.
Jack, I'm so honored to be here with you today, day after a historic announcement on children's health, hearing the president speak openly about autism and its comorbidities. And many of us who knew subtle, there's some things that happened yesterday that were very unexpected. Trump did something so bold and so brave and so courageous. We were only supposed to hear about the studies on Tylenol and acetaminophen. And Trump decided in the moment, and I believe he embodied Charlie Kirk, I believe that something has happened to this nation, to our leadership in this nation, that we can no longer be silent. We must speak the truth. And yesterday Trump did. And you have to understand what a big deal this is, Jack, that Trump said that the childhood vaccine schedule is causing harm, needless harm. It's reckless, and it can be changed, and we will change it. He greenlit a mandate that the voters wanted. But as you very well know, things have to happen in a certain order for them to be successful. And HHS and Bobby have been incredibly conscientious and careful in how they approach change. It's a very heated political environment, our health. It's a very dangerous environment. Many good doctors have lost their licenses. Some have lost their lives. To underscore, I don't have the words to properly emphasize how groundbreaking what President Donald Trump did yesterday. And I have received messages from people who were worried about us leaving our campaign and Bobby leaving his campaign to join this administration, thinking that Bobby would get silenced, that Bobby wouldn't get a big enough stage. Donald Trump has done exactly the opposite, and there is no more doubt in the MAHA movement that President Donald Trump is the first president who is brave enough to take on the entrenched big pharma lobby and do what is needed to finally protect our children.
It's incredible to see, and to anyone who's gone through this or have children been affected by this, it's truly something incredible to see him use his ability as the public figure that he is, as well as the president, the leader of all of us, to do something for the children. Now, I'll ask you this, though. Do you think this is the end of the story on childhood autism? Because I do see a lot of people saying that they think it's a great first step, but that the story will continue.
Oh, this is the teeniest scratch of the surface, but it's opening the valve for us to bring forward all of the other incredible research that has been silenced over the years. One of the challenges, and I just want to speak to the millions of mothers out there who feel that somehow they're to blame. You're not to blame at all. What President Trump did yesterday was he put doctors in a position to finally provide the right kind of information to parents. He is now allowing information to be made directly to moms so that they can make the right decision. There is no blame here. Moms, we know everyone out there is doing the very best with the information that you have. And the sad reality is information has been kept from you intentionally. And what we're going to learn is that autism is not just a psychiatric disorder, that almost all autism cases have some form of biomedical comorbidity. These are apraxia, dyspraxia, which limits a child's brain in its capability, its motor planning capability to speak. And we're going to finally hear about apraxia and dyspraxia and how underdiagnosed it is amongst these children who are, the parents are told it's just a psychiatric disorder. That's why they're not speaking. No, they're not speaking because Nicole, there is a neurologic condition.
And it's so, I've heard so many messages, and our producers have heard so many messages from moms and girls and their friend groups talking about this. I think this is something the moms knew something was up, and it was the moms who pushed this forward because the moms were saying something was not right. And to me, it really, and you as well, right? You know, as a mother and my wife and, you know, Tanya, and there's something incredible about the moms taking the forefront on this, and the moms had to come to the dads, and, you know, Erica and Charlie, and it became such a, Charlie became such a proponent of Maha and such a proponent of this issue where it really was mom driven. And I think I just think it's amazing. I really do.
No, I spoke with my autism mom mentor. I'm an autism mom. That's what brought me into politics. I sold my AI company. I was a very successful patent AI lawyer. And 2 months after my daughter's autism diagnosis, I knew I had a new job, much more important, and that was figuring out what was going on with my child who was suffering from all of these different things that were new to me. I'd never seen anything like this. And moms have sought out other moms. They've been, talk about gaslighting. The amount of gaslighting that mothers have experienced is extraordinary, so much so that there's so much pain in this community. The autism community is full of courage, it is full of mightiness, but it is full of a lot of pain as well. And the desire to help our children, that's what unites us autism moms. We might have political differences, but we love, love, love our children so much. And, you know, autism doesn't define who they are. Chronic illness does not define who they are, but we want their full expression of who they are, because we want to take away these hurdles. We want to take away these things that are just making the day-to-day so difficult for them. And we want to see them thriving. That's all. That's all. And it's not about politics. It's about love at the end of all of this effort. And it's about the right to thrive. Why would we be preventing any child or family from fully expressing its full potential and full happiness?
No, it's not political at all. It's not political at all. It's about health. It's a health issue. It's a children's issue. Children obviously are not, you know, left or right or whatever. And people are, you know, not left or right. We're still people. We're still humans. We're still all members of this country and members of this planet. And it's something where if we can figure it out here in the United States, we can figure it out everywhere and hopefully share that. Nicole Shanahan, I hope you will hold on with us. We have a quick break, but I hope you'll stay because we have so much more to get to. And I really want to get to as much as we can here on the program today. Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily. Right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rab. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Jack Kosovic, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. So much breaking news going on. Of course, we're in the Charlie Kirk studio where we're holding it down as much as we can. We are here. Charlie's chair is nearby. It's next to us, but nobody sits in the chair. Erica can sit in the chair if she wants to sit in the chair, obviously. That's her prerogative. But none of the rest of us, no, wouldn't be right. And we're here. Incredible news. So President Trump's would-be assassin just found guilty on all counts, but also President Trump coming down, talking about childhood autism, the epidemic that's going on, and putting moms first. Putting moms first. It's incredible to see, and it's incredible to have it here, folks. Real quick, I want to read you a message from one of our partners out there. Please go and support them because they've been with us in this very trying time. And so I hope that you will listen to them and be receptive as well. Folks, silver just cracked $44 and gold keeps breaking all-time highs. People always ask me, how do I get involved in the gold sector? And the answer is simple. Allegiance Gold. Whether you're a collector looking for the best pricing in the precious metal space or you're looking to protect your future, doesn't matter if it's $5,000 or $5 million, now is the time to act. Just go to protectwithposo.com to get started. Allegiance Gold is the highest ratings in the industry, and I've been partnered with them for years. When you go to protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-POSO, you can move part of your 401k, IRA, or savings into real physical gold and silver, and you may qualify for up to $5,000 in free silver. And with the way the market is looking, that free silver could be worth a lot more by the time it arrives securely at your doorstep. So call 844-577-POSO or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or protectwithposo.com. It's smart, secure, and simple. Call 844-577-7676. I want to bring our guest, Nicole Shanahan, back on here. Nicole, you've been at the forefront of this for so long now, and we're talking about it, but I wanted to also juxtapose what we've learned here in the last 24 hours, because not only has President Trump come out and say this, but here's what's amazing. Just 1 year ago, if he had said that on YouTube, he could have been censored. And we now come to find that YouTube was, in fact, and they have admitted, that they were censoring people based on a push and based on coercion from the federal government in the Biden administration, which we all expected, by the way, and was what we all said was going on the basis of what they labeled medical misinformation. So walk us through, how do these things work in tandem?
You can't have a healthy nation without free speech. I got my daughter's diagnosis in 2019 and went on the internet like every mother does to find information. That's what we do. We go to the internet even before we call our doctors, even before we call our friends, even before we call our own parents. And we expect that we've always trusted these platforms until we didn't, until we heard about somebody's doctor who got censored or a video taken down. That's how I found out. I met an autism mom who told me that her videos were getting taken down off the internet. And if you tried to Google her website, you couldn't find it. And so I was seeing this early on. Obviously, I was in a unique situation, kind of stuck between trying to seek out the best for my daughter, and then being, a Silicon Valley elite, and directly connected in many ways through my time at Stanford and personally to these tech platforms that had aligned or were pressured. Who knows? We're still finding out. There's going to be more information made available, but we know for a fact that voices were being censored. And this has been known to many, many people in the United States for, close to 6 years now. And the challenge that we face in the aftermath of this is that we now live in this siloed world of information. So what do? I would say this morning's admission is probably one of the biggest steps. It's incredibly breakthrough. You pair that with what happened yesterday with President Trump's and Robert F. Kennedy's announcement. We're finally going to get information to help these children out. Can you imagine that gut dysbiosis, which is linked to an autism diagnosis as a comorbidity? Much of that was censored. Andy Wakefield completely censored his entire career, career after he made that finding over 20 years ago. 20 years we've had this information. 20 years we've been trying to get this information out, and it's just been block after block. And it has been the tech companies that have been largely responsible for this, but it's also been the government sending signals that they don't want this information out there.
And when you look at it too, you also have to wonder, when you look at something like YouTube, as powerful as it is, who was the algorithm pushing, right? Which names then were working in conjunction with these corporations? What are their corporate dollars that went behind it, that the government sort of went to YouTube and said, hey, make sure that the algorithm suggests this person next. Hey, make sure this one gets to the front page. Hey, make sure this one gets pushed in. And this is where the coercive effects of, as you say, corporate money and government interests can come together. And I love that we're living in this moment of freedom of speech, but we're not that far removed from what happened. This was only a year ago that we were living under, I just have to say it, we were living under a communist totalitarianism, at least when it comes to online speech. And you saw it with how people were locked up for so many of these things, how so many people were persecuted, how many doctors were persecuted. And it's something that I really think we haven't quite come to grips with yet as a country.
We haven't. And these doctors are waiting for an apology. These doctors are waiting to be replatformed and to have some of their damages rewarded in one way or another. Many of them would be just fine with getting their jobs back. A wonderful pediatrician neurologist from Brown University was just fired last week because it leaked that he was invited onto ASIP. It's gotten some news coverage, but not much. But, maybe Brown should invite him back. If Jimmy Kimmel can get his dismal show back with some online, complaints and political pressure, I think that this doctor should get his job back at Brown University. One
shooting up of an ABC station,
Yeah.
They just go in with the insanity. They go in with the complete insanity. But we're fighting back, and I really hope that the forces of good are winning. Nicole, thank you so much for joining us. Tell people where they can follow your show.
Yeah, Back to the People. Follow our show. We're going to be doing quite a bit in the upcoming weeks on other therapies, things to look out for in your child if they're experiencing signs of chronic disease, sensory processing disorder, apraxia, and all of that. We're finally going to talk about the stuff that's been censored. Thank God for that.
God bless, Nicole. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're also seeing incredible, just stunning breaking news, but not shocking, not surprising, from the Ryan Routh case, where reports are now that Ryan Routh, the violent leftist who attempted to murder President Trump, also just attempted to commit suicide inside the jail, inside the courtroom, where he attempted to stab himself with a pen after he was found guilty. We don't know exactly what his status is, with his medical status, whether or not he did injure himself. But again, the violent left is on full display. It's on full display. Utah Valley University, Florida courtroom, Butler, Pennsylvania, ABC station in Sacramento. Take your pick, but make sure that you do not let your eyes stay closed. Open them up and open them wide. This is the real world. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Hi, my name name is Tracy Alpha.
Powered, it's fume-free, and it's portable. And this month only, you get a free expansion pack to double your power and your peace of mind. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now you're gonna see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link and it's gonna take you to this deal right now. Scan the code to get a Patriot Power Generator 2500 and you're going to get an expansion pack absolutely free, but only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to double your power with an expansion pack, absolutely free. No gas, no noise, just power when you need it most. So go to 4patriots.com and take your power back before the next blackout hits.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free ride. This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Kirk.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr. It is Tuesday, the 23rd of September, the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for joining me here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate your patronage. President Trump addressed the United Nations General Assembly earlier today, where he called out the UN for its unwillingness or inability to help solve any serious crisis around the world, including the war between Russia and Ukraine or the situation in the Middle East. I'll be discussing that off the top today. Also, the Association of Mature American Citizens is gearing up to host the Boot Camp for Patriots event, a gathering of various conservative voices aiming to offer knowledge regarding key issues facing our country, such as election integrity and secure borders. More on that today as well. And then later, it seems that Mexico is now planning to hold individuals and businesses accountable who conduct business with the Sinaloa cartel. I'll have all the details and updates for you today, but first, I want to start with a bit of breaking news today. A verdict has been reached in the Ryan Routh trial. Routh has been found guilty on all charges, including attempting to assassinate President Donald Trump during the election season, assaulting a federal police officer, possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. We've also just learned that Routh apparently tried to stab himself inside the courtroom right after that verdict came through. We'll see what that's all about. That's being reported by Fox News just moments ago. We'll keep you updated. Meanwhile, earlier today, President Trump addressed the United Nations General Assembly in a fiery speech where he discussed many ongoing topics, including Iran owning nuclear weapons and the ongoing situation in the Middle East, as well as the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. President Trump extended an invitation to other countries in joining the United States in forging a safer, more prosperous world. Here's part of what he said.
I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many.
So an olive branch he extends to the world. Of course, Those on the left here and around the world will mock him. They won't take him seriously. They won't take him up on the offer either, that's for sure. This came after Trump's escalator quit on his way to giving that speech. The prompter also quit on him. He said the United Nations has never done anything for him except giving him a bad escalator and a bad prompter. But a safer world also means a world where Iran owns zero nuclear weapons. That's what he's driving at. This is what President Trump had to say about that issue, an important issue, not just to the United States, but to the Middle East in general. Listen.
There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why, shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program.
Yeah, obviously, back in June, we took a swift hit at the nuclear program of Iran, a massive 37-hour aerial assault that included many countries, dozens of aircraft, and a crushing blow to that nuclear ambition of the mullahs there in Tehran. Now, the situation in the Middle East isn't the only issue we're currently facing, of course. What about the Russia-Ukraine war? It's very serious. President Trump has tried time and again to bring peace to the region, meeting with Vladimir Putin in Alaska and Volodymyr Zelensky in a number of places for a number of conversations. He's worked hard to try and broker a peace deal between the two nations, but so far it hasn't worked out. And it seems members of the United Nations are purchasing Russian oil and supporting that nation, all while claiming to fight them, all while claiming to want the war to end, but yet putting money in the Russian coffers to continue fighting the war. Makes no sense, does it? That's the United Nations. It's failed my entire life to stop any war or any genocide on this planet. Here's more.
China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia.
So they're paying Russia while paying lip service to us and the rest of the world. We want the war to end, but hey, we can buy oil cheap from Russia, so we're going to keep doing that. China buys oil from Russia, as does India, as does a number of countries. And this is a problem because it keeps Vladimir Putin flush with cash at a time when there are supposed to be sanctions, once again demonstrating how useless, utterly useless the United Nations truly is. Name one war the United Nations has stopped. Name one genocide the United Nations has ever stopped. The United Nations is good at self-service, but when it comes to doing its mission, its one mission was to stop death on the planet. It's been a miserable failure. President Trump went on to call out members of the United Nations for creating new issues instead of solving old ones we now face. For example, listen to this.
Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration.
Millions and millions of people. And it's not just the United States. It's all Western nations that have been flooded with millions of people coming in, both legally and illegally, destroying language, border, and culture all across the Western world. Call it what you want. Some people call it the replacement theory. Some people mock that. Again, you can call it what you want. What I call it is a fact. These things have happened. 15 million, 20 million. Nobody knows how many came into the United States during the Biden years. How would you know? Trump also issued a warning to European nations regarding illegal aliens and the way they're choosing to handle it. As I pointed out, it's a mistake. Listen here.
Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that.
You can't do that here, that's for sure. A Republican form of government is guaranteed by the United States Constitution. A Republican form of government. That's what it's called. This representative republic that we live in. So it's not legal here. But you wonder, do they care? Some of those folks coming here, and the answer is no, of course they do not. President Trump then explained what's happened here in the U.S. after the Biden administration left office. Listen to this.
In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with 2 bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity.
He didn't stop there. He also called out the UN for its false predictions on global warming, cooling, and their Green New Deal. All that climate change. Here it is.
You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign, they had a hat the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail.
Okay, let's be clear. Maybe not everything, but a lot of things. The Green New Deal, climate change is magical. It does explain everything. More snow, climate change. No snow, climate change. Hot, climate change. Cold, climate. It's magical. To top everything off, the president called for unity to defend free speech and free expression on this planet. It is important. In fact, to me, it's number one. Here he is.
That together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary.
There you have it. A pretty good breakdown of the president's speech at the United Nations. Make of it what you will. But as I said earlier on Sunrise, here in Real America's Voice, he would put America first. And put America first, he did. Coming up after the break, I'll continue the discussion at the United Nations 80th General Assembly, where President Trump called out the UN for their unwillingness to help in international affairs. That's up next.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, as we have been discussing, President Trump addressed the United Nations General Assembly today, laying out all sorts of points about things that he doesn't like, about how the UN fails to do its main mission, which is to stop war and genocide or famine or pain in general around the world. President Trump called out the members of the United Nations for its unwillingness to help in ending any of the 7 recent conflicts that have been escalated in other wars across the globe. He called them out directly. I don't think they liked it, and I don't think he cared. Here's more.
It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal.
One conflict in particular being the war between Israel and Hamas. More than 140 countries have recognized a Palestinian state now. The only problem I have is how can you recognize something that doesn't actually exist? That would be a challenge now, wouldn't it? But that's what's happened. Most recently, Canada, the UK, and others say they will soon recognize Palestine. So I guess that's where we're going forward. Meanwhile, in other news, Google's Alphabet chief counsel Daniel Donovan told House Judiciary members today it will reinstate YouTube accounts removed by the Biden administration during the pandemic. So wait a second. I thought Jimmy Kimmel was the greatest crime ever committed on free speech. And yet, here's Google admitting they banned scores of accounts. Donovan said the 46th administration created a political atmosphere to influence platform actions on so-called misinformation and called government dictation of content wrong, noting the Alphabet has consistently fought on First Amendment grounds. Yeah, okay. It banned users including Dan Bongino, Sebastian Gorka, Steve Bannon, and several more. YouTube uploads 500 million hours of content daily, supports nearly 500,000 American jobs, and contributed $55 billion to the U.S. economy last year. Just think if they didn't censor people. The letter said guidelines now allow COVID-19 and election content and is offering terminated creators a chance to rejoin the platform. But how do you go back to people that had hundreds of thousands of followers that were terminated for questioning government policy? Alphabet said it will continue to track all government demands for user data and removals. A little bit too late, but there it is. There's a real assault on free speech. Remember when the Biden administration had backdoor access to what they called Twitter and other places? And they got access to Facebook and apparently YouTube as well. As world leaders descended on Manhattan for the United Nations Assembly today, the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, found himself stopped by New York City police due to street closures for President Trump's motorcade. Macron was seen calling the president without success. Watch this.
How are you? Guess what? I'm waiting in the street because everything is frozen for you. The question is, are we ready for a wine?
Maybe you should have picked him up, picked up that hitchhiker. Well, so it is. In a separate incident, security officials stopped a massive illegal cell network that was uncovered by the Secret Service. The system had been capable of crippling cell towers and jamming 911 calls. More than 300 SIM servers and 100,000 SIM cards were discovered at multiple locations within a 35-mile radius of the United Nations, capable of nationwide disruption. The system could have spammed 30 million text messages per minute, take down cell towers, and prevent communication. By the time agents raided the locations, more than 100,000 SIM cards had been activated. Agents said if the system was fully operational, it could have created blackouts comparable to cell communication after the 9/11 terror attacks. The investigation is in its early stages, but people tell me it's a pretty easy thing to create, but it's also easily detectable. So who did it? From what I understand, it had a lot of Chinese indications. We'll keep you updated and let you know what we find. Coming up after the break, I'll discuss details for AMAC's upcoming boot camp for Patriots event and the importance of discussing key issues Americans should take note of. Details straight ahead.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it. Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now you're gonna see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link and it's gonna take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years, the food tastes great, and guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month food kit, and guys, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, but only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Well, the greatest tool one can equip themselves with is knowledge. Part of acquiring it is having the willingness to hear out different points of view, because just subscribing to one ideology closes you off, as you well know. Well, AMAC getting ready to host the Boot Camp for Patriots event, a gathering of various conservative voices that aim to offer audiences the knowledge they need when it comes to key issues facing our country, such as election integrity and secure borders. The event will happen Saturday, September the 27th. That's this Saturday. Patrick Henry College, Purcellville, Virginia, and tickets are on sale now. However, if you can't attend, we've got you covered here on Real America's Voice. Live coverage of the event will be held from 12 to 4 Eastern Time. Joining me to discuss this is the Chief Technology Officer for AMAC, Dave Kane. Dave, nice to see you here today. This is kind of a big deal and a nice event. Tell us about it.
Yeah, thanks again, Steve, for having me on your show. So we've been holding these boot camps around the United States for the past couple of years. We've had some very successful ones in the past. One of our greatest ones was right here in our backyard in Ronkonkoma in New York, where our corporate headquarters are. And we had a lovely spot. It was called America's First Warehouse. If you've never been there, Steve, if you're ever on Long Island, you got to go. It's like a patriotic MAGA playground. It's a great spot. So we had over 500 people there. And basically what we do at these events is we have panels and solo speakers. We have a lot of rap personalities, as you know, if you saw the agenda. We have Dr. Gina and David Brody doing the AM show on Friday morning live from Patrick Henry College. They're also going to be on panels. Dr. Gina's moderating a panel on the woke indoctrination of and trans sports and in our public schools. Just recently in Virginia, we had some school districts double down on their policy to have males allowed in female bathrooms. Election integrity is always a big issue nationwide. But what we try to do is we try to make it centric to the area we're in. When we were in Florida, it was, not only what's important to the nation, what's important to Floridians, and the same thing with Virginians. We're going to focus on election integrity, illegal immigration. Even though the border's secure now, and the Trump administration and with Tom Homan has done such a fantastic job securing it, now we're dealing with everything that comes after that, getting them out, the crime that's associated with it, the big budget deficits because of having to pay for a lot of these social services. So this event will not only highlight these things that are still going on. And one of the things we found during the first couple of boot camps, when people hear these stories from actual people and they're not looking at a lens of a TV, they tend to feel it's more real and connect more with it. And a lot of them were stunned to find, we had January Littlejohn at one in the past, and when they heard her story, there were people like, I can't even believe that actually happens. I've heard stories. But so it kind of opens up the mind to it. And then we turn and we give you tools on how to get involved. A lot of people want to do something, but they don't know how, or they think, I'm just one person. What could I possibly do? Well, there's a lot you can do. You become a poll watcher. We teach you how to become a poll watcher. We have programs that you can follow and become a certified poll watcher. We teach you how to become a committeeman in your local area. A lot of people don't even know what a committeeman is or the power they hold in their local community. So we try to open their eyes to all that and give them a roadmap to be able to get active in politics or in their local community.
Yeah. When I think about people that are on a fixed income, I'm going to guess a number of people on AMAC, obviously they've got Social Security checks coming and they don't have big paychecks. I mean, I've got to think the economy has got to be their number one concern still. The cost of groceries, the cost of energy, the cost of living in general. That's got to be right up there, Dave.
It is. And we do hold panels on that as well. But you'd be surprised, Steve. They're definitely, let's face it, our members are grandparents, and I'm a grandparent myself, and I'm very interested in what my granddaughters and grandson are being taught in schools. And, they have a little more time than the parents. The parents are busy running around doing this. So we try to activate the grandparents and have them become a champion for these kids that are their grandparents going through these schools. So economy's up there, though, because like you said, a lot of our members tend to be retired or getting ready to retire. So they're thinking about that fixed income or the well may run dry if I overspend type of thing.
All right, so you can watch it live here on Real America's Voice. Dave, I'm going to have to jump because the president has got in front of the camera, as he sometimes does.
Awesome.
Dave Kane from AMAC, always appreciate you. Best of luck for a big event this weekend, all right, sir?
Thank you, Steve. Very much. God bless.
Really appreciate it. All right, so Donald Trump is sitting down with Emmanuel Macron, who apparently had to hitchhike or walk in today because of the motorcade. You heard that. Let's jump in and see what we can see here.
Institutions, particularly multilateral development banks, to better tackle global challenges that many countries face. The multilateral trading system needs
years, and they've gotten not so far. So we'll see what happens. But the other side can fight too, and they've proven that. Maybe it could be that Russia's a paper tiger. I don't know what they are, but 3.5 years of fighting and killing everybody, of killing 7,000 people a week for nothing, So it's a very sad situation, but most of you have seen the recent statement I put out a little while ago, and I'm glad you got it. But I feel that way. I really do feel that way. Let them get their land back. Yep. So we'll see how it all works out. And in the meantime, I hear Francis is doing well, and you're doing well. And he's been my friend, and we've gotten along on just about every subject there is to get along with. Other than on occasion, wine. I say, wouldn't you like to pay a couple of dollars to put the wine into America? But we've always treated you good, right?
We will try to fix all these issues, but we had very good discussions. And I think peace as an objective everywhere, Ukraine as the Middle East is a common objective we have. So we will work hard on that.
Emmanuel has actually helped me with a couple of the wars. We settled 7 wars. The biggest disappointment, but I think that'll happen eventually, is the Ukraine and Russia situation. But we've settled. I thought that was going to be the easiest one because of my relationship with Putin, but unfortunately that relationship didn't mean anything, unfortunately. But when I needed some advice and when I needed some help in terms of
a country in that part of the world. You were always there, and you helped me settle some of these 7 wars. I'm very proud of the 7 wars, but you helped me settle them, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Any questions?
President Macron just said that if you want the Nobel Prize, you should put an end to the war in Gaza. What's your response to that?
Well, they say that all together. I mean, it's Gaza, it's Russia, it's everything. I think Gaza's going to come along. We're going to have a very important meeting, and my next meeting actually is going to be very important with leaders in the region. And we're going to talk about Gaza. We're going to see if we can do something about it. We want to stop that. We want to get our hostages back, or their hostages back. We've gotten all of the American hostages, as you know, and Alexander, all of them have been back. Steve Witkoff's done a great job, and Marco always, and everybody. I mean, we have Scott got involved and strongly involved from a financial standpoint. We're doing some things that are pretty good. We put Iran out of commission, very important. It was called the bully of the Middle East, and they're out of commission. Now we're going to have a meeting today. I think it's going to be a successful meeting with all of the leaders of many of the biggest, I would say, the most important countries having to do with Gaza, indirectly and directly. And that's going to take place just in a little while. So I'm sure you'll be there, and we could have an outcome very quickly.
Why do you believe the recognition of Palestine is a gift to Hamas?
Well, I think it honors Hamas, and you can't do that because of October 7th. You just can't do that. But we want our hostages back, and we don't want them back in ones and twos and take the next 2 years to do it. We were the ones that got the hostages back. And I always said, I told Steve, I told Marco, I was always saying the last hostages are going to be the toughest ones. But you can't honor them by doing anything like you suggest. All you can do is say, we want our hostages back, and we want the war to end. We're going to want it to end. But you always have to remember, people forget October 7th was one of the most savage days in the history of the world. There's never been anything like that. We're talking about babies being sliced in half. You're talking about young children having their heads chopped off. You can't forget that.
Would you recognize Palestine if the hostages
just
were back?
Perhaps to make it clear on that, I think it's why yesterday 11 countries did recognize Palestine. Not as, I mean, it was not a decision taken like that, neither by UK, nor by Canada, nor by France. It's just a big change. Nobody. President Trump is totally right. Nobody forgets the 7th of October. I went there a few days after, taking families in my hands, and we experienced all together these horrific attacks. And by the way, we lost a lot of French people in this terrorist attack. But after almost 2 years of war, what is the result? Once again, they killed the top leaders of Hamas. It works. This is a great achievement. But at the same time, you have as many Hamas fighters as you had the first day. So it doesn't work to dismantle the Hamas. This is not the right way to proceed. So we need a full-fledged process, and we work very hard on the day after, and I totally share the sequencing. The release of all hostages, the ceasefire, the resume of humanitarian aid, the day after in Gaza to stabilize the land. And we need a political perspective, and this is why we took this decision on recognition.
Well, I have to say that I'm on the side of Israel. I've been on the side of Israel really my whole life. And we are going to get a solution, and it's going to be a solution, hopefully, that's good for everybody. But it's time to stop. We're going to have that very important meeting. I think the meeting we have coming up in the next hour is going to be one of the most important meetings that we'll have here. And we've had some important meetings. We've had some great meetings, and I understand where you are and where other people are too. And we just have to get this solved. We have to get the hostages back. We want to get the war over. That's very important. We're going to end the war, get the hostages back, and we want them all back. We don't want to have one and then we'll give another 2 in about 3 months from now. We've been doing that for a long time. And in all fairness, we've gotten a lot of hostages back. But you have 20 hostages and you have probably 38 bodies, dead bodies. And the people that I see, and I speak to Israeli families. I was speaking to American families before, but we got them back. But I speak to Israeli families, and they want the son who died. They want their dead son back as much as though he were alive. And it's an amazing thing to see, and it's a horrible thing, actually, to witness, but I've seen it a lot. So they have 20 hostages, they have 38 dead bodies, and we have to have them back, and we have to have them back immediately. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you. Thank you, Press. Thank you so much. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
And there you go. President Trump and Emmanuel Macron sitting down discussing a number of issues there as they are meeting in New York during a side conversation from the United Nations General Assembly. We'll keep you up to speed on anything else that happens and any other big conversations. We'll go straight to them. Do you owe back taxes, or your tax returns still unfiled? Did you forget to file for an extension? The October 15th deadline is fast approaching, and time is running out. If you haven't gathered all your documents or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. They can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. Did you know that? But there's help available. Tax Network USA, a nationwide tax firm, has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. $1 billion. They filed hundreds of thousands of tax returns and assisted thousands in reducing their tax burdens. And they can help you too. Don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000 for a free consultation. In one short call, the experts at Tax Network USA will guide you through some simple questions to determine how much you can save. Take action now before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. That's 1-800-905-8000. All right. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a short commercial break.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. Well, I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me.
Like me.
Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Well, we all have two ages, I'm told. Our actual age, I'm 21, by the way, how old we are, and our biological age, I'm 21 still. How quickly we are aging based on our cells and vital organs. That's what I'm told. The bad news, most Americans' biological age is 8 to 16 years older than their actual age. Ouch! That means we're more likely to have serious health issues and a shorter lifespan. The good news is an Auburn University study showed you can lower your body's biological age simply by adding one thing: Field of Greens. Joining out to discuss the study at Auburn University is Miles Gamard, founder and CEO of Brickhouse Nutrition, makers of Field of Greens. Miles, nice to see you today.
Great to see you as well. Thanks for having me on.
Tell us about this Auburn University Field of Greens clinical study.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting for us. We're always trying to find ways to prove what our doctors say when they make our products, that they are different and better. So there's so many fruit and vegetable products on the market, and they sound healthy, but a lot of them are just common products, not backed by science. And so Field of Greens wanted to prove we were different, and so we wanted to do a university study, because our Field of Greens, each fruit and vegetable inside of it was medically selected for their studied health benefits, whether it's for your cell health, skin health, liver, heart, even metabolism with healthy weight management. So we partnered with Auburn University to do a health and biological age study, and the results were remarkable. The participants changed nothing in their diets. They kept eating fast food. They didn't exercise more. They didn't stop drinking. The only difference they made was they added Field of Greens daily. And after substantial medical testing and studies, the results, they were eye-opening, because it did show that Field of Greens does slow your aging as well as reduce your biological age. So this meant that the cells of the participants were younger just by adding Field of Greens, which is pretty exciting.
I'd say that is pretty exciting. Scientific evidence showing that your product is the real deal. How long would you say it would take someone? I mean, I'm already 21, so I'm good. But how long would it take someone to see a difference in their health and overall well-being?
So we actually have a 60-day guarantee, which is also just kind of backing this up. If you take it for 60 days and next time you see your doctor, if they don't mention that you're healthier, then we have a full money-back guarantee. So it should be much sooner than that. 2 weeks or so, you should start to feel the benefits. But it's really affecting all your vital organs and your cells, which is why we're able to have the study work. They test those vital organs. They see how they're functioning better. And so you'll feel better every day.
So you feel better every day. So how long do you take it? I mean, do you take it for a week, a month, a year, the rest of your life?
Yeah, well, I mean, our sales would be great if you take it the rest of your life.
I wasn't asking about that. I just want to know, is it a lifestyle, I guess is what I'm asking you.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, people get on it and they get hooked. We have multiple flavors and people try them all and they love them all. And it's also like this, a lot of people think that it's just a placebo effect and they take it. You do have this natural energy kind of bump. I don't know if you had Dr. Kim on yet. I think so, but he called it the Kool-Aid Man effect, where you kind of take it and you feel like you can barge through a wall after taking it. So it definitely makes you feel healthier, makes you feel great, and I think you're just going to want to keep taking it. It's better for you, better for your health. It's going to keep lowering that biological age because, like you said at the beginning, the average American's biological age is actually 8 to 16 years older than their real age, and turning that backwards and slowing that down is a great effect of taking the Field of Greens.
Yeah. I saw on the website you guys just launched a new whey product as well. It's a protein. Give me the sneak preview of that. Tell me what that's about.
Yeah, like with everything at Brickhouse, we don't really launch anything unless it's either better or different than our competitors. So we're a nutrition company that hasn't had a protein for 9 years. Finally, we launched one. The main difference of ours is it's lactose free. It's fermented to be a pure protein as opposed to, it's kind of like, the way your beer is fermented. It's cellularly similar to, exactly identical to a whey protein, but without the whey, and you don't have to worry about what the cows have been on, where your whey comes from. It's purely fermented and acts identical to a whey protein. So it's easier on the stomach, tastes great, and it's lactose free.
Yeah. All right. Do you offer a discount to get folks started on Field of Greens?
Yeah. Use RAV for 20% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com. And again, promo code RAV, 20% off. Please give it a try and hope you feel better too.
I hope so too. You heard it right here. You can get a 20% discount by visiting fieldofgreens.com and use promo code RAV. Again, that's Promo code RAV at fieldofgreens.com. Now, after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us just how wonderful America is, plus answers to our America's Voice question of the day. What's that question? Well, what do you think about Donald Trump telling the UN? Well, they're not doing much to help much of anyone. We'll be right back.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
When life takes an unexpected turn, but work must go on, being prepared makes all the difference. 4 Patriots gives you backup power where it matters most. Solar generators that are lightweight, portable, and built tough enough to go wherever the job takes you. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your solar generator today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Can I remark on that? That's a very remarkable new promo. We are just getting started, Charlie. Thanks to you. We appreciate it. What a remarkable couple of weeks it's been. All right, what makes America wonderful? We do this every day with the hope that we can send you on your way with a smile on your face and hope in your heart that you still live in a pretty great place, because you do. All right. Today's story comes to us from Rockville Center, New York, where the determination of the hospital staff at Catholic Hearts Mercy Hospital helped to preserve a premature baby girl. Save her life. Trinity Alexandria Rose entered the world in April after just 26 weeks of gestation, where she weighed 1 pound, 14 ounces, a weight that classified her as micropreemie. Because of this, Trinity faced every challenge imaginable, underdeveloped organs such as the heart and lungs. as well as a massive deficit in nutrition, which prompted the hospital staff to transfer the little one into the NICU. That's a neonatal intensive care unit, where she and her family would spend almost 5 months, as efforts to get the baby healthy were of top priority. Well, thankfully, those efforts paid off, as the constant monitoring and care of Alexandria were successful, and her weight is now reported to be 11 pounds, 6 ounces. Pretty incredible, prompting the staff to let her go home, finally. Uncertainty, especially when it comes to the health and well-being of someone you love, is a tough cross to bear, but the constant around-the-clock care provided by the hospital staff that allowed baby Trinity to thrive and now go home reminds us what makes America wonderful. I just knew I was going to put a smile on your face. Now, what do you think about President Trump calling out the United Nations for not helping in international conflicts? Before we answer that, I mean, look, the United Nations has failed miserably for decades. Tell me one war the United Nations has stopped. One genocide the United Nations has stopped. One. There aren't any. The United Nations has failed at its core mission: stop war, stop genocide. That's the job of the organization. They failed miserably. And famine, pretty useless there too. Todd Bayshore writes this: it was awesomely beautiful, perfect, accurate. A lot of criticism, as you can imagine, from the left. But what do you expect? They're going to applaud Donald Trump? No. His numbers are doing great right now. Just Me, JCW writes, it is exactly what needed to be done. If the UN is not going to do anything about these conflicts, then what is their purpose? We need the office space, auditors to see what these people actually do. Well, you're exactly right about that, because what we know they don't do is solve wars and genocide, feed people in the middle of famines. They fail miserably at all of these things. What does the United Nations do besides take up prime real estate in New York? I'm totally on board with that. So says Deb LR. They think they can get away with anything, and it's time someone gets after them. I agree with that. Naquin 9989, President Trump is correct. It's called the UN for a reason. If the members don't unite, the whole thing should be dissolved or the U.S. should drop out. You know, we foot the majority of the bill. You probably knew that, because we foot the majority of the bill for every damn thing. Seal the deal 76. Trump should hold off payments to these global grifters. How fast they get in line. Hold the money. USAID, nope. Money for UN, nope. Jason S. Arnold, nations, like people, are called to be peacemakers, not just by words, but by deeds. If the United Nations is to live up to its name, it must rise above politics and remember its higher duty: to protect life, to prevent suffering, and to seek justice where division reigns. KMBSF, good for President Trump. I hope other countries are embarrassed. Yeah, they should be. One, sick up and fed up. Two, nice and about time. Patty from Texas writes, the UN globalists will retaliate how? By not stopping wars? By not stopping famine or genocide? Well, they've already done that. UN should be expelled, says Trump pirate, from American soil. They're a tool for the global order and funded the invasion of the America. They said they've lost their way. All right, we'll do one more here. The Gadsden word. He is dead on correct. Yes, he is. All right, so we got this big event coming up this weekend. I want to say it again, the AMAC Boot Camp for Patriots coming up this weekend. You can see it here on Real America's Voice. Make sure you stop in. It'll be well worth your time, well worth your effort. Another great show from our friends. There's David Brody and Dr. G will be there in person, so you can catch them, and a whole host of other folks. I see John Solomon and others there. All right, so good. Catch that this weekend. Don't forget to catch my program to start your morning every day on Real America's Voice, the Steve Gruber Show. We kick it off at 6 a.m. because I don't like sleep. I just like to get up and work all day for you. It's true. All right. Eric Bowling, he likes to work a lot, too. He is standing by to take the baton as we run this relay every single day. Bowling, nice. I saw you on Sunday, and what a powerful, powerful event that was in Phoenix, Arizona, State Farm Arena there for the official send-off of Charlie Kirk, I guess. 100,000 people in that room, from what I can tell. And apparently, TPUSA said 277,000 cell phones they tracked to Phoenix. 277,000. That's what I just heard a few minutes ago. So I haven't verified it, but that's what they're saying.
Yeah, it's staggering numbers, Steve. As you know, they expected, 100 and something thousand in the area. They got 300,000 folks to come in. That was on planes who were coming in. There, people wearing Freedom shirts. What a moment. And I looked over, I saw Steve Gruber, and it's your wife, Ivy, right? Is that her name, Ivy?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Wonderful just to see you there. We were so close you could actually see tears on some of the people's faces on the floor there. It was of the speakers. It was a moment. I just read something that Andrew Colvett, who is the executive producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, petitioned all the networks, the broadcast networks, and they came up with something like 100 million streams. 100 million streams of that event, and the world saw it. And I think whoever said it best. Charlie Kirk has been martyred, and his legacy will go on and on and on. Steve, it was really good to see you, though, brother. Good
to see you. You know, Ivy mentioned she was watching.
Tearful moments, sorry.
Yeah, there certainly were, and powerful moments. I mean, what Erica said, I forgive him. What a powerful moment. Ivy was noting when she was monitoring social media, people watching in South Korea, in England, in Australia. I mean, this was live fed to the world.
Can I just make one point very quickly? Rav didn't leave the stage, right? That Rav was on that show from the beginning to the end, this memorial service.
That's right.
That Fox News is taking a lot of heat, and they deserve it because they were dipping in, dipping out. So it was News Nation, same thing. Rav was the one that stayed there for the full. Wow, you guys started like 6 in the morning. I was watching Rav feed from the floor like this. Yeah, it was wonderful.
Yeah, I agree with you. I applaud Rob Sig and the team that made that decision. Stay with it. It's incredibly important. We're front row to history.
Yes, sir.
That's exactly right.
Oh, good seeing you there, and good to be back. Thank you, Steve.
You too.
All right, folks, 4 o'clock, markets closed. Take a look. There they are. Dow, everything down a little bit. NASDAQ got hit a bit more than the Dow. Oh, gold up another $22. Oil. Check out the crypto markets. Early on, they were holding. Sold off a little towards the end. I saw Bitcoin approaching 113,000, 111, 110,000 is a very important area. Got to be careful. Some of the crypto mixed across the board on crypto. Also, this just came out maybe 45 minutes to an hour before the show. We were talking about the breaking news. Ryan Ruth was found guilty of attempting to assassinate then presidential candidate Donald J. Trump on September 15th, 2024, while Trump was playing golf at the country club in Palm Beach, West Palm Beach. Ruth is also found guilty of assaulting a federal officer, possessing a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, a felony in possession of a firearm. He's a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. So he scratched the serial number off his firearm. Ruth faces a maximum penalty of life in prison. We also saw a headline that he may have attempted to take his own life inside the courtroom. We saw what we believe to be his sister running out of the courtroom, cameras following her. And I believe an officer jumped in to stop the guy from killing himself after that guilty verdict was handed down very swiftly, by the way. A lot of people were speculating it might take a few days for the verdict to come down. It came down very quickly. So let's bring in our own RAV Chief White House Correspondent, Brian Glenn, and talk to a little bit about this one. We have so much to talk to you about, my friend Brian. Tell us what the reaction is in D.C. of Ryan Ruth getting what looks could be a life sentence when the sentence actually comes down.
Yeah, Eric, I've got one word for you. Next. Let's get this conveyor belt of justice going. I know President Trump truthed out just shortly after that verdict was reached and said this is justice for America. And I think we can all feel a little sense of relief that it didn't take much time. Now, that happened just about over a year ago. I kind of like to see more of a quick trial for something like this, but obviously the evidence was all there. And thank God that Secret Service agent, as he walked along the fairway there, saw the tip of that gun pointed out of the bushes there that was able to spot Ruth there, just moments, I guess, away from perhaps taking a shot at the president. But this is certainly justice. And the fact that he tried to stab himself reportedly in the neck with an ink pen, I kind of wish he would have done it, because I think this man, I don't want to spend any tax dollars housing this guy, and he will get life in prison. I think that is a maximum sentence.
You took the words out of my mouth, my friend. You took the words. We were just having a conversation about it, and I literally said, why'd they stop him? Why'd they stop him? So we can, spend the next 30 years paying for this guy $50,000 a year as an inmate. He's not getting out. He tried to assassinate a presidential candidate, a former presidential candidate. He's never getting out. There'll never be a jury or a parole board that says, let him out now. He's safe. Right? Why do we need to spend this money? He wants to take his own life. Let him take his own life. Maybe pull an Epstein, pull the guards away for a couple of minutes and with some sheets and say, do what you want with these. Anyway.
Radical leftists. Nobody spent a lot of time on the Hill, so there's a lot of congressional members that should check their logbooks to see who checked in and signed into their office. I would imagine that Ryan Ruth paid multiple visits to people in Congress because he was such a supporter of the war in Ukraine. And I would imagine there were a few of those members that he would have loved to have had a few conversations with in terms of getting their support. But I think it's a good day for justice in America. And like I said, Eric, next, let's keep this going. I mean, this is one of the things that President Trump pushed out on.
How about next we get one of these guilty as sin elected officials to do a perp walk and throw them behind bars? I mean, I want to see these people who were absolutely doing things that if we had done, Brian, Eric, or any of the viewers had done, we'd be in jail. Throw these lawmakers in jail. I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat. You want to cheat, steal, abuse the system, you should be penalized for it. It's time.
But by the way, George Santos, and I just got a phone call last night about this. He is at a minimal security, but he has been in solitary confinement for over 30 days. This is at a minimal security prison, but he's still put into solitary confinement for 30 days. He gets 3 showers a week. He gets only drinking water through the faucet in the sink in his jail cell. This is horrible, and I do anticipate someone stepping in on this. And this is an injustice to begin with.
I got an idea. Yeah. We throw James Comey in Ryan Ruth's cell and let them be cell partners and let them become boyfriend and girlfriend for a while. Sorry, I digress. Can we also talk a little bit about a couple of the other big stories? You mentioned Ukraine. Let's do that last because Trump made some pretty interesting comments just moments ago.
He did.
A couple of minutes ago. We'll get to that in 1 second. But Jimmy Kimmel Live is coming back tonight, but not everywhere. Our good friends, my good friends, David Smith, who owns Sinclair, has decided his 40 ABC stations will preempt Kimmel Live with their own programming. And as you point out, go ahead, Nexstar, you have some news.
Yeah, I was going to say Nexstar about over an hour ago joined back on in preempting Kimmel across their stations as well. Now, I work for, in full transparency, I both worked for Sinclair and Nexstar.
Did you? Okay.
And
I work for Sinclair as well, by the way. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, great companies.
Right.
And I've got nothing bad to say about these guys. But this is where it's going to benefit the stations. And people need to understand this. When you put a program like Kimmel in a late night fringe spot, okay, they only have so many insertable breaks that the local stations can sell. Now, if they would replace that time slot with a locally produced show or just rebroadcast their evening news, that opens up to 30 to 40 available slots that they can sell to advertisers. So they make more money, believe it or not, if they have their original programming that they create rather than Jimmy Kimmel. So if you look at it from a financial standpoint, they like this. This is less hours on their staff as well, that they don't have to come in and stay later till 11:35 at night when this all thing wraps up. So from what I understand, the stations are getting a lot of feedback from local advertisers that are saying, Eric, we will not buy your program if you have Kimmel on the air. So this is an economic decision. And of course, we can just say that Jimmy Kimmel's show has become so political. And I've looked over his every single day. I look over his monologue to see what he's talking about. 90% of the time it's about Trump or about anybody else in Congress and very little original jokes. Now, keep in mind, this is a comedian that honestly got his start from, he was a very funny guy early on in his career, but he just got radically changed to the left. But I think at the end of the day, I think he will still have a show, Eric. I just don't think it'll be on broadcast. I think it'll go straight to digital. And where it goes from there, I have no idea.
And maybe the folks don't understand, you and I have worked in these types of conglomerate stations. So Sinclair has something like 200 stations, ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, and CNN, as does Nexstar. Nexstar may have just surpassed Sinclair, about the same, about 200, 220 stations, all branded different broadcast networks.
Yeah.
And what they do, they each has its own news director at each station. So these news directors are typically very liberal. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, very liberal. And so you put pro-Trump programming up, or you pull anti-Trump programming off, and these news directors get crazy. They get really ticked off at the parent companies, Sinclair and Nexstar. And so the parent company has to make a decision. Do we tick off every one of our affiliates, or do we do what we want to do? And right now, the two of them are standing up saying, we're going to stand up for Trump. We're going to stand up for Charlie Kirk. We're going to push away from Kimmel. And it's not an easy task for them to do it, even though they may or may not make more money doing it. It's a very difficult thing. They're doing this on principle, not necessarily on money, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. And also, full transparency, Nexstar is trying to merge Tegna with Tegna, and so that was blocked in the previous administration. That might be open for a green light under the Trump administration.
There you go.
Yeah,
because there's limits. There are limits. There's broadcast limits, how many stations you can go. But the other thing you kind of teased it, maybe not even with Ryan Ruth, saying he was pro-Ukraine. Trump made some very interesting statements in like a pull aside with Macron at UNGA, at the UN General Assembly, suggesting that Ukraine can now beat Russia. And it went a little further. He said, we will continue to supply NATO with the weapons that they need to beat Russia. That's stepping a little out for Trump, no?
Yeah, and he also added, Eric, they can do whatever they want with them. That was the second part of that statement. But that was very surprising when I read that, because that is a very different stance than what we would have had 3-4 months ago, when we felt like Ukraine basically had no chance of really, taking over this war, more or less taking back land that they have let go so far to Russia. Very surprising on this. And of course, Zelensky said his meeting, I should say, with President Trump was one of the better meetings that he had today, with other nation leaders. So apparently, whatever he was able to tell President Trump or convince him that the progress they're making was enough for him to put out that Truth Social post.
Let's game this out a little bit, right? So, what's in it for Trump to make that statement? Not a lot, because a lot of folks, certainly MAGA folks, just don't want anything to do with Ukraine. We don't want to support it. Yes, we're going to support NATO because we're in it, I guess. But it felt to me like it was some sort of kind of not a shot. Don't get me wrong. It was meant for Putin more than anyone else. Not Ukraine, not NATO, not Europe. That was meant for Putin, saying, "Hey, listen, you should have taken care of this. You didn't. I'm going to step back and continue to do what we do. Fix it, Vladimir, and meet with me." That's my assessment. You see him a lot more than I do.
That's not a bad assessment at all. I think that's fair to say, and I do think I'd want to keep an eye on everything, because Putin, knowing him, could retaliate to lengths we've never seen before in the next coming days because of that statement, to maybe prove President Trump wrong or show Zelensky who he feels like is in charge of this war. So that's an excellent point. Well, look, we all want peace, and MAGA, and Eric, you and I can agree with everybody watching us. We want peace. We want the bloodshed to stop in this war.
We want the peace. We want it to stop. And if it's not going to be peace, I believe MAGA wants to stop supporting any of the sides in it. That's my assessment. But we're going to leave it at Brian. Really good having you. I always love these banters. It's really good to get inside, the Beltway there. And Brian is if not the most connected, he's certainly one of them. Brian, really good talking to you, my friend.
I enjoy it. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it.
See you soon. Hey, folks, do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still unfiled? Do you forget to file an extension? The October 15th deadline. That's the extension deadline. Approaching fast. Time's running out. If you haven't gathered all your documents or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. They can garnish your wages. They can freeze your bank accounts, or they can seize your property, your home. But there's help available. Tax Network USA, a nationwide tax firm, has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion. Yes, $1 billion in tax debt. They filed hundreds of thousands of tax returns and assisted thousands in reducing their tax burdens, and they can help you too. Don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV. That's tnusa.com/RAV, or call 1-800-905-8000. 800-905-8000 for a full 100% free consultation. In one short call, the experts at Tax Network USA will guide you through some simple questions to determine how much you can save. Take action now before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call that number again, 800-905-8000. All right, we're going to do voicemail starting again. You know, we were, out of respect for Charlie Kirk, we stopped it. We felt it was too light of a segment. We wanted to focus on Charlie, but we're going to bring it back. We're going to start doing it next. So hit me up with your voicemail, 888-601-0032. Let me know what you think, what you want to talk about. It can be anything we will pull. I have a backlog of probably 2,000 voicemails. I apologize. I'll get to them. I want to get to yours. Keep sending them. Just keep them short, keep them pithy, and we'll get some of them on air. The Edge launched last week to massive success. Brett Favre was the first guest. We talked about his Parkinson's. We talked about his drug problems when he was playing football. He went 6 years with a drug addiction. 6 years. Still won Super Bowls. We have a new one show posting in a couple of days, but here's a little taste. I started with nothing but my body and my mind, and I fought my way to the top of 4 arenas built to break men. First, pro baseball, where every pitch can end your dream. Then Wall Street, where I became one of the highest earning traders in America. Then came television, primetime lights, millions watching every night, a test. And I put it in writing. Wake Up America, followed by The Swamp, calling out corruption by name. But the Edge isn't politics. It's not about fame. It's about fire. It's about proving yourself when everything is on the line. Only the strong survive it. Only the ready rise through it. This is the Edge. September.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
Hi, Julie. It's Pam. Listen, I just saw the storm warning and they're saying it could be bad. I know the store is going to be a madhouse, but we need to stock up on food. We also need gas for our generator, or we're going to be stuck without power. Please make sure you have everything you need before it's too late. I don't want you getting caught unprepared.
4 Patriots. Everything you need for total peace of mind.
Let's bring in our next guest, Rav, border correspondent, who reports on the cartels and the many politicians who work with them, which oftentimes very, very dangerous work. Happy to bring back Oscar Ramirez to join us from Tijuana, Mexico. Oscar, I heard some, and we've done this dozens of times, and I'm always concerned about you and your family. You're reporting on these cartels now. We just heard, tell us what you just found out about your family, the cartels looking to target you, what they're trying to get at you. Tell us.
Well, Eric, sadly, this happened a few days ago. 2 armed men tried to enter the gated community where I live in. They specifically wanted the direction of my house. They knew the direction of my house. The security of the gated community specifically denied the entrance. There was family, out in just a little steps away from the vehicle. That's why they did not force the entrance. After that, I took the video. I got home, asked for the video. I called a few authorities, a few friends that I know. And then later on, that same vehicle went to several addresses from my family members. I notified my family members that this was happening to me, and some of my cousins told me, you know what, that same vehicle was outside of our house also going around. So this was a major concern. I had to go to the authorities, and I had to lay low for a couple of days, not talk about this situation. But this is exactly what what journalists in Mexico, what they go through when specifically we talk about the situations that make the organized crime and the corrupt government uncomfortable, Eric.
And your family, Oscar. I mean, you got kids. Tell us what are you going to do?
Well, my mother and my father, they're extremely concerned at this particular moment. They're a little bit upset of the situation that this has continued and aggravated to this particular point. We're thinking about right now what we're going to do if we're going to continue to live in the city. I think that I have lived here in the city all my life, but I think that it's time to move. And we're just, seriously thinking about where we're going to go now and how we're going to move forward from this because, it's concerning, being stuck here in the house with a police officer outside and just safeguarding the whole situation and continuous communication with authorities. It is nothing normal. It is something that I don't recommend to nobody to go through this. But this is clearly a threat to my life, and I'm taking it as directly as it is.
I'm nervous for you. I end our interviews and ask you, are you okay? Is everything all right? You're reporting on these cartels. They're bloodthirsty criminal thugs that would love you not to talk about them anymore. I mean, can you get on the U.S. side of the border somewhere and just get out of Mexican territory? Because I guess you can't really get a lot of help from local authorities, can you?
Well, we're trying to see where we can go, and the local authorities, we know some of them, and they know that this kind of circumstances are happening. There's a lot of extortion right now going on in the city of Tijuana, particularly the state of Baja California. There's a lot of corruption. We have been exposing this on RAP, the corrupt politicians that they have been exposed by the Trump administration. Just recently, another dirty politician, her name Hilda Brown, just was exposed. She was a former mayor of Rosarito, and we started talking about this. So we understand that it's the same government that is uncomfortable with these kind of situations of journalists speaking against what they're doing in all the situations which are happening in our cities. So we have to know now strategically what we are going to do, how we are going to move forward from this. The Trump administration that is doing something that no administration in history of the United States of America has done, that is not only bringing leaders of cartel members into the United States territory, but also exposing dirty politicians. That is the number one problem in our country. And they're actually doing it right now.
Oscar, we know a bunch of people in the Trump administration. I mean, have you reached out to them for some protection?
I have reached out to my brother, Ben Berquam, that we always working together. And I called him immediately when this happened. I told him, you know what, Ben, this is what is going on. And immediately he said, was it the videos that we just recently posted? And I said, it's a combination of everything. I knew that this was going to happen in a particular moment. The attacks through social media warfare, also the attacks through, several circumstances that we have to be extremely careful in our city to go around. So, hopefully the right people will know about this situation and we can be safeguarded in places. We're going to continue to work. The journalist union in Tijuana told me, continue to work, Oscar, continue to do your job and continue to do as you do.
Yes, I get that. Because you're a professional. By the way, the war correspondents that get all these accolades for spending time in war zones, but they got these big things that say press on it, and they're ignored by both sides. The Oscar, folks, is doing the opposite. It's a war zone, and the problem is if it says press or it says Oscar Ramirez on it, it's a target rather than a distraction for these cartels who are fighting each other and anyone like Oscar who wants to report on it. I want you to be safe, brother. Don't worry about the reporting. Get your family's safety. And let's talk to some folks to see if we can secure you a little bit better. Oscar Ramirez, thank you for your time, my friend.
Thank you so much, Eric. Like always, it's an honor to be with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Approximately 19 million Americans take fish oil supplements, which are rich in omega-3 fatty acids and help with heart health and joint health. But does it really help? Or have we been lured into believing the marketing claims that are now being challenged by medical studies? My next guest, Dr. Chad Walding, is an expert in the field of physical therapy, nutrition, and nutraceuticals. Dr. Chad is the co-founder of Native Path, a health and wellness company focused on supplements backed by science. Welcome, Dr. Chad Walding. Doctor, we've talked about it. The global fish oil market is massive, projected to be over $3.2 billion this year alone. But credible studies have emerged that suggest fish oil may not be as healthy as we're being told on commercials. Tell us about the studies that suggest what you guys are involved with, that krill oil, a healthier choice, a healthier source of omega-3s.
That's right. Yeah. So Harvard Health actually published a major study of multiple randomized trials testing fish oil against placebo. And the conclusion was there's no evidence that there's heart-related benefits from fish oil. Actually, Cleveland Clinic also published an article stating fish oil pills aren't doing what you think they're doing. In fact, one of the studies found that fish oil may increase LDL cholesterol. So much of the science suggests that fish oil may not provide the health benefits many people are hoping from. And I really see there's two problems with fish oil that we need to bring awareness to. Number one is where it comes from, right? It comes from oceans where there's oil spills and nuclear disasters. High levels of mercury can be found in those waters. I simply don't trust it. It's almost always tainted with pollutants and toxins. And number two, it doesn't actually get absorbed by the human body very well when compared to krill oil, which we feel is a superior form of omega-3s.
Tell us why, I think you've mentioned this before, but krill is found in the ocean as well. Same ocean, same water, same pollutants, but they don't absorb the pollutants. Why not?
Well, actually, it's actually where they're from in the ocean, right? They come from the Antarctic, where the waters are extremely pure and toxin-free. So the purity is something we value at Native Path. And the studies really back up the effectiveness of krill in comparison to fish oil. It's actually 50% more absorbable and 8 times more bioavailable in the human body. So you're getting more omega-3s, more bang for your buck when you're taking krill oil. And that's because it comes in a phospholipid form. That form is found all over our bodies, which allow it to penetrate our cells, and it's more powerful than fish oil. One study found that krill oil was more effective than fish oil at supporting heart health, even when given at lower doses.
Dr. Chad, tell us why you co-founded Native Path.
Because we recognize humans have gotten off the path, especially in the past 100 years with regards to our health. There's been a steady decline in human health over the past 100 years, and that's happened despite all our advances in science and technology. We have a health industry that knows very little about food, a food industry that knows very little about health, and we've been led in the wrong direction. So at Native Path, we're big on education. We want to get people back on the path with timeless principles of human health, and we provide the purest and most effective supplements as close to nature as possible to fill in the gaps for what's missing in the modern diet.
Fantastic. They say just because it's packaged doesn't mean it's safe, and this is a great example. You guys dig deep into making sure the stuff that you're selling is safe for the folks. You have a special for the RAV viewers? Tell us about it.
We do. So we're extending up to 66% off to the audience today when they visit nativepathcrudeoil.com. So we'll give that again. Visit nativepathcrudeoil.com for 66% off.
That's great. I'm going to try it. I'm going to do it. I do this with a lot of people who come on the show and talk about their products. I open accounts with various banks that come on. I'm going to try it. I'm going to give it a shot, and looking forward to that. Dr. Chad Walding, Native Path Health and Wellness co-founder. Really good having you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Eric. Good to be here.
All right, folks. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Yikes, leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home systems.
Don't worry, be warranty.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, the leftist media, the machine, has spent every single day since Charlie Kirk's assassination parading low-life Democrats whose main message is that Charlie was asking for it for saying things that they don't agree with. Well, the death cult, that is the Democrat Party, stooped to new lows last weekend and has continued into this week. Dialing down the rhetoric clearly isn't in their interest. They ask us to, but they don't want to themselves. They're interested in just one thing: increasing the body count. On the day of his funeral, in the most disgusting fashion, and that's not saying a lot because we're talking about them, Democrats, and we're talking about CNN and Jasmine Crockett, by the way. On the day of Charlie's funeral, one of the most hateful, least educated, and classless members of Congress took to CNN to spew lies and hate.
The rhetoric that Charlie Kirk continuously put out there
was rhetoric that specifically targeted people of color. And so it is unfortunate that even our colleagues could not see how harmful his rhetoric was specifically to us. And I can tell you that a month prior to him passing away, he had actually gotten out on his podcast. I wasn't aware of this at the time, but he got out there and he was talking negatively about me directly. So if there was any way that I was going to honor somebody who decided that they were just going to negatively talk about me and proclaim that I was somehow involved in the great white replacement, yeah, I'm not honoring that kind of stuff.
What a disgusting smear, a disgusting lie, and saying it on the day of Charlie Kirk's funeral after he was killed because of the lies they told about Charlie is the lowest form of life, otherwise known as a Democrat. And it's because of those lies that scum like Jasmine Crockett and their fellow lying political hacks like Ilhan Omar, AOC, and Hakeem Jeffries voted against the resolution to honor Charlie Kirk.
One of the things I do want to point out that's not been laid out that honestly hurts my heart is when I saw the no votes, there were only 2 Caucasians. For the most part, the only people that voted no were people of color because the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk continuously put out there was rhetoric that specifically targeted people of color. And so it is unfortunate that even our colleagues could not see how harmful his rhetoric was specifically to us.
It was a lie machine. More lies on the day, mind you, of Charlie's funeral, the lowest form of life called a Democrat. CNN knew she was going to come on and spew hate about Charlie, and they chose to have her on anyway. And from the network that decided to bring you a healthy heaping of Crockett, hate, and lies on the day of Charlie's funeral, on that same very day, CNN somehow wanted the world to believe that it's still President Trump's fault.
Some of the other administration officials sort of tone it down, and they did have a more unifying message than what we heard in the days right after Charlie Kirk's killing. But once again, you hear the president of the United States. He said, the violence is mostly from the left. That is not supported by the data, we should note. And sadly, we see political violence across the spectrum. But once again, using that divisive rhetoric.
Yeah, and I do want to be.
I see. So spreading lies that get people killed on your network, well, that's acceptable. But parlaying facts about leftist violence that you help to foster, well, that's divisive rhetoric. See how that works? See what they do, the lowest form of human life called a Democrat? Like having on one of the most America-hating members of Congress, this lying, hateful monster that has no place in this country, let alone as a representative in our own Congress. Ilhan Omar takes a massive boot to Charlie Kirk on the day before his funeral.
What I find jarring is that there are so many people willing to excuse the most reprehensible things that he said. But I am not going to sit here and be judged for not wanting to honor any legacy this man has left behind. That should be in the dustbin of history, and we should hopefully move on and forget the hate that he spewed every single day.
What a disgusting, vile thing to say coming from a vile, disgusting human being. Please leave this country, Ilhan Omar. You obviously hate it so much. Lowest form of life, the Democrat, is too kind for a person like her. And the lowest form of life, the Democrat, spread from Congress on down to the likes of this half man right here, one of the Krasenstein brothers, absolutely hating that Charlie Kirk was being honored and loved.
This is what it currently looks like outside the State Farm Stadium in Arizona for the Charlie Kirk Memorial at 5 a.m. Behind me, you see the lines. This year alone, there have been 11 school massacres, and not a single one had a major memorial at a large sports stadium in America.
Those two little brothers, Krasensteins, are about this big, and they're both vile little human beings. Denver's oldest gay bar, called R&R Lounge, offering a drink called the Charlie Kirk as a single shot, by far one of the most disgusting things you'll ever see. You're telling me they're not the side of evil, these Democrats, these losers, these progressives? They're horrible people. Charlie Kirk is being laid to rest, and these jerks are doing things like spewing lies about him and about MAGA on television, or these little Krasenstein guys doing, and a gay bar having a shot called the Charlie Kirk. Come on. You're telling me that they're not condoning and celebrating violence against us? Of course they are. The lowest form of human life, a Democrat. It's demonic is what it is. Erica Kirk and others who spoke on Sunday had to memorialize Charlie from what? Behind bulletproof glass. That's right. Meanwhile, liberals have the luxury of cheering for Charlie's death in the streets, on the air, safe places, MSNBC, CNN, completely unafraid, by the way. And while Erica Kirk forgives the man who murdered her husband, the left is doing everything they can to make sure that something like this happens again. Yeah, I said it right. HuffPost, which for some unknown reason still exists, insists that the funeral was a rage fest and that President Trump gave a hate-filled eulogy. I was there. I was 5 rows back. I was right behind the president's cabinet on the floor. That is a blatant lie, HuffPo. It's a clear deflection coming from the party of violence, the lowest form of life. Democrats, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Eric Swalwell, Ilhan Omar, Chuck Schumer. They all poured fuel on the fire. These are people we've been calling out for years as inciters of violence. And she can't even help herself. The woman who lost to him in November made sure to pour gasoline, butane on the fire while promoting her own stupid little book on Monday.
A tyrant. We used to compare the strength of our democracy to communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now, Donald Trump.
Tyrant, dictator, really, you little person, you little tiny little moronic person, Kamala Harris, you little SOB on Charlie Kirk's the day after his memorial. You're spewing this, to sell your own stupid books. Certainly not lowering the temperature there at all. Is it, folks? What a loser she is. Little human being. Every single one of them reprehensible and responsible, by the way, for what happened to Charlie Kirk and for what will continue to happen because of what they say and they do. I don't forgive them. I'm not there. I don't forgive them. I've been saying this. I was pissed off from the moment it happened. Screw your unity. I'm still pissed off. We've been saying they're evil for years, but now they've shown it to the world with full force for all to see, with a massive assist from the media they own. Again, the lowest form of human life, the Democrat. The masks are off, and we will not forget America. We will not forget what you did. All of you, every single one of you, will continue to call you out. Be right back.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
When life takes an unexpected turn, but work must go on, being prepared makes all the difference. 4 Patriots gives you backup power where it matters most. Solar generators that are lightweight, portable, and built tough enough to go wherever the job takes you. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your solar generator today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Welcome back. Hillary Clinton decided to weigh in on Jimmy Kimmel's ousting from the late night television scene, at least temporarily. Take a listen to what old Hill Shady had to say.
It is a direct government action to try to intimidate employers, organizations, corporations, much of which we've already seen, to remove an opponent, even though it's a comic. It's look, I had no idea when I was in public life and listening to the jokes that were made about me and the attacks that were, coming from people like Jimmy Kimmel and others, that I could have called up the head of the FCC and said, take them off the air. I don't like what they're saying.
15 minutes are uphill. You didn't get it. You're not going to be president. Sorry. Meanwhile, in crazy land, Jasmine Crockett trying to rewrite all of our laws, apparently in her mind. Entering this country illegally is not against the law, according to Jazzy Jasmine Crockett. By the way, she is the congresswoman from Texas. Think about that. Listen to her insanely dangerous rhetoric.
It is not a criminal violation to enter the country illegally. It's not a criminal. It's a crime. It's not a crime, which is why they're so frustrated, because they really want our local law enforcement to go out and round up people when they could be looking out for the murderers and the sexual abusers as well as the robbers. They want them to go and round people up on civil accusations.
Actually, it is a crime, and when you perpetrate a crime, you are a criminal. So, Jazz, I think you're wrong and you're wrong. Hey, if I'm wrong, you tell me. I don't think it's a policy, a border policy. I think it's actually border laws. Gavin Newsom just signed one of the most insane bills we can ever think of or ever heard of, a bill that literally unmasks ICE agents, makes them forced to take their masks off. This is unbelievable.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. To ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you're going to go out and you're going to do enforcement, provide an ID. Tell us which agency you represent. Provide us basic information that all local law enforcement is required to provide.
Ooh, tough guy, right? Tough guy with a big security detail around him everywhere he goes, around his family, wherever they go, around their home. Tough guy, huh, Gav? Yeah, really? Okay. Because I've ridden with those ICE officers, and one of the things they're afraid of is someone taking a picture of their face, because the cartels have facial recognition software that can pinpoint where they live and where their families are. So that's why ICE officers wear masks, dumbass. That's why they do that. By the way, you have armed security around you. What are you afraid of? The death of their family. Jerk. Really? He wants to be president? Good luck with that. And by the way, this is one of the problems when a mayor's office doesn't support its own police department. Crime explodes because the cops say, if I'm not getting supported by the mayor's office and I go for an arrest and someone accuses me of being too tough on, a criminal accuses me, cops just say, I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. You can't blame them. And this is where a whole state, the state of California, is the governor's telling every one of those officers, I don't have your back. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to stand down, and it's just going to become deluged, swamped with more illegals and crime. Ilhan Omar, apparently embarrassed by America, in one of the most hypocritical sound bites that we will play this week. hopefully, it's only Tuesday, the insane lady really says that we're being run by idiots. Listen.
For me, is I feel embarrassed for him because in these attacks, what he does, and I think with the likes of Nancy Mace and whoever that Randy guy is, they expose themselves for how stupid they are. And that is embarrassing for us as a country because these are people who are elected to positions of leadership. He's supposed to be the president of the United States who's heading off to Europe to represent us. When he does, he's uneducated enough to understand that members of Congress can't be impeached. You know, when you have Nancy and Randy saying, you know, we're on it, we're going to impeach her. When they're saying they're going to deport me, knowing full well that you cannot deport an American citizen. What that displays for not just Americans, but folks on an international platform is that our country is being led by idiots.
Says the woman who married her own brother to get him citizenship in the United States. Says the woman who has said blatantly out loud that she cares more about the people from her home country, Somalia, than she does of America's. Says the woman whose real husband made $40 million charging the U.S. government for advising services. Says the woman who now is bubbling up to the top of the list on Democrat candidate lists. Can you believe this? This hateful human being. All that. Chuck Schumer was asked why he wouldn't endorse Zohan Mamdani, like many of his delusional peers, but didn't really offer an explanation. Listen to this.
Before I let you go, speaking of candidates, you've been asked numerous times if you will endorse Zohran Mamdani for New York City mayor. You always say you're going to continue to talk. There are two key questions here that you haven't answered. One is, will you ever endorse him? And two, what do you need from him to get your endorsement?
Okay. Well, first of all, you know, I know him. We've had a good relationship in the past, and we had a good meeting 2 weeks ago, a very long meeting with a lot of serious questions. And all I can tell you is I'm going to continue talking to him.
What's the holdup?
I got to continue talking to him, and that's what I'm going to do.
Is part of the calculus that if you endorse a Democratic socialist, you're worried it will be damaging to your party, maybe even your chances of winning back the Senate?
I'm going to continue talking to him. Dana, you can ask me again.
All right. Had to try, Senator. I really...
Yeah. Great programming. Wow, that was compelling. Rachel Maddow just announced another mega liberal No Kings protest. Oh, another No Kings protest. Let's see who's funding this one, shall we? Listen to how proud she was to break the news.
You may have already heard this, but the organizers of the No Kings rallies, remember the No Kings rallies that happened back in June, those huge protests in June that attracted more than 5 million people across the country. Organizers from the No Kings events that happened back then have just now announced the date for the next No Kings demonstrations. They're going to be October 18th. So that's going to be no thrones, no crowns, no kings. Saturday, October 18th. That's about 6 weeks from now. They just announced it like yesterday. They've already got hundreds of rallies and demonstrations planned that day. They say they are expecting more people to show up in October than the 5 million plus people who showed up in June.
Okay, so I wonder who's financing that. I wonder why they didn't just go with October 7th. They should just own the whole thing. You know, October 7th, kill 1,400 Jews, young people at a music festival. You leftists are all the same. Just admit it. October 18th, really. Another rally. Soros is spending his money. Tim Walz got a warm reception at a farm fest over the weekend. He went there to defend his ridiculous COVID mandates, and his state's farmers let him have it. Watch.
We're facing challenges. When we face challenges, the solution is not to divide more of us. It's to come together. I'm proud in Minnesota that we were able to do that. Keeping our death rates from COVID the lowest 10 in the nation of state. Keeping our... Please.
Another guy doesn't realize Hillary was on, she lost, she's done. Kamala was on, she lost, she's done. This clown is horrible. Biggest mistake of the Democrats' life, picking him as the vice president. He's gone, but they just don't step aside. They don't know when it's time to step aside. I will do that. It's time for me to step aside for this, and a commercial. We'll be right back. I started with nothing but my body and my mind. And I fought my way to the top of 4 arenas built to break men. First, pro baseball, where every pitch can end your dream. Then Wall Street, where I became one of the highest earning traders in America. Then came television, primetime lights, millions watching every night, a test. And I put it in writing. Wake Up America, followed by The Swamp, calling out corruption by name. But the edge isn't politics. It's not about fame. It's about fire. It's about proving yourself when everything is on the line. Only the strong survive it. Only the ready rise through it. This is The Edge.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
So we're back here in studio. Yesterday, it was amazing. Sunday was at the memorial. Outstanding. We've talked about that a lot. But Monday, we did the show from inside the TPUSA compound. So there were there's buildings and whatnot. There's a fence surrounding it. There's a massive makeshift vigil. It was beautiful. It was wonderful to see the folks. You had to walk. I was taking an Uber to get to the show. And I had to walk 3 or 4 blocks, and people were they just did not want this memorial to end. It was phenomenal. And as we were coming in to set up the show inside the compound again, I bumped into Andrew Colvett. Andrew is great. I've known Andrew for many, many years. He was Charlie Kirk's, he is Charlie Kirk's show executive producer, also his right-hand man. He's just a wildly talented young man, wonderful guy. Just had a couple of seconds to chat with him. Here it is. I'm here with Andrew Colvett, the executive producer of Charlie Kirk's show and spokesperson, just doing a great job, Andrew. You guys put an amazing memorial together yesterday. How are you holding up?
We are, one day at a time, but I can tell you that we feel the prayers of people we've never met all over the country, all over the world, and they're holding us up. And I think proof point in that is what we did in 6 days. An event that should have taken 6 months to plan, we did it in 6 days. And the team deserves all the credit. It was amazing. And it's such a tribute to Charlie, but it's also a tribute to his leadership and what he taught all of us. And we carry a piece of him with us. And you saw that on full display yesterday and the way that we were able to honor him.
It's amazing. Well, the crowd out here as well.
just a massive memorial outside TPUSA. Andrew, doing a great job. Keep up the great work, and let's continue Charlie's legacy and mission. Thank you,
and not only the folks are honoring Charlie, President Trump is too. Watch.
And I just want to say we love him. And he's looking down at us right now, and he's saying, wow, that's a great crowd. He's saying, that's a great crowd. And it's a great crowd of patriots. But that's why I will soon award Charlie the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's the highest civilian honor.
Not a dry eye in the place, folks. Here's a little tribute to Charlie Kirk.
President of the United States will be here, Vice President, many members of the cabinet. It's going to be unique in American history. Never happened before.
These people have lined up here. I've never seen a line of traffic like that ever.
President Trump is on his way to Arizona as we speak.
Why is this event so important, and what did Charlie and Turning Point mean to you?
We're celebrating the life of Charlie Kirk, a man that created a movement that has never been made before. I mean, Charlie Kirk broke up an entire generation of people.
I'm here today to tell you the why in what he did. The why is the one that Charlie wanted to welcome as the guest of honor. He's the King of Glory.
God has created a revival right here in this house.
We will never, ever let them forget the name Charlie Kirk.
Now is the time for us to step into the arena and to stand as warriors for freedom and truth and fight.
My friends, for Charlie, we must remember that he is a hero to the United States of America, and he is a martyr for the Christian faith.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That young man, I forgive him.
Charles James Kirk, he lived bravely, he led boldly. I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history.
Leaders of Muslim-majority nations as they attempt to hash out a plan to bring peace to Gaza. There's mounting concern about the situation as Israeli forces are pushing deeper into Gaza City. Speaking at the UN Assembly, the Emir of Qatar called Israel an enemy to its surrounding neighbors and urged more nations to recognize a Palestinian state. Earlier in the day, President Trump blasted the UN for not doing more to end wars like the one being waged in Ukraine. After that speech, he held a bilateral meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and just days after Russia violated the airspace in both Estonia and Poland, he said this.
Mr. President, do you think that NATO countries should shoot down Russian aircraft if they enter their airspace?
Yes, I do.
We're just hours away from Jimmy Kimmel making his return to late-night TV after being sidelined for nearly a week. His suspension fueling backlash and protests over free speech in the wake of the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. But millions of viewers across the country may have trouble tuning in and seeing it tonight. Two companies that own dozens of ABC affiliate stations announced they will preempt Kimmel's return.
There are always this kind of bellicose responses that, what should we do? Fight, fight, fight. But then he also says, well, would the United States back those countries if that happened? And then he says, well, it depends on the circumstances. So that is kind of, a deterrence to Russia, which is good. But then it's not an assurance to our allies that if they do stand up, that we have these kind of Article 5 guarantees. So I think it kind of muddies the water a little bit.
Because he was asked about security guarantees for Ukraine sort of in the next breath, and he punts on that, right?
Right. At this point, that's correct. So, I don't think these statements, we can kind of go too far with them and say like, oh, game changer, this means something, but you got to have more than a statement, as he actually said himself. You can't just have words on a letter. You actually have to have follow through and action. Well, that would apply to everything we're talking about here.
Obviously, a lot of people here are big supporters of Jimmy Kimmel here in the heart of Hollywood. A lot of people who work in the industry support what he does, support the jobs that he employs here. But obviously, this has gone beyond Hollywood. When you look at this news that Nexstar and Sinclair continue to plan to not show his show tonight, even though he's coming back to the ABC affiliates. And that's noteworthy because that's about 20% of the ABC affiliates that they control in the United States. I just want to give you an idea of what they're saying. Sinclair said it will air news programming in the time slot instead. As far as Nexstar is concerned, they put out a statement, and I want to read part of it to you right now. It says, "We made a decision last week to preempt Jimmy Kimmel Live following what ABC referred to as Mr. Kimmel's ill-timed and insensitive comments at a critical time in our national discourse. We stand by that decision pending assurance that all parties are committed to fostering an environment of respectful, constructive dialogue in the markets we serve." Now, we do expect to hear Jimmy Kimmel have some thoughts on this. We expect to hear that. However, we won't know until the show actually hits the airwaves what he says. We do know that beyond that, he's got Glenn Powell and Sarah McLachlan as guests tonight.
Within the last few minutes, we just got word that Ryan Ruth was found guilty on all 5 counts by this jury. It's happened after about almost 2.5 hours of deliberation. As I mentioned when I joined you a little bit earlier, the only question the jury seemed to have was about the weapon itself and the ammunition. That required the jury to go back into the courtroom. They got to get a closer look at the rifle and some of the ammunition. What was discussed, we don't know, but we know that shortly thereafter, the jury came back with that guilty count for all 5 of those counts. And to remind everyone, we're talking about the counts here of attempted assassination of a major presidential candidate, possession of a firearm in furtherance of a crime of violence, assaulting a federal officer, felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition, and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. This was all laid out in the closing arguments by the prosecution, by the government today. Pretty well thought out. It was very well presented, meticulous. Ryan Ruth also had an opportunity to lay out his closing arguments. Judge Eileen Cannon giving him essentially a wide berth despite him going off the rails essentially with evidence that wasn't presented in the case, basically talking about his character, things that were objected to by the prosecution. Judge Eileen Cannon allowed him to continue, giving him a 5-minute wrap-up well before his hour and 45 time was allotted here. Then the prosecution had a rebuttal, which took about 20 minutes. Then the case quickly went to the hands of the jury. And again, as we are getting information from our producing team that was inside of this, a lot of emotion, it sounds like, during that verdict once it was read. We're getting more of the specifics here. But again, we're hearing guilty on all 5 counts as the rain here begins to fall. So it's going to obviously be a kind of a messy walkthrough once some of the family and people start to leave the courtroom. But more information as we have it, Katie. But again, that is the major headline here. Ryan Ruth has been found guilty on all 5 of those counts.
Let me read a little bit more from inside the courtroom. So he had a pen in his right hand. He tried jabbing himself in the neck. His daughter started screaming, "Dad, don't hurt yourself. We'll get you out. Don't." 2 of the bailiffs ran to him and took him out of the courtroom. Daughter started screaming, "What, the F word."
So if he doesn't agree to back off the cuts, what will you do?
Well, our view, listen, we voted no in the House and in the Senate on the partisan Republican spending bill that was before us on Friday because it continues to gut the health care of the American people. That's our public position, and we haven't backed off that position in any way, shape, or form. And the fact that Donald Trump is running scared would cancel this meeting shows that they know they have a weak position as it relates to the Republican health care crisis that they've created. So next week, we were scheduled to be in session for votes on Monday and Tuesday. And House Republicans canceled those votes. They don't even want to show up, even though we're on the brink of a government shutdown. But Democrats will be in town. there, ready, willing, and able to do our jobs and to also communicate with the American people the stakes of this shutdown fight.
Well, I think it honors Hamas, and you can't do that because of October 7th. You just can't do that. But we want our hostages back, and we don't want them back in, ones and twos and take the next 2 years to do it. We were the ones that got the hostages back. And I always said, I told Steve, I told Marco, I was always saying the last hostages are going to be the toughest ones. But you can't honor them by doing anything like you suggest. All you can do is say, we want our hostages back, and we want the war to end. We're going to want it to end. But you always have to remember, people forget October 7th was one of the most savage days in the history of the world. There's never been anything like that. We're talking about babies being sliced in half. You're talking about young children having their heads chopped off. You can't forget that.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I got to remember to stop doing that. Tuesday, 23 September, year of our Lord 2025. Welcome for the afternoon edition of the War Room. A lot of signal and a lot of noise this afternoon. Some major things happening. A couple things to note. The Kimmel return tonight. The news media obviously will not put this in perspective. Nexstar, so the way the TV business works, the big networks that have to have licenses, cable does not. Streaming does not, but the big broadcast networks have to have government licenses. This is how CBS and NBC and ABC, all these dominated television programming and news programming and really controlled the country through the news, which was always very liberal in the 50s, 60s, 70s, before the coming of cable, at least initially. The owned and operated, I think you can't own more. My numbers are old because I used to do this for a living, but I think it's, a third of the country can be owned and the networks can have owned and operated stations. In other words, they traditionally own New York City, they traditionally own Los Angeles, Chicago, San Francisco, Boston, oftentimes DC, oftentimes not all the time. And then because there's a regulation, they can only have so many O&Os, what are called owned and operated. They have to have affiliate groups, and these groups are companies like Nexstar and Sinclair. And what they do, they just don't own stations for NBC, CBS, or ABC. They own grunches of stations, and usually in second and third tier cities around the country, the towns of small communities. If you're in some thing and you've seen, hey, owned by Sinclair Broadcasting, if you ever got Boris Epstein on with his minute back a couple of years ago, you're at a Sinclair station. Now they own all of them, but they own concentrations of ABC, CBS, and NBC. So Nexstar and Sinclair own combined 73, I think it is, ABC affiliates. I've put up on Getter, this way go to Getter. On Getter, a map from the New York Post, which shows the concentration in the Mid-Atlantic and South of Nexstar and Sinclair, kind of where the population center is. They own these, and I think it's Nexstar owns the ABC affiliate in Washington, D.C., which has always been owned by one of the families. I think the family started Politico. Very smart family in media. Big power in Washington, D.C. They have said those 73 states, and I think of the affiliates, I don't know. I think if you take out the owned and operated in the big cities, I think these affiliates count for, I don't know, 60% of the affiliates, 2/3 of the affiliates. They've told Kimmel, no way, not doing it. Told ABC, this is kind of unheard of. Because this is not just some programming or maybe some movie they put up as controversial. This is the nighttime, and remember, late night is struggling, and Kimmel's struggling probably more than anybody for profitability and for relevance. This is why I said the other day with Colbert, and on Colbert, they should pull that right away. I've called on the Ellisons that now own CBS should pull that show right away, and I think they ought to be sued immediately for having, and historically, for being what's called a payment in kind to the Democratic Party. Colbert is just a Democratic operative, just a Democratic hat every night out there with Trump hate. And he gave 41 seconds last week to the great Charlie Kirk, and then thought that was enough. It's not. He's not just a jerk. He's kind of irrelevant, but it should be pulled immediately. His contract runs out next spring. They're going to run it to show you how much they hate MAGA and they hate President Trump. Colbert's show loses $40 million a year on $60 million in revenue, right? It's more. It's $100 million in costs, $60 million in revenue, $40 million loss. I think I got the math right. $40 million loss. First of all, how does it cost $100 million to produce that crap? It's not funny. $100 million to produce that. And that is a contribution to the Democratic Party. Kimmel tonight, let me repeat this. These are capitalists. Both companies are publicly traded. And they're saying, we don't want Kimmel. We're not going to take it. And we're going to play, I think Sinclair is going to play news broadcasting. Nexstar, I don't think, has said what they're going to say. As soon as I can get the right numbers, I want you all, if you're so inclined, to call those two station groups and give them an attaboy. We support you. We believe right there. I put the numbers up. Those are the general numbers. The posse, I think those work. I mean, I know they work. I think they'll take the message. Sinclair broadcasting at the top, Nexstar at the bottom. Give him an attaboy. Jimmy Kimmel's poisonous. He's a poison. You saw that clip from West Hollywood. Of course they love him in West Hollywood. All the Hollywood progressives. We are breaking their institutions. We're seizing their institutions. We're crushing them. We're taking them apart, brick by brick. They used to dominate. They ain't dominating so much anymore. But we got to finish the job. No mercy. Particularly on Kimmel, no mercy. Take it all down. Take it all apart. Short break. Back in a moment.
In America's heart.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you,
We are happy and we know it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it. Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now you're gonna see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link and it's gonna take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years, the food tastes great, and guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month food kit, and guys, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, but only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
Still America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, the Birch Gold guys, gold was over 3,800. I haven't checked here recently, but it's been on a tear. One of the reasons is that the central banks have been buying gold in record rates. Why? Because they're concerned about the leverage in the world. I think we have, if you add up all the debt, I'm approximating now, I think it's $300 trillion. We do all government, state and local, regional, all of it globally, municipal, and then all like the waterworks, all the muni bonds all over the world. You had corporate debt, junk bonds, private debt, credit card debt, all of it. It's some insane number, right? And I keep saying we're heading to the world's largest margin call. We're heading to the world's largest margin call. So one of the reasons gold. And you had Ray Dalio. Remember, Ray Dalio in the War Room don't agree on much. He made all his money in China with the CCP. But Ray Dalio, you got to, call him like you see him. He's a smart guy. When it comes to capital markets, he's out now with an interview the other day just saying, hey, he's never been a gold bug, but now it's time you got to look to put some money into, you got to allocate, asset allocation has to consider precious metals. This has not happened. Like I said, when we said Philip Patrick, myself, and others that come out of Wall Street, like Jim Ricketts, we're not gold bugs. That's what we mean when you looked at asset allocation, whether it's for venture capital, hedge funds, private equity, junk bonds, asset allocation, you would never really include precious metals. That's changed radically. I mean, radically. I know hedge fund guys today that have 25% or 30% of their portfolio in gold, right, as a hedge. And obviously it's done quite well. I think Philip Patrick said, and this may be before the last rise in the S&P, but up to a couple of months ago, let's say midsummer, if Philip Patrick come in, the gold has outperformed the S&P, I think 400. The manufacturing, 500 is everything, 400 is the manufacturing. Because you cut out, I think, 100 of the financial companies, has outperformed it. Which is not really what gold's supposed to do. Gold's supposed to be a hedge, a store of value. But go check it out. Ended the Dollar Empire, promo code Bannon, birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. Check that out. It's all free. Also, text 989 Bannon at 989898. You get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. It's time now to learn these things. Why do I say that? Well, I don't know. Let me randomly. President Trump put out True Social today. Now, I happen to believe it's a negotiating ploy because he's a master negotiator, but he kind of ripped on Russia and the Ukraine. He said, look, he's looked at this and looked at some information intelligence, and he doesn't think the Russian army's done a particularly good job, that most major armies would have been able to take what they've taken in the Ukraine in a matter of 3 weeks, not 3 years or over 3 years. And he said, if the EU, if the European Union and Ukraine want to roll on an offense, he's prepared to sell weapons to them. I think that's generally the summary. Kurt Mills and some guys have taken that kind of, I think, too much to heart. Oh, Trump's flipped. He's now a hawk. I think this is more of a negotiating ploy. But, well, one of the reasons I think it's a negotiating ploy, I think the Ukrainian people have said, well, hang on for a second. We've already lost 1.8 million dead or casualties, dead or wounded. If you do this, if we got to go against the Russians for the, 25%, 30% of the country they have taken, including the Donbass and Crimea, I don't know. Maybe that's another 1 million or 2 million casualties. This is a country that the polling on continuing the war is down to, I think, the low double digits. I think it's 15, 20%. They're now finally letting 18 to 24-year-olds leave the country, and the parents are saying, get the hell out of here. And 60-year-olds are now going to the front, and this front is like the Western Front in World War I. It's a killing ground, killing field. So I don't know if the appetite's there, and I tell you, you're not going to be able to raise a European army to do it. They don't have any money. They're all broke. And the young people don't want to fight, and they particularly don't want to give their life up in fighting in Ukraine, the Russian army. So I think it's a negotiating ploy. But, however, the world's in turbulence, and we're hitting now more with President Trump's, all his efforts. You saw him at the UN today. He couldn't have been blunter to Netanyahu. I mean, he says, hey, I want to end this war. I want to negotiate it. I want to get the hostages back, and you got to figure out something that's a negotiated deal. He did not say push on to military victory to take out the combat battalions of the terrorist group Hamas, which we advocated for, right after 7 October. What did I say? Just like in the pandemic, if you have to go through hell, go through it as rapidly as possible. For political reasons, particularly Netanyahu's obsession with keeping power in this, the fundamentally wrong Greater Israel project. Remember that with the urgency of the nuclear program with the Persians and Iran. We know that now is a bald-faced lie. Who tells us that? Well, I don't know. Try the Times of India that quotes the War Cabinet that says, yeah, the urgency was 2 years. As we said on this show, and I told the President of the United States that they're lying to you because, wait for it, they're lying to you. We're hurtling towards a growing kinetic part of the Third World War, even given President Trump's Herculean efforts to stave it off. Why? I think the Russians look at it and say, quite simply, we don't think the Europeans can really support security guarantees, because if you read the English and German and French and Italian papers, everybody knows security guarantee at the bottom means you have young men and women. They're prepared to fight the Russians in Ukraine. That's what it comes down to. Security guarantee is a fancy schmancy diplomatic national security. It's Munich Security Conference. You hear all these people with Aspen and security. They're thinking great thoughts. Their kids aren't out there. You think their kids are going to go up and serve in Ukraine at the front line? You think that's going to happen? You would be dead wrong. And that's a security guarantee means you're going to write a check, get cash, send it over there, either through arms or support of the Ukrainian government, and you're going to send your young men and women to go die on a Ukrainian battlefield. And it ain't a country in Europe that has any young people that want to go. Hell, the Germans, the last poll saw the Germans, 9% of the country will even defend itself. So that's all a fantasy, and Putin knows it's a fantasy. He's calling some bluffs, and so I appreciate what the president's doing today. My point is the world's getting more and more turbulent, even with the Herculean efforts of the greatest president we've ever had. So maybe you want to check into gold and why it's been a hedge. That's why go to Birch Gold, promo code BAN at birchgold.com, and talk to Philip Patrick. Don't talk to me. Just a crazy Irishman yelling into a microphone. I got the great Jim Hoft, one of the original gangsters of the MAGA movement, the Tea Party and the MAGA movement. So first off, I got breaking news with Jim Hoft, but we're going to get to that after the break, just like I had Alex Jones on today with the breaking news about the deep state coming after him, and now it's being revealed in the Justice Department weaponization department is now after them. But I had to ask Alex, I'm going to ask you, Jim, today, the United Nations, President Trump's speech, and also the bilats and what's happened afterwards, sir, your assessment and observations.
Steve, it was an incredible speech. I agree with Alex Jones. I was listening to your segment earlier. That was fantastic. I love to see Alex Jones with the great Steve Bannon. One thing we reported on Gateway Pundit that didn't get a lot of press, and that is the fact that here the President of the United States, the First Lady, walk into the United Nations building, and they step on an escalator, and it breaks down immediately as Trump puts his foot down on the escalator. Now, there was another escalator right next to him that continued to run up and down, and bring people up. But the President of the United States was just standing there on an escalator. It seemed like another security lapse. It's weird that it happened exactly at the point that he stepped on the escalator. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, Steve, but it seems like a very dangerous point for the president once again. It's interesting, too, he followed that up by having his teleprompter not work. I thought that was a bit strange for the president of the United States to see that happen. Obviously, they don't like him there. I don't think he likes them much. And as you said and Alex said earlier, they threw down the gauntlet and told them that, it's a new era. It's the Trump era, and this globalism isn't going to work anymore.
Look, you got the buried leaders you always do. Look right there on the video. It's shocking. Another security breach. This is not the Secret Service problem, but another security breach right there. Of course, Gateway's always getting the buried lead. And the escalator, as soon as he steps on it, it stops. Come on, man. It's ridiculous. And as soon as I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the reporting says the teleprompter worked for Lula and the others. President Trump gets up there. He says right when he gets up there, the teleprompter's not working. I got to read this, but I'll do it. I'll give it from the heart, which I'd rather have him just give it from the heart than re-prepare remarks. But it's not. Listen, there are no coincidences. They're trying to mess with him. Afterwards, the Bolsonaro guys told me when Bolsonaro was there, because Brazil traditionally always goes first. They were supposed to have a car service pick him up and his security, and they never sent it. He had to hustle up from his hotel and just barely got there. Got there, in fact, a few minutes late. The UN thinks they're cute. They think they're cute. Hey, how about this? Why don't we pull all the money, not just from the Dog and Pony Show in New York? That's the main stage. I'm talking about from Geneva. Pull it all. Every penny of it. We don't need it. We don't want it. The CCP runs it. A bunch of incompetents from the second and third world, always being big shots. Don't care about the Security Council. Walk away from all of it and shut it down. If you're going to shut down a rural hospital, let's shut down Geneva and the United Nations first. How about that? Suck on that. Short break. Hoft on the other side.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has a car shield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify Car Shield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have Car Shield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today, you need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like Car Shield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call Car Shield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call Car Shield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Hey, welcome back. HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.Steve60. That's the promo code. $1 for 60 days. Come on, man. That's about as risk-free as you can get. $1 for 60 days to check it out. To make sure that your home, where every dream you have is in that home, if you're lucky enough to own it, doesn't become a nightmare by somebody getting their hands on that thing and getting a hard money lender, and they're taking a big old second out on your home where they get the cash, then you have to pay it off at exorbitant interest rates. You think that would screw up your lifestyle? You think that would turn your castle, your home, into an absolute lodestone around? Yes, hell it would. Yeah, hell yeah. And trust me, cyber, these AI, rogue lawyers and accountants, you got some bad characters out there. So you got to check it out. HomeTitleLock.com, Steve60. This was Natalie Dominguez's team did this especially for us, so go check it out. It's fantastic. $1 for 60 days. Then you make up your own mind. War and Posse likes facts, details. Hoft, the guy from Ukraine, and he was Ukraine. He's volunteered in Ukraine, fought in Ukraine, came back to assassinate President Trump for, wait for it, not supporting Ukraine. He's found guilty today in a matter of hours. But then something else happened immediately after. What happened immediately after the verdict came back, sir?
Well, I know Judge Cannon had to shut him off during the final arguments. He just kept talking and rambling on. When they came back with the verdict, he grabbed a pen and tried to stab himself in the neck to kill himself. And so he disrupted the court. They had to drag him out. This was down in Florida, again, down around St. Lucie County, where this took place. The Judge Cannon oversaw the case. And that's as much as I've heard at this point.
Here's what I'm concerned about. I know they had a trial, but this is what they're trying to do out in Utah. They want to get these things and rush them through quickly as a single potential murder, right, and not look at what else went on. I don't believe for a second there's not attachments to this guy to other things. I just like to know it. I like to have a thorough, deep investigation, get into this, make sure we know everything about this guy. And if he turns out to, obviously he was a guy down there, sending him to trial then, but let's get everything possible on this. I don't like the way this thing was rushed, right? It's just been over a year.
Absolutely.
And I like quick justice, but I just don't. Go ahead.
I was just going to say absolutely, and we still don't know, was he tipped off? He's hiding in the bushes at the golf course. Trump, That wasn't an announcement that Trump made that he was going to go golf that weekend. How did he know that Trump was going to be there? I think there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. And especially, I agree with you 100%. He didn't act alone. This guy didn't have any money, it didn't look like. So how the heck is he going from Ukraine to, down to Palm Beach and hiding in bushes with some high-power weapons? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Doesn't make any sense. And by the way, this is what they're trying to do in Utah. Trust me, they're trying to, single murder guy. This is what I say. Take a deep breath. Cash is now on this. The FBI is on the Cash has said, hey, we're looking at a bunch of different people calling them conspiracy theories. Hey, maybe they are, but they got to be fully investigated. We don't need to rush this thing. I want to have, I don't think we need a drumhead trial here, which I'm normally in favor of, because we need to know all the facts about Charlie Kirk. We can't have a grassy knoll 2.0. Cannot do it to this generation. The widow, the children, the movement, and the nation need to know exactly what went on, and we need to take our time and a deep breath. Of course, signing the designating Antifa a terrorist organization, I think might be part of this. Jim Hoft, I love me some Gateway Pundit. Particularly, I love you kind of are an acolyte to a degree of Andrew Breitbart about the buried lead. You can always get great buried leads if you go to Gateway Pundit. But the other day, you had a story that I texted you right away and I go, this can't possibly be true. It's one of those ones that's too good to be true. You're like a man wandering in the desert, and finally you're at an oasis. Okay, so I want to take up, we got 9 minutes. The floor is yours. Tell me, is this story true about, is a guy in Tennessee that has all the information we've always wanted on, I guess, the mail-in ballot, which is the way I say, because I'm not a machine guy, although I appreciate everybody that's working on the machines 100%. I've always been a mail-in ballot guy. What in the hell is this story about? Is it true? Are we going to finally get to the bottom of the big steal?
Steve, I think this is going to blow your mind. And I want to thank Patty McMurray, of course, who writes for Gateway Pundit from Michigan. She's broken several stories there, as you know. And I want to thank Yehuda Miller. He's the one who got this FOIA information. For the record, Yehuda has worked with us for years now, and he's FOIA'd a lot of documents. We've posted them at Gateway Pundit. He's very interested in election integrity. And what happened was he looked at all of those counties in the U.S. from 2020, the ones that were going to decide the election, Maricopa and Fulton County, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and of course, Detroit, Wayne County. And he tried to get these documents from the election office there. What happened was he 2 years ago, I think it was 2 years, I'm maybe a bit off on that, he FOIA'd for the documents for the 2020 election from Detroit, and they denied him. So he went to court, and then after a year or so, the court decided that he could have these documents. So in our post, he went and collected these documents from Detroit, the Detroit Department of Elections. And when he went down there he is right there, Yehuda Miller. He filled up this U-Haul with all of this information. And so now we have the ballots, the absentee ballots, the QVF files, and the absentee ballot applications from the Detroit area from 2020. So Patty and others have already, organized a team to start going through this information. Of course, it's a massive job. I do know that they're finding discrepancies already, and that's not a surprise. As you know, Steve, we reported at the Gateway Pundit, and we were the first to report that on election night, when all the ballots were counted in 2020, that was November 4th in the early morning, a van and an escort car came in, and they were bringing in 64 boxes of ballots. And then they made a second run into the TCF center, the big center where they were counting, with another 16, 17 boxes of ballots. So that was on election night. Patty actually called me the next day. She was working there, and she said, Jim, you won't believe this, but they were bringing in ballots late at night after all the ballots were counted. So we know that happened. We also know that this Ramon Jackson, who is a Detroit resident, he has been tracking all the people in the inner city who found out that they've been voting for years, even though they've never registered. Now, they might not have registered, but somebody registered for them and has been voting for them for several years. Then we found out that the mail-in ballots, Gateway Pundit again, we bought the footage for the mail-in ballots in Detroit and found like 13 minutes of people stuffing ballots in these drop boxes. So that was another story we had. So we know that there's evidence of what I would call, this is my opinion, I would call this fraudulent activity. And so now we have the goods. Yehuda tried to get this information from the other counties. He wasn't able to do it, but he got it from Detroit of all places. And so now we're going to be going through that, Steve. And I think this is a huge story. I think Donald Trump was always right. I think you were always right. I think we were always right that there was fraud in the 2020 election. And I believe we're going to find a lot of fraud. And I believe we found some fraud already. Patty's going to be announcing some of the findings we have in the coming days and weeks. But this is a huge get for the country, because we're going to find out what happened in 2020, at least in one of the major cities, one of the major metro areas.
Okay, hang over a second. How are we doing this to make sure it doesn't look like it's been tampered with? How are you guys at Gateway Pundit going through the process, the security, secure it all? Because this is a massive operation. This is like when Naomi Wolf started the Pfizer papers. We had 3,500 volunteers from the Warren or the Arizona recount, when you had to get the volunteers, and it was just a massive logistical issue. You've got the goods. Now we have a chance to adjudicate it. And has anyone notified President Trump? And maybe we get some, officials at the Justice Department or some people that are, now that you got it, what do you do with it?
Well, I can't answer that one question, but I do know that the president and his team reads the Gateway Pundit. You'll notice that a lot of our stories pop up on the Truth Social for the president's under his account. And I do believe that they're aware of this, and I do believe that they're going to take some action. And but I don't have the specifics, and I'm not really allowed. I'm not the one to talk about it. Patty would be that person. And I also know that they have a teams set out. They have some very legitimate people who are running this, a CEO, I know at least one CEO, and some engineers and people who are looking at this to make sure it doesn't look like some, the left can't paint it as some, crazy conspiracy thing. The votes, the ballots are there. The absentee ballots are there. The QVF files are there. The absentee ballot applications are there. And that's enough information, I think, that's going to be devastating for the people of Michigan, especially Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State, and Dana Nessel, the Attorney General, who have been doing their best to hide the fraud. And they didn't prosecute anyone except, of course, the electors after the election, the Trump electors, and put them through hell. So I think they got something coming.
No, I mean, put to hell. I mean, they've indicted them, all of it, right before they rolled it back the other day. Do you need volunteers? Is there any place that people can go to volunteer? Is there a website set up? Because you're going to have people. Look, this is still the railhead of our comeback was the big steal, and energized us through the years in the wilderness, and then to put President Trump on our shoulders, and he led us to the greatest comeback in American history. This is everything. And I know for the president, hey, he said at Charlie Kirk's last AmFest last December, he took the stage and said in front of the audience, first time he's ever said it publicly. He said, I ran for re-election because I had to show the country that this 2020 had been stolen, and we were going to take efforts to make sure the country knew that, and that make sure it never happened again, because if we allow that to happen, a presidential election, we're not a republic. Forget all the Bolsheviks and Marxists talking about democracy. Don't care about democracy. Jim, where do people go to get more information about this particular topic at the Gateway Pundit?
So we will be putting updates at the Gateway Pundit. Patty McMurray, as I said, is going to be working on this. Again, I want to thank Yehuda Miller Without him, this wouldn't be possible. There are teams and there are people getting organized, but I'm not sure how much help they want. I don't know if they're asking for help from out of state or in state at this point. So anyway, we'll release that information as it's available. But this is really a huge moment. I believe, and I know you understand this, it's a huge moment for election integrity. It's a huge moment for this country. It's a huge moment for Donald Trump. It's a huge moment, Steve, for you for putting your neck out for so long. I think we're going to find what we've been looking for.
Hey, Jim, just hang on for 1 second. I'm gonna hold you through the break.
We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me.
Like me.
Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
When life takes an unexpected turn, but work must go on, being prepared makes all the difference. 4 Patriots gives you backup power where it matters most. Solar generators that are lightweight, portable, and built tough enough to go wherever the job takes you. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your solar generator today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Hey, Jim Hoft, your coordinates, sir. And I want everybody, Grayson Mo, push this article. Everybody's got to read it. What's your coordinates, social media coordinates?
Yeah, so it's the Gateway Pundit where you find us, and then of course it's on Getter and Telegram, Facebook, X. You can find us Gateway Pundit. We are going to put up the group to contact is MichiganFairElectionsIntegrity.org. We will put that in our post when we get the video from this clip, Steve, and so people will know where to go to volunteer.
My team will get it to you forthwith. Thank you, brother.
All right, thanks, Steve.
You cannot let 2020 go. If you let 2020 go, you might as well give it up. Mike Lindell, you know more than anybody. They try to put your company in bankruptcy. They try to put you in prison. They've harassed you, all because as a patriot you stood up for 2020. Now we got the mail-in ballots for Detroit. It's time to get on with it. Your thoughts, sir, and At a day like today with as much activity, the folks want a deal. What's our deal?
Right on. Well, you guys, we're not giving up on 2020 ever. I have enough evidence, enough stuff that's out there to go to the sun and the moon and back. We need to secure our elections. It's the number one thing, and I talk to our president all the time about it. He wants to get to paper ballots hand counted, no mail-in voting, no machines, a beautiful same-day voting and voter ID, precinct level. This is what our goal is. But you guys, we can keep fighting out there because you keep supporting My Pillow. I have teams all over the country in all 50 states, and they try and take away my focus on My Pillow because it continues to get attacked, my employee-owned company, only because I keep talking about the 2020 election and securing our elections going forward. So I want to thank the War Room Posse. We're going to do it by this sale. You guys, all the products we do, the towels that were gone, we waited 3 months. They're back in stock. These towels that work. The other day, I know Steve accused me of being the ShamWow guy. We showed you how they actually absorb water. They actually work. We helped develop these. They're the best towels you can ever buy. They're normally $69.98, $39.98. Once they're gone, they're gone. Until the next time. But we have a very limited quantity of those. Then we have the My Pillows, the King and Queen. This is a special gusseted version. We've sold over 85 million My Pillows now, but this is a special version, $17.98 and $19.98 for the Kings. This is a War Room exclusive. You get those, that you won't get that's the cheapest price, lowest price in history. And then you guys, when you come to mypillow.com/war room, there you see the Made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers. You guys, those are, they get the great Delta sleep. I'll put them up against any mattresses in the world. Made in the USA. You get free shipping on it besides the great deal. So get that, get your great Delta and REM sleep. And then you see right there before we clicked off, you guys can also go to mystore.com and use that promo code War Room. There's over 1,000 USA entrepreneurs and thousands of USA products there. So with the most powerful promo code ever, the promo code War Room. You guys, 800-873-1062. My operators are standing by, and one of their favorite parts of their day is hearing from the War Room Posse, Stephen, ordering all the great products that actually help you. They're the best products ever. It's a win-win-win. And the biggest win is you're helping yourself get great sleep and get products made in the USA and products that actually help you.
Mike Lindell, we love you. Most powerful promo code in the business, mypillow.com, promo code War Room. Use it today. Sir, we'll see you on the morning show tomorrow morning. The great Johnny Kahn has, is recommissioned his song. We're going to play this or not? Okay, I don't hear it. John Kahn has recomposed his song, American Heart, and put it to footage of the great Charlie Kirk. Quite moving. 6 o'clock show, Peter Navarro is going to join me. You do not want to miss it. We're going to go out with one of my favorite songs, the Anthem of the Tea Party, set to the life and work of the great Charlie Kirk. We'll be back in just a moment.
They say that we need changing, as if all the founding fathers seem to get it wrong. Oh, but I say that I still believe in the greatest innovator, liberator, cultivator, freedom knows. So I suggest you take a look inside. Man, I think you changed already. You went and lost your pride, but I'm American made. I got American parts. I got American faith.
Got American parts, got American faith in America's heart. Go on, raise the flag. I got stars in my eyes. I'm in love with her, and I won't apologize. I'm in love with her, and I won't apologize. I'm in love with her, and I won't apologize.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. Something shocking is happening with gold that the mainstream media won't report. Paper contracts for gold rarely result in physical delivery. But today, billionaires and major banks are demanding actual gold bars at 10 times the normal rate. Why the panic for physical gold? These institutional giants understand our $37 trillion debt means we're on a path to currency collapse. The good news, you can make the same move. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group lets you move your IRA or 401k into gold. To learn more, click below to get a free info kit on gold. Throughout history, gold has endured where currencies fail. Right now, the biggest players in the finance industry are proving this time won't be different. Click below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Good evening, America. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from Washington, D.C., where today it's rainy. But hey, at least in Washington, we've got working teleprompters and working escalators, something President Trump didn't have when he was speaking at the United Nations today. That was the big headline today. The trip did not come without its issues. For example, as I mentioned, President Trump was arriving to the United Nations. He and First Lady Melania Trump stepped out onto an escalator that instantly stopped working. As I got on, you can see it in the video on your screen right now. A little weird, right? But that wasn't the only issue. As he started making his speech in front of the United Nations General Assembly, his
Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders.
The United Nations is funding an assault on its countries and their borders. What an extraordinary line. It resonated all across here. Well, as the day went on, the president got a lot of rave reviews here back in America for standing up to the United Nations, calling out Europe for its problems with borders and comparing it to the work that he's been doing in the United States, where all of that has been gaining good positive feedback from the people who put the president in office, the American voters. The president also posted on Truth Social about the Ukraine war, suggesting that Ukraine may be able to take back territory from Russia, which marked a change in his tone from earlier statements on that war. And just a couple of hours before the show tonight, a Florida jury convicted Ryan Ruth of the attempted assassination against President Trump last year in Florida. It only took the jurors around 2 hours to find Ruth guilty on all 5 federal charges of attempted assassination, assault on a federal officer, and gun crimes. Ruth is expected to be sentenced on December 18th. He faces life in prison. All right, let's bring in my amazing co-host, Amanda Head. She's got a lot of other headlines. Amanda, what are you watching today?
Indeed. Yes, John, I actually have some more news on the free speech front that actually doesn't have to do with Jimmy Kimmel. I know that it seems like that's all it's been the last week. Although there is more news on Kimmel that we're going to get to later in the show. But this story has to do with Google and YouTube. They told the House Judiciary Committee earlier today that YouTube creators who were kicked off of the platform over videos discussing COVID-19 and election integrity, they're going to be able to rejoin the platform because of new policies that YouTube parent company Alphabet says allow a wider range of content.
Amanda, we're part of that. They threw Just News off.
Indeed, yes.
For accurately reporting that COVID might have come from China. How about that? Oh, well.
Well, this stems all the way back to subpoenas issued to Alphabet in February of 2023 and then another sent in March of this year. And Alphabet also ended up blaming the Biden administration for some creators being booted from the platform, saying that the Biden White House pressured YouTube to censor content that didn't violate their policies. They also called that pressure from the Biden White House, quote, unacceptable and wrong. So pretty darn damning. All right, and former Vice President and Democrat presidential nominee Kamala Harris is also back in the spotlight, making the rounds to sell a new book about her campaign. And she again made news for probably the wrong reasons, including her saying this about President Trump from MSNBC last night.
And right now we are dealing with, as I called him at my speech on the ellipse, a tyrant. We used to compare the strength of our democracy to communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now in Donald Trump.
As my dad would say, Jiminy Christmas. You would think the Democrats would learn after the events of the last few weeks, but I guess not. And she's also taking criticism for suggesting that she wouldn't pick Pete Buttigieg because he is a gay man and it'd be a risk to include him as her running mate so close to the election. John, boy, oh boys, talk about sticking her foot in her mouth.
You know what? The best thing Republicans can do is just stay out of the way and let Democrats keep talking. It's just amazing the things that have been said from Tim Kaine a couple of weeks ago, disowning the most important line in the Declaration of Independence to, well, Kamala Harris saying anything.
Sun Tzu, never interrupt your enemy when they're making mistakes.
That's right. Let them self-destruct. Well, somebody who never self-destructs but gives us lots of transparency is joining us as the first guest. He's a great congressman from the state of Missouri, a man who's really doing a great job helping deliver accountability in Washington. Congressman Eric Burlison. Congressman, good to have you on the show.
Great to be on.
Well, all right. There's so much to talk to, but I want to go back to something that happened a week ago because I think it was an important moment. We have been demanding for decades some form of transparency on UFOs and what the Pentagon knows. You showed an extraordinary video of what looks to be a Hellfire missile bouncing off an unidentified flying object. Tell us what's happened since that moment and what it says about what we don't know about UFOs in America.
Yeah, it's still a mystery to me what happened in that video. That video was given to me by an anonymous source as what's called a dead drop. Mm-hmm. It's really, found it to be very interesting. I took a risk that it might be AI. I took a risk that it might be somebody's just messing with me, but at the end of the day, it was such compelling footage that I felt rather than sit on it, I'm gonna release it and demonstrate what I've been talking about, which is transparency. And so, in an effort to be transparent, I released it, and the internet is abuzz about what it is that's being cited there.
Yeah, I'm sure. Congressman, and obviously DOW, I still am not used to saying that, but the Department of War is going to have their governmental view of what it is, but I would imagine it's probably going to be pretty valuable to you to maybe have someone in the private sector or someone's in the private sector assess this. Have you gotten any feedback from legitimate sources, people who have studied this? Maybe they have have a business built upon analyzing this type of footage?
There has been. I mean, it's been analyzed by, a lot of people, including people from South America, private sector people in the United States. And so you go on Twitter, everybody's got an opinion, everything from it's just a prosaic balloon of some type to it's a ball of plasma that's being controlled. And so there's quite a bit of debate about this on the internet.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Probably one of the most discussed things on social media in the last week. So I want to turn to something that has me befuddled, because in my profession, I thought it was a good thing when the government is more transparent. But when Robert F. Kennedy and President Trump tried to give patients more evidence to make informed consent decisions about what they take, such as Tylenol while they're pregnant, they get lambasted as making claims without any substantiation. There are studies that have raised concerns about Tylenol in pregnant moms and the potential link to autism. Yesterday, there was an ounce of transparency by the government, and the media kind of turned against it. What was up with that?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, we all have seen the rate of autism increase dramatically, and there's got to be something environmental that's causing this. And so I applaud this administration for getting the information out. Look, they didn't ban Tylenol. They didn't say that pregnant mothers, it's illegal for them to take it. It's saying, hey, be advised, do your homework, do your research, because there is at least one study that indicates that there may be some correlation. Again, what I think the left is overreacting by saying that they're taking this away. What's wrong with giving patients more information so they can make an educated decision?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think there's a mentality issue there where they look down at the American people. They think that they are their betters, and I think that's how we landed here with that rhetoric. But, sir, I want to ask you about a potential government shutdown, maybe a Schumer shutdown, because you guys made a plan. You sent it over to the Senate, and they said thanks, but no thanks. You had one Democrat that voted with Republicans, but two Republicans who voted with Democrats, and a lot of other people missing. So, going forward, what needs to happen in order for there to not be a shutdown?
I hope the Democrats come to their senses. This is the most reasonable approach that Republicans can take on this. Look, I'm not a big fan of continuing resolutions. The Democrats have always supported these clean seat continuing resolutions. In fact, they've supported one in the spring. So they're in a box right now. They're trying to demonstrate that they're fighting back in some way, but they've got nothing to fight back with. They've got no ammunition. And so this seems to be the only step that they can take. And frankly, I don't think it's going to play out very well for Democrats, because we've offered them a very simple, very easy way forward, and they're instead making a list of demands as though they were in the majority, asking us to undo all of the things that we did in the one big beautiful bill, including taking away TANF money and Medicaid dollars and other aid to illegal immigrants. They want us to reverse the actions on the men and women's sports. I mean, it's crazy that they think that they can demand all of these changes just in order to keep the government open. And I think that when Russ vote, if they shut down the government and Russ vote takes over, the Democrats are going to feel tremendous pain, because Russ is not going to, he's going to cut. First thing he's going to cut is all the programs that the left loves.
This falls into the category of watch what you wish for, Democrats. That's going to be an interesting moment to see how that plays out. When you look out, are there any Democrats that are willing to cross over and make a common sense decision here, or do you think that they're just so in a rut right now that falling off a cliff is more attractive than doing nothing?
Yeah, I think if you're Schumer, you got to be looking for an exit on this. Yep. And so we'll see. He may just release enough Democrats to vote for it, just to let it keep moving on.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think that they're in a bind, and I hope that the American people see this for what it is. They're trying to use the government shutdown as a leveraging tool against really what the American people voted for. I mean, the American people voted Republicans to be in the House, to control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Chuck Schumer lost, and he's basically throwing a tantrum and shutting down the government, in order to get his way, and it's just not going to work.
Yeah.
Congressman, several years ago, there were a lot of folks like me, like John, probably like you, who got our accounts yanked off of or silently censored or openly censored on YouTube because we were just asking questions about COVID or we were asking questions about the election. Well, Google and YouTube revealed today that those people are going to be let back on finally. It took a minute, but they finally got there.
Wow, it took a long time. I mean, I just heard that Gavin McInnes finally got his account back.
Right. Yep.
But it's real. I just hope that we never forget the kind of real tyranny that we experienced during COVID. And when the Democrats talk about tyrants and they throw all these words around, at the end of the day, what happened when Americans were being silenced for free speech, for political speech, when they were being deplatformed, when the president was being deplatformed by these major, Silicon Valley companies? That's a form of tyranny, folks. And I hope that the American people, I hope we never, ever go back to anything like that ever again.
Yeah. So on that point, we now have direct statements from eyewitnesses that the Biden administration tried to target people and silence them using the power of the government. We thought that the First Amendment protected us. Is there some measure to create a penalty for Biden administration officials who did that? Is there some mechanism to compensate people who were wrongly silenced with the power of the government behind it?
That's a good question, one that I've not explored. But I think that now that the hearing has occurred and Jim Jordan conducted this hearing, perhaps he'll be able to, send this over to the Weaponization of Government Committee and be able to investigate it further.
It's huge. Such a big revelation. And like so much of the great work you've done over the last couple of years, too. So you're giving the American people some radical transparency they've long been denied. It's a great honor to have you on the show today, Congressman. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, always appreciate what you're doing. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, I know this guy's going to have an opinion about YouTube as well. Congressman Andy Biggs, he serves on the House Judiciary Committee. He's going to join us to talk about that, plus an upcoming event he's doing at TPUSA at Utah State next week, where he'll be speaking and honoring the late Charlie Kirk. We'll have all that right after these messages. Hey, folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's when the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody. Turning Point USA is continuing their epic college campus speaking tour because free speech is always important, but it's much more important to keep speaking to college students now and continuing Charlie's work after he was assassinated. And one of the men helping Turning Point do just that is Arizona Congressman and candidate for governor, Congressman Andy Biggs. Sir, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, John. Good to be with you.
Sir, Arizona lost a good one. I know that this was deeply felt by you because you not only had a professional relationship with Charlie, but a friendship as well. You're going to be speaking in Utah next week. Tell us about what's on your heart that you're going to be telling to those people.
Well, I'm looking forward to it because Charlie was such a great communicator. He was inviting. He invited people who didn't agree with him to come forward, and it's kind of weird because that's why he was killed, is because he was so doggone persuasive as he invited people to come up. And so this is going to be an interesting event as we go back. This will be the first one we do in Utah since the assassination, and I'm honored to be there with some really good friends of mine, Mike Lee, Jason Chaffetz. We're going to have an interesting time. Our hearts will be heavy, but we'll remember that we're carrying on the work of Charlie to bring people not just to political awareness, but also to Christian awareness too. So it's going to be really interesting and really fun.
Yeah. And I think back of all the contributions that Charlie made, he was one of the first, much like you, to see the censorship machinery coming into action. He saw it on the college campuses. You saw it and exposed it on big tech. Today, with the great work you've done with the House Judiciary Committee and Chairman Jim Jordan, some new revelations about YouTube. And in a major concession, Google's YouTube will let us, all those he kicked off, including myself, come back on. Tell us a little bit about what you learned in this latest revelation from Google and YouTube.
Well, you learn how much, let's just face it, you learn how much that the weaponization of government was and how YouTube responded to that. Now, John and Amanda, you guys did great work bringing that to light as well, and we all knew this took place, but this confirms much of what we understood. So I am grateful that YouTube, but they're really kind of late, are they not? I'm grateful for them bringing people back online, and I think that's reflective of the work that we did. But it may be the entire mood of the country right now is, hey, you have to have open dialogue, and this gets us to the dialogue.
Absolutely. Sir, President Trump spoke at the United Nations General Assembly and had a lot of criticism for not only the UN, but other countries on issues like immigration and free speech. This is something that ties in with Charlie Kirk and his mission across this country. At a time when it seems like other areas of the world are contracting free speech, like Europe, particularly the UK. And here we've got a president in office who is trying to expand free speech. Do you see it going in the direction of the good guys here?
Well, certainly the message of the United States is going in that way. I mean, we had a hearing in Judiciary about the UK, and so President Trump carrying that to the UN. By the way, I used to represent NGOs at the UN. I can tell you, it is a closed society. They don't like to hear criticism at all. So I was really pleased with the message President Trump brought out. And he did it in his inimitable style. And I'm hoping that you're going to see the groundswell like we saw about after Charlie's assassination, but not just that groundswell, but you're seeing center-right movements in virtually every nation in Western Europe now. And those are coming up, and they are demanding freer speech. And for that, some people are going to jail, believe it or not. Yeah. So much for the free speech over there. But I think it's growing. I think the movement is growing here in the U.S., but also certainly in Western Europe.
My last time on stage with Charlie was about 2 weeks before. I was his keynote, or one of the keynotes at the Colorado event he threw. Scott Jennings was there as well, and the conversation drifted towards that this isn't just a fight for preserving American ideals and American freedom. It really is a fight over preserving the ideals of Western civilization. Charlie really saw it in that historic, epic viewpoint. Do you think more and more Americans are realizing that the Western world is in danger of losing what made it so unique in history?
I hope they are. It was the whole movement. You look back, and I view Charlie as kind of like a modern, more modern and hipper and younger William F. Buckley, who talked about that as well. And even Rush Limbaugh talked about that. And we've been, some of us, I mean, you got to get the classic orientation. You have to know where we came from. The Greeks, the Romans, the scholastics, and you move on into finally getting to the great idealists and the Enlightenment that came forward with John Locke and Montesquieu, and those things are being lost. I remember when I was doing international work, talking to delegates from Western European nations, and they all told me that they viewed themselves as a post-religious society. And John and Amanda, if you view yourself as a post-religious society, then you also effectively say we are unmoored from our foundations, which was religious belief, which actually gave birth to the liberal institutions of the West: speech, due process, right to bear arms, the fact that you had these rights given to you from God. So I hope it does go forward and bigger and stronger than ever.
So important.
Sarah, got to ask you about budget negotiations. This could end up being a Schumer shutdown, which is interesting because historically Democrats have really come close to finding a way every time to blame it on Republicans. But you guys already tried to get something. You had it out of the House. It obviously stopped in the Senate. And now you've got Democrats like House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries saying that if they win back control of the House, that they're going to do everything they can in their power to go after anyone who does anything for the Trump administration. How is that a winning issue, especially when things like economy, immigration, and crime are polling terribly for Democrats?
Well, it shows that the Democrats, particularly in Congress, and you guys know this because you cover Congress, the Democrats in Congress are really out of touch with the American people. The American people are actually moving to a more centrist and maybe even to the right of center for many people. But this wild, crazy leftist notions that they have that leads Hakeem to take that position, or it leads Chuck Schumer to say, you know what, spending levels at the level of where we were in COVID, which were outrageous, that no Republican voted for, are just not enough now. And I'm just telling you, they're so out of touch with the American people, and that's why you're seeing Americans come to the right, and I think you're going to keep seeing that. And by the way, I'm really pleased that President Trump basically told Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, no, you guys need to go work this out in the legislature if you're going to work it out. In other words, don't come to me. I think President Trump saw that bad movie before when Pelosi and Schumer came in before.
Yeah. One of the things that Chuck Schumer tipped his hand on was the notion that he wants to give amnesty to the 11 to 15 million illegal immigrants who've come across the border during the Biden years. Your thoughts on how that may be turned around on the Democrats as this becomes a education war with the American public right now?
Well, I think it's going to cause further erosion in the Democrat Party, because many Americans understand pretty clearly that all the people who came in under Joe Biden, and it isn't 10 to 15 million, it's a number we don't even know, because that's not even counting the gotaways. It is so big and so vast, and it has infected our country, everything from economy to schools to spending by government and programs and crime, et cetera. That has affected everything. And I think people are going to say, look, you know what? We're not going to give amnesty to these people. They're going to have to get in line. There are people, there are literally millions trying to do it the right way, and we're not going to give primacy to those who came over wrongfully.
Yeah. Sir, just to play off of that and very quickly, that $1 trillion comeback that Democrats had, it was not only for healthcare for illegal aliens, it was for trans surgeries for minors. These issues consistently don't poll well for Democrats. Why are they doubling down on dumb?
Well, that's what dumb does. Dumb has to double down on dumb because that's why they're dumb. So I just view them as being so out of touch, again, with the American people. These are bad issues for them. Men are men, women are women, illegal's illegal. We shouldn't be giving free health care to illegal aliens when many Americans' health care costs are going through the roof. Our energy costs are still very high. We're trying to make ends meet, and you're going to give primacy and add debt for our children and grandchildren for those who bothered to enter this country illegally. That's irresponsible.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so black and white. Males, females, legal, illegal. It used to be common sense. But, sir, thank you so much for your grasp on common sense and always bringing it here to our show, Congressman Andy Biggs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate you both.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. All right, everybody. A nationwide scam exposed. Staged crashes tied to illegal immigrants could be costing Americans, you people, millions. We're going to get to that story after this break.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
When life takes an unexpected turn, but work must go on, being prepared makes all the difference. 4 Patriots gives you backup power where it matters most. Solar generators that are lightweight, portable, and built tough enough to go wherever the job takes you. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your solar generator today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, America. There's been an extraordinary investigative series out there that explored how some illegal aliens who crossed our border without lawfully coming into the country were paying the coyotes who did that for them, staging accidents, suing, and then taking the money to pay back those who traversed the borders and brought them here. Joining us now to describe what's been found is the Executive Director of Protecting American Consumers Together, Lauren Zelt. Lauren, great to have you on the show.
Thanks for having me, John. It's great to be here.
All right. This great work by Legal Newsline is amazing. Tell us how this scam is working, how frequent it is.
So what we're seeing in a lot of major cities across the country, places like New York, Los Angeles, other places, is folks are coming across the border illegally. And then in order to go ahead and pay back those that brought them here, AKA their coyotes, they're working with billboard attorneys to stage accidents. These accidents could be workplace accidents. They could be car accidents. There's a variety of different methods that they use. But once the accident is staged, they then work with the billboard attorneys to take out liens that honestly are often at astronomical rates to then pay back their coyotes and get their lawsuits started. Now, once they do that, their billboard attorneys actually often send them to doctors for procedures they don't need, all in the name of getting a larger settlement at the end of the day. And so what really concerns us at Protecting American Consumers Together is the frequency that this is happening and how much it is costing the average American family. This isn't limited to large cities like New York, Miami, New Orleans, others like that. It's happening all over the place. And unfortunately, lawsuit abuse costs the average American family about $4,200 per year. And in an environment where folks are sometimes having a hard time making ends meet, that's a lot of money. And so at Protecting American Consumers Together, we're really following this investigation closely to try and work to end lawsuit abuse, not so much just in the big cities, but for Americans across the country.
Yeah, I mean, we really have become such a litigious country. I blame the hot coffee McDonald's lawsuit in the 90s. But we have come to a place where suing over everything has just become commonplace. If someone is in this scenario, let's say it's a traffic accident, and this accident gets staged, first of all, what does that look like? Do you have someone who's like slamming on the brakes and then causing a rear end to happen? And then if this does happen, is there a way to identify it so they can maybe alert an attorney to it or alert your organization to it?
Sure. So folks are, of course, are welcome to visit us at protectingamericanconsumers.org, and you can get in touch with me directly, and I'd be happy to learn more about it. But a lot of folks are doing things like putting dash cams in their cars now in places where this is happening really frequently, because a lot of times what will happen is a car will pull up in front of you, slam on the brakes, and sometimes even reverse into you. So obviously, if you have a dash cam, you can capture that on camera. And if not, if there's no witnesses, it's really your word against theirs, which leads to the perpetuation of frivolous lawsuits in our country.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. How big are some of these payouts? I mean, you guys have looked at this. What can one of these scamsters walk away with?
Oh, hundreds of thousands of dollars easily. Wow. That's the reason that they often get a lot of unnecessary medical procedures, because it makes it easier to inflate the cost of the eventual settlement at the end of the day, walking away with more money and it's at the expense of not only businesses that are incurring these costs, but also taxpayers. Because when municipalities are facing these kind of large payouts that they have to make, they have to cut city services or they have to raise taxes. Yeah. So this is really affecting taxpayers in a lot of ways across the country as well.
Lauren, if the Biden administration could disbar attorneys for representing a former and future president, I would think that these types of lawyers participating in this type of scam shenanigan against the American people, I would think disbarment would be on the table.
A lot of it depends on the different state regulations, and but honestly, from our perspective, a lot more needs to be done. And so we're really grateful for you for getting the word out on this today. And so we're just trying to spread the message that lawsuit abuse costs consumers, and it's perpetuating in cities and towns across the country.
Have any of the players in any of these instances been prosecuted? Have any criminal charges been brought, or is that an option that potentially can come down the road?
It is an option that can come down the road. Right now, we're spending a lot of time documenting these cases, looking at the individual attorneys that are doing the most harm, and looking over the records too. A lot of times what you'll have is one attorney will have an apartment building full of clients, for example, in New York. And so the numbers of those cases are starting to come out. We're tracking those and making sure that the folks that are costing their fellow citizens money have to stop this behavior.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I want to ask you about these billboard lawyers and these firms. When people see this billboard and they think, oh, I should call them, and maybe it's something totally unrelated, is there kind of a consistency when it comes to these billboard lawyers that they are participating in this?
Yeah, the biggest thing that I could tell your viewers, especially if they find themselves in a situation like this, is don't call a billboard attorney.
I was wondering if that would be the wisdom.
Yeah, well, a lot of times the ones that you see the most frequent advertisements for, they leave people, let's just say you yourself got into a car accident and you were seeking an attorney's help. A lot of times a billboard attorney will steer you into debt that you don't need and into medical procedures that you don't need in order to inflate the cost of the settlement. So it's really, really important for anyone that's looking to seek an attorney's help in one of these situations to do your homework and perhaps don't make the first phone call that comes to mind.
Yeah.
For those in the federal government, Homeland Security, there's obviously lots of crackdowns on illegal immigrants. Is this something that should be on the Homeland Security Department's radar?
I do think it should be on their radar for sure. And we're hopeful that the more attention that we can get to this practice, the sooner that it'll stop.
Yeah, important. It's funny how transparency has a way of solving some of these things once you can get it out there. Lauren, for folks who don't know your group, how can they find out more and get involved with it?
Well, thank you for asking. They can look us up at protectingamericanconsumers.org. You'll find my contact information there. I'd be happy to talk to anybody that's seeing these kind of issues in their community.
Yeah, it's important and important work you're doing. Lauren, great to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, what a great conversation. All right, folks, quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring on the CEO of Century H2O, who's doing his best to help those still reeling families in Kerrville, Texas, recover from the devastating floods there. Remember that happened this summer. Still a lot of work to be done there. We got a great story ahead for you right after these messages.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends, but Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers your full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to ho.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, ho.com.
Remember those devastating floods in Kerrville, Texas a few months ago? That community still needs so much help. And there is one company that has already done a lot for the people of Central Texas, but they need your help to do even more. They are Century H2O, and they are working to bring clean water to residents not only affected by natural disasters such as flooding, but also to provide water treatment options for all. And now Century H2O is preparing to launch a new portable water filtration system that can fit in your water bottle. I love it. Joining us now is Century H2O's CEO, Nelson McElveen. Nelson, great to have you.
Great to be here, guys. I appreciate it.
We love having you here, and especially in a time of need for people in Central Texas who are still reeling from that disaster. Tell us, give us a status update.
Well, where we're at right now is we're probably another 18 months from completion of 1,000 homes that have to be rebuilt completely. We're working with a church in Kerrville, and all the NGOs all left. So all that's left is us and them. So they're building, and we're supplying water filtration, whole house systems, so that we can basically clean the water from top to bottom. It's been, you see all the water that's in your picture there, that destroyed the entire water infrastructure in that area. So what it means is all that water has parasites, bacteria, oil, poisons, all that in it, which we're able to remove with our systems. Yeah. So let's say you have a home and you don't want to be showering in poison, fluoride and all that, because everything that you shower in goes through into your skin, goes into your body. That cuts down and breaks down your immune system, right, guys? So for a few $1,000s, you're settled for the rest of your life with a system that will keep you healthy, very healthy. You're not putting toxins in your body. You basically are a healthy person, and that's what we do.
So, Nelson, I think a lot of people think, well, you have a big flood like this, a couple weeks later, the water table's all clear again. But once you have a catastrophic flood like this, the pollutants and poisons get in that water system, and it can be there for years afterwards, correct?
We're pulling out nitrites, which is all farm products. Right. We're pulling out, we're pulling out uranium.
Wow.
Or uranium. Whoever heard of such a thing?
Who knew?
We're finding uranium everywhere in the United States now.
Wow.
In wells. So if you have a well, guys, you want to think twice about drinking from it until you have it tested and understand what's in that well. And that's what we do. And then when we know what's in the well, we turn around and we build a system that will make your well healthy for you and healthy for if you have livestock and whatnot, it takes care of all of that. So that's the difference that what we do and everybody else does.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Nelson, I think that when people hear about uranium and nitrites, basically fertilizer in their water, they think, well, duh, obviously you shouldn't have that. But fluoride is a different issue because we've used it in toothpaste for decades. We've had it in our water for decades. What are some of those issues that are associated with fluoride?
Well, fluoride is a cancer starter. So once you take it in, it gets your body very, very, very angry. And that's what it does. Okay, so the fluoride is not, you put it on your teeth, great, but what if it hits your gums? Goes in your blood system, right? So what we're doing now is the government's trying to remove fluoride out of the water. But the problem being is all water has fluoride in it because the fluoride comes from the ground, water comes from the ground, it mixes, it comes in. In our product line, we remove it at 100%, not 99, not 98%, 100% of the fluoride is removed. And we use a product called Bone Shower. Bone Shower is animal bones. They did it back in the 1800s. So we just took up old technology, which worked well, used it, and when the fluoride goes past it, it sticks to the animal bones. So and then we wash it off with our back flushing in our house systems, and it's good forever.
Yeah.
So cool.
Pretty amazing. Nelson, I want to talk about the innovation you continue to show. So you build whole house systems, you build individual faucet systems. You're now building one, if I understand correctly, for the water bottle drinker like Amanda and I.
Yes. If you have one of these new aluminum, to your left, you see a Stanley. To your right, you see a different product. If you have this, see that little bulb on the bottom of that straw? That's the filter. That filter removes parasites, bacteria, PFAs, all PFAs. It removes all chlorine. It removes all toxin in the water. It's a paper element in there that is used on this space station. That's what we're making. And then inside of that, we go one step further and we take the alkalinity of that water to 9+ on the alkalinity side. So you can go to a lake, drink the water. You can go to your local faucet in any area, pour the water in, put that in there, and it's drinkable at a 9.0 pH, and all the poisons are removed, all of them.
Amazing.
So that's the latest product coming out. And that product you can put on the end of your straw, and now you got water that is healthy. This is a wellness product, guys, and it will make it makes you very, very, pH is a thing that you need in your body. We got it.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Once upon a time, I drank some bad water in Guatemala, and I was out for 36 hours. So this would have been very useful there. Tell everybody, because I know, obviously consuming this stuff is bad, but as you were alluding at the top of the segment, I mean, our skin just drinks things in. Our skin is an organ, too.
The biggest sponge in the world.
Yeah.
So when you take a shower, you're going to weigh a pint more than when you did before you took your shower.
It's amazing.
Okay? So that's part of the process. So all the toxins, the chlorine, the ammonia, fluoride, arsenic, chromium-6, all that's in your water ends up in your skin, ends up in your body.
My goodness.
Yeah, that's huge. You do so much out of the generosity of your heart, Nelson. For those who want to get behind what you're doing in Kerrville or what you did in Ohio, is there a way for people to donate a water system or become part of the effort that you're doing to not forget those left behind in Kerrville?
Just go to centuryh20.com, and all the information's right there. It falls out in your lap, and you can just go in and do what you want to do. We'll be there for, I'll give you an idea, guys. We're going to be there for 18 months, and it's going to be a cost of somewhere around $3 million to fix the water. Okay? So that is where we're at. There's a possibility that we may be meeting with some of the politicians in the area to try and alleviate some of the pain. But we don't know what we don't know at this point. But that's what we're doing. I mean, it's part of how we do our business, And right now we're focusing on a factory, building a new factory, tripling our size to go to this new level with this new product line that's coming out. You think about it, every soccer mom out there is going to want one of these, because them healthy, keep their kids healthy. It's a filtration system in your bottle. It's just not making it taste and smell better. It's a 100% wellness system in your drinking bottle. Unheard of.
Yeah. Nelson, you got to make sure you have millions of those in back stock, because I have a feeling as soon as they hit the market, they are going to
be pretty popular.
Fly off your website. Century H2O CEO Nelson McElveen, thanks so much for joining us today. And if you are interested in Century H2O's water filtration products and helping out the people of Kerrville too, head over to centuryh2o.com and use the promo code John at checkout. Again, that's centuryh2o.com and use the promo code John at checkout. All right, everybody, our final segment is coming up next, right after these messages.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery. Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
Welcome back, everybody. It's our final segment of the night. Now, 2 weeks ago, Attorney General Pam Bondi, in conjunction with the FDA, seized 600,000 of what they say were illegal vaping products from China, which she stated were unregulated in the amount of nicotine present, as well as the presence of heavy metals and untested chemicals. And there have been some questions about the raid since then, but it does highlight the need for American-made products, especially in the vaping market, a part of the economy that President Trump talked about on the campaign trail, and he promised to save that sector. So joining us now to discuss is the Executive Director for the Vapor Technology Association, Tony Aboud. Tony, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, I really appreciate the opportunity.
Tony, I know that there are questions surrounding this raid, but at the same time, especially something like vaping that goes into your body, it's absorbed by your lungs, into your bloodstream. I would just say blanket buy American made, but especially not China.
Well, it's an interesting question, right? Because the product started being manufactured there, but this was the problem with the raid that we had. 90% of the products that they took from that facility that day were actually American-made e-liquids. Oh, no. This is the part that we really cannot figure out what is exactly going on with the FDA. And when President Trump in just last September said that I saved flavored vaping in 2019 and it greatly helped adults quit smoking, and I also raised the age to 21 to protect the kids, and now the youth vaping rate is the lowest level ever. And then he said Joe and Kamala are trying to shut down small businesses all over the country because they want to ban everything. That's why he said, I'm going to save vaping again. But this is completely incongruent, out of step, what happened last week, because it was the American e-liquid companies that suffered the worst brunt of what was going on.
Has the government responded to these concerns? Have they acknowledged that? How do you get right with the government? They went in thinking they were getting all Chinese vapes and they didn't. What's the next step in that process?
Yeah, I think everybody wants to see the growth of the American industry here. There is no question about it. We have an industry. It is robust. There is no question about that. We generate over 90,000 jobs in this economy by manufacturing and or selling vaping products. And yeah, virtually every device made by every company, including some of the products or all the products that have been authorized by the FDA, are made in China. But we can grow this industry here. There is no question about it. We can grow manufacturing here. But the big impediment to that is the FDA regulation, which is a Biden regulation. So what we saw on display at that press conference and those actions that were taken was this FDA's enforcement of Biden's ban. And I don't believe that the Trump administration or President Trump himself believes in banning products, particularly products which he knows helps adults quit smoking cigarettes. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, we have a real big problem for American consumers. They are using these products and they are using them to stay off of cigarettes or to get off of cigarettes, which we know kills over 1,300 Americans every single day. So we can build more in this country. There's no question about that. But given the posture that the FDA is taking, given the fact that they are going after small businesses in America, and given the fact that they have a regulation which Biden set up to make sure none of these products get authorized, it is extremely difficult to even suggest investing in this country because we don't know if the FDA is going to approve anything. To date, just so you guys know, they've only authorized basically a hand, you can count them on both hands, of vapes that they claim are legal. And as a result of that, you have companies that are struggling to survive. American companies.
Yeah. Tony, we've just got about a minute and a half left. So if after the seizure, there should be documents associated with it that the DOJ at some point, if not soon, should be able to cough up to show you whatever they had that told them that there were heavy metals and odd levels of nicotine in these products. Have they indicated to you or anyone in the industry that those documents exist?
No, they haven't communicated with us about that. But I think these comments about heavy metals, there's a lot of tropes that have been out there about vape products in general. But this is one of the problems with the regulation itself. What we are demanding and asking for is a clear scientific set of guidelines as to how these products should be made. That way, we know that the products are manufactured in a safe way. Today, the FDA, which approves a product, they say we don't know if the product is safe. This is another reason why this regulation is completely broken. But no matter how you slice it, there are cigarettes sold on every corner in the United States. Nobody's doing anything about cigarette smoking, and those products have far greater levels of heavy metals, formaldehyde, carcinogens. You can go down the list. And yet, nobody is talking about the actual dangers that exist in cigarettes, but just some potential dangers of what might be found in vapes. The reality is vapes have been on the market for over 10 years, and we have never had a public health outbreak in relation to them. And so we think some of these claims are frankly overinflated.
It's unfortunate, but it is an ongoing debate, and we look forward to having you on again in the future to continue this conversation. Executive Director for the Vapor Technology Association, Tony Aboud, thanks for being with us tonight. All right, everybody, we are all out of time tonight, but we're going to be back here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Have a great night.
Hi, Julie. It's Pam. Listen, I just saw the storm warning and they're saying it could be bad. I know the store is going to be a madhouse, but we need to stock up on food. We also need gas for our generator, or we're going to be stuck without power. Please make sure you have everything you need before it's too late. I don't want you getting caught unprepared.
For Patriots, everything you need for total peace of mind.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Well, folks, welcome to Stinchfield. The Trump assassin, the second one, 0 for 2. He couldn't kill President Trump, but apparently he couldn't kill himself. Yes, Ryan Ruth, after hearing his guilty verdict for trying to kill President Trump using a firearm and all those things, He tried to stab himself in the neck with a pen or a pencil. And bailiffs jumped in to try to stop him from doing that. This is how it went down in the courtroom.
Now, it's quite shocking. As the verdict was read, it appeared to our producers inside the courtroom that Ruth tried to stab himself in the neck with a pen. That's what it appeared to look like. Then 4 marshals dragged him out of the courtroom, took his coat off. They then shackled him at the waist and ankles, and then they brought him back into the courtroom.
All right, so I don't believe that Ryan Ruth is nuts. I believe he's a violent narcissist is what he is, and I do believe he ought to go away for life in prison, which is what he faces now. Judge Eileen Cannon will sentence him to whatever she sees fit, but I think life in prison is where this should be. This trial was so important because, remember, we had the attempt on President Trump's life in Butler. Then we had this attempt on President Trump's life. Can you imagine if either one of them were successful?
I would just ask the viewers to consider, and those who don't like Donald Trump, to consider the impact on the world, the impact on his family. If Ryan Ruth had been successful and that video went viral around the world, if the Butler incident had been successful, those are the stakes here. And it's easy to lose sight of that when we get into the details of a clownish defense.
Well, it was nothing short of a clownish defense. I felt sorry for the judge. I felt sorry for the prosecution. I have to deal with this guy defending himself. Idiocracy, to say the least. Now, his daughter was in the courtroom. She comes out. Now, she's mad at the media. There are plenty of reasons to be mad at the media, but this was not one of them. Her father had tried to kill a soon-to-be president. This is her running from the media.
Okay.
It was there, just now. One more trial we don't have to deal with, thankfully. We should see what Eileen Cannon sentenced him to. Now I want to turn to one of the most important stories of our time, and that is this rise in autism. Mothers everywhere are talking about what are the vaccines doing when it comes to autism. Now, what does Tylenol do when it comes to autism? This is President Trump.
Tylenol during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary.
All right, when he says Tylenol, he means acetaminophen, okay? The common name for Tylenol. Now, Tylenol, as I understand it, is about the only safe pain medication for a pregnant woman. So this is a big deal. Now, is Tylenol to blame for the autism of a pregnant mother taking it, or after having a young child who gets a vaccine and then has a fever and then gets Tylenol and then all of a sudden comes down with autism? I'm not sure Tylenol is the end all in this. I think it still comes back to the vaccine, which is why I'm calling what's been going on the last couple days the Tylenol smokescreen, because I still think the vaccines are to blame for all of this. Here's Dr. Kelly Victory.
So what changed starting in the late 1980s? And I would submit to you, it wasn't the use of Tylenol. Something else changed in the 1980s. And it was really as a result of the Childhood Vaccine Injury Act that had been passed in 1986, where we all of a sudden saw this incredible uptick in the introduction of new vaccines.
So here's how many people think it goes down, especially with young children. They get the vaccine. They have an adverse reaction. Typically, that's fever, okay? And that's about it. What happens when your kid gets a fever? You give them Tylenol. Now the belief is that the Tylenol may speed up a neurologic reaction to the vaccine. And so this is what's calling this is why they're calling Tylenol into question. But if you talk to parents that have autistic children, they say this comes on very fast.
Unless you've lived with profound autism, you have no idea. So it's very hard to discipline a child with autism so you have these behaviors. And it's a very hopeless feeling. It's very isolating. No one has been able to point to anything to say this is what caused it. And you can't point to that and say it didn't cause it. I have no idea. I'm completely open. I'm not blaming anything, but I'm open to the discussion and the fact that there's work being done.
I think she speaks for most moms, for most parents, with common sense at least. Let's look at the statistics and see how this plays out. Now, the media wants to debunk everything out of President Trump and RFK Jr.'s mouths. They despise these two people. So even if they're trying to save lives, the media is going to do everything they can to debunk this because it's simply President Trump, much to the dismay of whether or not it's going to keep you and your family healthy. So Chris Cuomo was doing this on News Nation. He had the FDA commissioner, Marty McCary, on, and he was saying that, it was basically a split decision about this Tylenol stuff. Well, McCary fired back.
And this research is not a split decision, as you described. 27 studies found an association between prenatal use of acetaminophen and autism. And there were 13 studies that went the other way, but the authors concluded that the higher quality studies favored an association.
So it needs more review. Mom, I'm saying, you know what? If I can do without Tylenol, just because of all the questions, I'm going to do without Tylenol. But I predicted this. Think about it. Back in the day, the anti-vax folks were hippies, 60 love children who didn't want any part of the vaccines. Now it's Make America Great Again soccer moms that are against the vaccine. So liberal women everywhere. Well, I made a prediction this morning on my podcast, and it came true.
About to take Tylenol for my headache while pregnant because I don't take my medical advice from a man who doesn't have a degree in science, healthcare, or medicine.
So I said earlier that they would be popping Tylenols like TikToks, and it comes down to that's exactly what left-wing women are doing. To push back against President Trump, God forbid, a negative effect happens because of this. They're nuts. I'm telling you, these leftist women are nuts. I want to bring in now primary care physician and author of Unavoidably Unsafe, Childhood Vaccines Reconsidered. Dr. Jeff Barkey is back with us. Dr. Barkey, great to have you on the program.
Dench, thanks for having me on. Great to be with you.
All right. So Dr. Kelly Victory dubbed this with me the Tylenol smokescreen. She really goes back and believes this is more about the vaccines than it is about Tylenol. What do you think? Because we're trying to get to the bottom of it, and I just want everybody safe.
Well, listen, in my opinion, Tylenol, the generic name is acetaminophen. Tylenol is the brand, originally owned by Johnson & Johnson. They sold it a few years ago. Acetaminophen is not a safe drug, by the way, Grant. It inhibits the body's glutathione production. Acetaminophen is the #1 cause of accidental overdose in the United States. It is the leading cause of acute liver failure and the need for liver transplant. I don't think anybody should be taking it, let alone a pregnant woman. And yes, there are multiple studies after study after study that shows a correlation between Tylenol ingestion during pregnancy and autism. In addition, if we give Tylenol, especially to young children that are just vaccinated, there's a problem there as well. By the way, you talked about taking Tylenol for fever. Fever is a good thing, Grant. It's the body's natural way of fighting off infection, and we shouldn't be treating fever. Yes, stay hydrated. It can make you dehydrated, but fever is a defense mechanism for the body to fight off viruses and infection. I do think it's a multifactorial issue as it relates to autism. There is no question in my mind that vaccines play a role. And so we need to look at the whole picture. I know you think this is a Tylenol smokescreen. I think this is one positive, small step forward by the administration, biting one piece of the elephant at a time, if you will. I like what they did. In addition to the Tylenol, President Trump and RFKJ also talked about changing the vaccine policy, no longer recommending that newborns get hepatitis B, and uncoupling vaccines so we can give them one at a time. Not that we should be giving any of them all together, but they're taking small steps, and the pushback is tremendous. When you see pushback from the media, it's not because they're pro-Tylenol, it's their pro-pharma funding of their networks. That's the problem here, is that pharma is huge.
I agree with you that they're pro-pharma. There's no doubt about it. But I also think this has a lot to do with just being anti-Trump and anti-RFK. No matter what they say, we're going to get into this in a little bit. They're going after Antifa as fake when it's only because President Trump labeled Antifa a terrorist organization. We're going to talk about that later. I don't need to talk about that with you. But my point goes back to, I'll tell you this. I love what they did yesterday. I love what they did about the vaccines. But I've watched a lot of news conferences with these guys. I'm going to tell you, it's a gut feeling, Dr. Barkey. It was a little disjointed. I don't know if everybody was on the same page. I felt like they got word of something. They backed off. They would walk right up to the line, and then they would back off. It just seemed it just was a little bit off yesterday to me.
Yeah, I think you're right. I agree. I mean, President Trump struggled to even pronounce the word acetaminophen. That was kind of funny. That woman that you played that was downing the Tylenol, who doesn't trust RFKJ because he's not a scientist, this is the same woman that trusted the science to wear a mask during COVID, to socially distance, to get a COVID vaccine shot, etc. So be careful about who you're following when you're making these decisions.
All right, last question for you real quick if you can. So I made the conclusion, I'm not a doctor, but if I was pregnant or had a kid, I'm not going to bring Tylenol into the mix just because I want to see it play out. Your thoughts?
Oh, I agree. I think during pregnancy, we should limit anything that a woman takes, including vaccinations, by the way. We routinely vaccinate women during pregnancy, even though there are no safety studies to show that that's an effective strategy. Never mind that the vaccine companies are immune from all liability. If it was my woman having a baby, I would try to put as little as possible into her body. There'd be no vaccinations. There'd be no Tylenol. There'd be no medications unless it was absolutely necessary.
I think it's great advice. Dr. Jeff Barkey, you're one of the good ones, one of the few doctors that I trust out there these days, and I appreciate you coming on today, as always.
Thanks for having me, Grant.
Absolutely. I was telling Dr. Barkey about this Antifa situation. So right now, the left refuses to agree on anything with President Trump, even that Antifa is a radical terrorist organization that's burning down buildings, creating all kinds of chaos and violence. I mean, how do they not see it? Well, they don't see it simply because it's President Trump. So they want you to believe that Antifa doesn't exist now. This is the next aspect on the media hit parade.
Got the president describing Antifa, the anti-fascist, it's not even really a movement, the anti-fascist tactics of a portion of the protest movement as a domestic terrorist organization.
So Kamala Harris then responded, I can't believe this has been done. Well, let me tell you something. I can believe it's been done. Antifa has tactical gear ready. They have pallets of bricks and blocks to be thrown, not to mention the food and water to allow these riots to go on and on and on. Even CBS is jumping in on this no such thing as Antifa movement.
Unlike some other quote-unquote terrorist groups, there's really no membership list. And speaking with experts today about the movement, they likened it to feminism to me, meaning that it's an ideology. It's something that people subscribe to in their beliefs.
Let me tell you something. It's an ideology, but it's also a group, and it's well-funded, and we need to follow the money to see where that goes to. And I'll tell you, be warned when the mainstream media tells you about the so-called experts they spoke to, but don't mention them. Because I talk to experts literally working inside of Homeland Security directly for Kristi Noem, who tells me that they can tell us exactly there is an organizational structure of Antifa. Even MSNBC, so they all deny this.
And one thing in particular that bothers me about it is he's like, we're going to go after Antifa. That's like saying you're going after Black Lives Matter. Like, it's a general term, right? Antifa is not necessarily a set group. It is being an anti-fascist.
We have watched the same people show up in different cities around the country to burn down Wendy's and AutoZones and throw bricks through the driver's windows of ICE agents' vehicles. Don't tell me it's not an organized group. I mean, literally, they want to pee on your leg and tell you it's raining, and somehow they think the American people are going to believe this nonsense. They aren't. I want to bring in now the managing editor of Newsbusters over at the Media Research Center. Curtis Houck is with us. Curtis, welcome to the program.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
Curtis, they'll also tell us that the left isn't violent, and yet I saw a piece on Newsbusters about an ABC station that nobody's reporting these bullet holes. Cut 27, guys, throw it up on the screen. Bullet holes in an ABC station because Jimmy Kimmel was fired, that they somehow go and attack ABC over this, and none of the media wants to report because Kimmel was fired. That seems to me like leftist violence.
Yeah, well, let's take this one first. The Sacramento station, yes, last Friday when this came out, oh my gosh, it was reported everywhere. ABC, CBS, NBC, cable. You know, it comes at a very fraught time. You know, there were protesters there the day before, so who knows? Maybe the guy was a day late. You know, all kinds of unfounded, without evidence claims. And then it comes out just by looking at the guy's social media, the suspect's social media. This guy's a psycho. He's got a serious violent agenda here. He's upset with ABC. He's not, you know, a Trumper or something like that. And then it kind of got a few mentions here or there, but then otherwise it kind of just fades to black. It wasn't just like a hard stop. It kind of just faded to black, which I argue is even more insidious than just kind of outright cutting it off, because it's trying to tell you, oh, no, we covered this. No, we did. But then they're slowly backing away. And then the other thing is, I would just say, stay tuned to Newsbusters. My colleague, Bill D'Agostino, has a year's clips going back maybe a decade, talking about Antifa, all kinds of people. CNN did a documentary interviewing people about this. Chuck Todd has talked to someone that wrote the Anti-Fascist Handbook, this Mark Bray guy, taught at Rutgers, Joy Reid, Joy Behar, Chris Hayes. I mean, the list goes on and on, trying to say that there's no, I don't even know what this is. Joy Behar did one of these things where she was like waving her arms like a lunatic. And lastly, the Nicole Skanga thing, I would say, yes, it is an ideology, but it is also very structured, as you say. So I say, why not both?
Yeah, well, Al-Qaeda subscribes to an ideology. It's also very structured. And so, of course, it's both. They know it's both, but they want to just hide any aspect of leftist violence. So now you've got the mainstream media literally protecting Antifa. They're protecting drug dealers. They're protecting illegal aliens. They're from MS-13. It's really quite stunning. Now we've got Jimmy Kimmel, which is one of the reasons why I invited you to come back on. You and I were on last week. We said, I wonder how long this will last. I thought it would last longer. Now, Nexstar and Sinclair say, no, we're not allowing them back until he apologizes and make a payment to Turning Point USA. Curtis, it doesn't seem like there's any evidence that he's going to do any of those things tonight when he returns to the other ABC stations.
He's taping the show right now as you and I are discussing this. And my bet is he will probably not. The most he'll do is offer a mealy-mouthed kind of ambiguous, esoteric attempt at apology. He might cry and talk about how much he loves his job and his family because, you know, that's the kind of guy the left loves to portray him as, when really he's just a partisan tool. Our Alex Christie ran the numbers from September 2022 when he picked up the beat for us all the way through last week, 61-2, Democrats to conservatives. 92% of all political jokes in September 2022 have been targeting conservatives. Jimmy Kimmel is a hack. No one should buy this. And I think Sinclair and Nexstar are just going to play it out maybe the next day or two to see how this goes. And I think Kimmel's wounded at this point.
Do you think Nexstar and Sinclair ultimately bring him back? Because if they don't bring him back, I don't know how Disney keeps going. This is two companies with what, 70 ABC affiliates?
Yes, roughly about 70, more than half. About half of the ABC affiliates in the country, large, medium, and small. I think that's the thing about those two conglomerates that makes it particularly damaging. But if they do bring him back, what does this mean for local advertisers? Local advertisers are going to be part of this. Rural local stations with actual journalists, they're not going to want to be a part of this anymore. So, yeah, well, they may bring them back. This gets to a situation where we're further polarized as a country, where they're choosing Hollywood and the left's interest over the people.
You know, you say they choose Hollywood. I agree with you. I think the pressure from all of these Hollywood actors and stars got to Disney because Disney needs these actors. They're starring in all their shows. They're threatening to walk, and they cave. But that is not America. That may be good for business for them of who they need as actors, but it's not America. Let me run the CNN entertainment reporter for you. Roll that cut, and I'll get Curtis's response after.
It almost feels like the Avengers. It feels like Hollywood came together with the left and Jimmy Kimmel's audience, and they really kind of formed in what felt unstoppable.
The Avengers, Curtis?
I could not believe that. When I saw that live, Grant, I it's one of those, I had to click back on our DVR system and replay it a few times to make sure I heard it. Yamiche Alcindor, then with PBS, did the same thing in late 2020 to talk about the early Biden cabinet picks. So what is it with these people? Just a few minutes before the CNN says Kimmel's episode tonight will be a huge moment in American history and a critical moment for free speech in this country. When we know this whole conspiracy about the FCC, this mob shakedown is not what happened. It was a choice by a private employer to take action against Kimmel. Once again, the left fails to understand, willingly choose to fail to understand what the First Amendment means.
That's the key, willingly choose. I would like to remind everybody out there that Curtis Houck, what you do at the Media Research Center and Newsbusters, you watch CNN and MSNBC, so we all don't have to. And we are grateful to you for that, Curtis Houck. Thank you.
No problem. Take care, my friend.
Always for sure. You got it. All right, folks. Up next, we're gonna talk about more of that in a little bit. But first, the Trump administration is bringing positive changes to our healthcare system. But to truly make America healthy again, it starts at home with you. The Wellness Company offers you top quality products to keep your family safe and healthy. Their prescription medical kits. I've got one right here. They have guidebooks inside here to help you with the safe use of this. They've got a parasite cleanse. Go on the detox. I did. It's great. Weight loss solutions and so much more to help you live a longer, healthier life. Visit twc.health/voice. Do it today. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. That's twc.health/voice. Promo code VOICE and save 10%. All right, President Trump unleashed on the United Nations globalists today. What he said next.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
You push it. You try to slide it. You even try to hold them shut. But your doors just won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Brand new ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. And now may be your last chance to get them at a low price. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. So forget drawers that won't stay closed. Every drawer stays closed. It's so fast and so easy. Even large sliding doors or cordless window blinds. Everything stays closed with Monkey Magnets. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet that's powerful attraction keeps your doors and drawers securely shut. These magnets are so strong they can hold this hammer that's nearly 5 pounds. Plus they're super thin. They'll fit just about anywhere, and they stay out of sight. Even screw them in for a more permanent solution. Monkey Magnets are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, accordion doors, and more. They're made of ultra-durable metal, so even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Use them anywhere outside the house, even on that stubborn mailbox that won't stay shut. Monkey magnets can stick anywhere, from drywall to all types of wood frames, metal surfaces, and more. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of monkey magnets for only $9.99. Monkey magnets are guaranteed to last 10 years or your money back. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 full house pack per order while supplies last. So order now to keep all your doors and drawers shut tight with monkey magnets.
Call 1-800-519-4810. That's 1-800-519-4810. Call or visit getmonkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4810. Order now.
Welcome back, everyone. President Trump was in New York today, where federal authorities thwarted what could have been a possible attack on our national security telecommunications system. This was sophisticated, to say the least. Here's a Secret Service.
This network had the potential to disable cell phone towers and essentially shut down the cellular network in New York City. These devices were concentrated within 35 miles of the global meeting of the United Nations General Assembly, now underway in New York City.
All right, so what are we talking about? We're talking about at least 300 of these SIM card servers, tens of thousands of cellular devices that allowed criminals to talk to each other. And apparently they were able to, or could have been able to, jam the cell phone tower systems to shut everything down. This is while the UN General Assembly is going on, and President Trump is addressing world leaders there. This could have been a disaster. I think to the world leaders, though, they looked at President Trump and said, oh, boy, that would have been better than President Trump coming at him with fire.
The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out.
All right, so he's not afraid to call out nations that are supposed to be our allies, some in the room that are most certainly our enemies. But President Trump took the heat to them, and then he hit them on climate, and he hit them in a big way.
They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction.
You know, he said they're heading down a path. But he's talking about you all sitting out there are heading down a path. Those are the globals. They're the ones that came up with the carbon footprint hoax and the Green New Scam and all the rest of the craziness. Well, I want to bring in now Climate Depot publisher, someone who calls out this climate zealotry on a daily basis. Mark Morano is back with us. Mark, welcome back.
Thank you, Grant. I sit here in awe of the president right now in that speech.
All right. Well, he was pretty amazing. Let's go through some clips from President Trump, and then I'll get your response. Here's another one of why you're in awe like me.
Global warming will kill the world, but then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change, because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion.
Mark, those are strong words. The greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world. Your thoughts?
He was scientifically accurate. He was policy-wise accurate. He was accurate about their motivations, calling them evil. He nailed it across the board. Politico says that he's gone full MAGA, and he basically said the UN was wrong about everything it stands for. Yes, yes, yes. This was the greatest speech of all time on climate change. There's nothing I can think of on environmental. You go back to Teddy Roosevelt, maybe he gave some great speeches on the environment. This was Donald Trump, masterstroke, changing the narrative. I was at the 2002 United Nations Earth Summit in person, and this was in Johannesburg, South Africa. And they sent Colin Powell to go there and pay. This is George W. Bush administration. They sent Colin Powell to pay lip service. He was booed, whereas Mugabe, the dictator in Africa, was cheered by these UN delegates. It gives you an idea of where the UN is. But at the time, I publicly stated, why didn't President Bush come and condemn the whole conference, condemn the whole goals and everything? And I realized, for some reason, I was under the delusion that George W. Bush was capable of doing that. He wasn't. And neither was every other Republican nominee, from Mitt Romney to John McCain. It took Donald Trump, a Manhattan real estate developer, to give the greatest climate speech ever to a shocked UN to their face. And this speech will be consequential for decades to come. Historians will write about this for one simple reason. He went in and to their face changed the entire narrative. Trump 2.0 has blown Trump 1.0, his first term, out of the water, and he continues to do it.
You know, I'm listening to your excitement. I've always said all politics are selfish politics. Mark Morano, you've dedicated your life to exposing this fraud. This has got to be great. No, and it's okay. I'm listening to you. I'm like, if my son is a huge Cleveland Browns fan, if they ever won a Super Bowl, he would sound like you right now. Let me run another clip to show you why you are so excited. Roll President Trump again.
If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know.
Again, he's handing it to them.
Yeah, he's telling them that they've spent decades destroying their economies, destroying their industrial base, destroying their cost of living, while China and India and the developing world is just sucking all the jobs. Ross Perot was right. There was a giant sucking sound, and he was talking about the free trade deal at the time. But what Donald Trump's talking about is irrefutable. This is exactly what happened. It happened to Europe. It happened to Canada. It happened to the United States. Not only did we have our eye off the ball, we were completely deluded with our entire messaging. And the most significant thing he said was about the brutal green policies, redistributing all of this, redistributing the entire economy, and how China benefits. And that's what people need to understand. The EV mandate, which actually, surprisingly, the GOP Congress stepped up and got rid of the California waiver and the gas-powered car ban, was set to make China the global dominant car maker. I mean, everything we did was just completely national security, insanity. He actually used the word insane today. On every level, Trump nailed it. He nailed it in a way I've never seen a president do. Just to give you just a couple, he called it green scam, hoax. Carbon footprints are a scam. He talked about radicalized environmentalists killing all the cows. He got into the agriculture, the whole anti-meat agenda, and about how it redistributes manufacturing to China. He nailed it, and this is a speech school children should study in the future.
All right, let me give you one more, because you and I have talked about how do you upend an economy when you have countries like China and India and all these other countries that are just spewing whatever into the atmosphere, and we upend our economy and it does nothing but cost us, trillions of dollars. President Trump talked about nations doing just that and costing them lots of money. Listen.
All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success.
And he's exactly right. Stupid people. Every couple of years, the UN comes out with their tipping points, the climate catastrophe warning. Donald Trump went through a catalog of the climate catastrophes that never happened. He nailed it. And what's amazing about this is Politico is going off saying he went full MAGA. But Donald Trump can further nail it. Here's what Politico wrote. Trump is flirting with leaving this entire UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, which George W. Bush got us into at the Rio Earth Summit in 1992. Republicans, the Senate ratified this treaty. If Trump pulls us out of that treaty, It is going to be, according to Politico, it's not clear the U.S. could easily re-enter it if we exit it, meaning a future AOC presidency or a future Gavin Newsom would have a mess on their hands trying to get us back into this mess. Yeah. We need a Clexit, a climate exit from the UN climate treaty. And Donald Trump is just the man to do it. I can't tell you, Grant, how important narrative crafting is. This is Donald Trump. It's not, and he's supported by his EPA chief, Lee Zeldin, by the energy secretary. They're all sounding the same, and they're going after the whole entire narrative. No other president in U.S. history has ever done it. You go back to George H.W. Bush, you go back, they all paid lip service to the UN. Oh, of course we care about climate change, blah, blah. Not anymore. Well, we are changing it, and that has ability to change minds. In honor of Charlie Kirk's death, this changes young people's minds too. They hear this from the president.
It sure does, and it's a great pleasure for me to have you on a historic night, at least when it comes to the climate change hoax that has been perpetrated against the globe. Thank you for coming on tonight. Climate Depot, I'm sure you'll be writing a lot about this over the next few days. Thank you, Mark Morano.
All right, thank you, Grant. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. The president called them stupid people who came up with this. The only reason I would disagree with this is they're only stupid if they really thought it was about the climate. See, they were very smart if it was about enriching their friends' pockets, which I think there was a lot of enriching going on, which made them maybe a little slyer than we all thought. But President Trump just called them all out on it. All right. Of all the cell phone providers out there, only one stands for freedom, and that's Patriot Mobile. Over the 12 years, Patriot Mobile has fought for our rights while offering exceptional nationwide service across all three major networks. Join hundreds of thousands of Americans supporting causes they believe in by switching to Patriot Mobile. It's easy. Activate in minutes. Keep your number, phone, or upgrade. Their U.S.-based team is ready to help. 972-PATRIOT or visit patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use that promo code RAV for a free month of service to switch today, and you tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, Democrats continue playing hardball over federal funding fight. We talked to the newest member of RAV's team on Capitol Hill about that. It's next.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner for Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal.
Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Welcome back, everyone. I want to give you a disturbing report about our friend George Santos. This is a note that Marjorie Taylor Greene posted about George Santos, the former congressman who was convicted of some fraud issues. I believe a lot of this is political persecution, and now we're getting where he's being treated like many of the J6ers were treated. George Santos, the former congressman, thrown in the hole, the shoe, solitary confinement. Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted out this, and it reads, I'm told he is in his cell 24 hours per day and is only allowed to get a shower 3 times a week. He does not get any sunlight. He's only allowed to buy stamps from the commissary and is drinking water from the sink. George Santos then tweeted out, I renew my plea to President Trump, intervene, help me, escape this daily torment, and let me return to my family. I am a son, sibling, a partner, a man whose life matters to those who love him. If there is any decency left in the offices that oversee places like FCI Ferriton, let that decency move in now. He got 87 months. It's an awful stiff penalty. I believe he got that stiff penalty mainly because George Santos was a conservative and a big supporter of President Trump. Did he make some mistakes? Absolutely. Does he deserve this? I don't think so. All right, now to the budget fight in Washington. We got deadlines looming. Here we go again. Democrats and Republicans throwing the American people out as Democrats stop any hope of trying to get a budget deal through. They want to spend. This is Chuck Schumer.
We know Donald Trump watches a lot of television. Mr. President, if you're watching television, shut it off and come sit down and negotiate with us.
Why would you negotiate with these people? They don't negotiate in good faith. I don't like it. I want to bring in now Real America's Voice newest Washington, D.C. correspondent. It's a great pleasure to have Britt McHenry on with us. Britt, welcome to the program and welcome to RAV.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
All right, it's great to have you on the program. So, what do you make of what's happening in D.C. now? What is the prospects, chances of getting a deal between Democrats and Republicans?
Very slim, but Speaker Mike Johnson is doing everything he can. You know, when he released the 91-page continuing resolution to just keep things going, if you will, for 7 weeks till November 20th, 21st, that was a pretty fair, pretty simplistic approach. They did add security funding, $30 million for both sides of the aisle, for Democrats too, because I think we all can see with what happened in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, security measures are important for everybody, and $58 million for the executive and legislative branch. That was put into that resolution, but it was rejected by the Senate. And you hear Chuck Schumer say that, you have to ask yourself, what TV is he watching? Maybe on Air Force One. The man was just at a huge memorial funeral for Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated, and 48 hours later, speaking to the United Nations for an hour with relentless energy, as we've listened to the clips you played on the show and live this morning, defending America First policy. So the television or Donald Trump is not part of what is an ineffective congressional period right now. And I think what they are trying to do, what the Republicans are trying to do, is to cause a stalemate for the Democrats to budge. Because right now, this is political theater. We've seen it a lot in Washington. There's been a lot of government shutdowns, but the Democrats are trying to put all of this for show for the midterms in 2026. And Mike Johnson and John Thune are saying, no, don't have that meeting then. Remember what happened with Zelensky And Trump, back in February, when there's disrespect, President Trump doesn't answer to that. So he's listening to Congress on this and Republican leaders.
No. We can even go back further than that and look at when President Trump told Chuck Schumer he'll be happy to shut it all down. This goes back to the first term. Now, here's the thing that I get upset with Republicans about. They want to go down this road of more continuing resolutions and run this out to Thanksgiving. I'm tired of all these CRs. We've got to get back to doing business. Mike Johnson promised us that he would. I get that it's a very difficult job being Speaker of the House. But at some point, we've got to get back to doing the business of Congress, and Democrats standing in the way, Republicans not being tough enough. I think the American people want to throw up their hands, Britt McHenry.
Absolutely. And in this dilemma, what Democrats are trying in this Hail Mary with some validity is the Affordable Care Act subsidies. Most of which was passed under Biden, to cap the premium that is coming out of pocket at 8.5% of an income to help the middle class. And that is something Republicans should agree with as well, right? That is the party that really wants to ensure that there is less tax burden, less money coming out of your pocket. So there should be some agreement. We're not seeing much of it at all. For the Republicans' case, they're saying you're doing this right before October 1st when we have a December 31st deadline to figure this out. It is a last minute, let's just put pork in this, fill everything up, which it deserves more discussion for the American people. Yeah. But it's just a complete stalemate right now on who's going to win.
And this is what both sides do. They throw these things in there and they want to sneak it through, and it really just becomes a totally disgusting process. I've enjoyed not talking about budget battles for a while. It looks like we are now, that's behind us, and we'll be talking about this a lot. Britt McHenry, thank you. We will be coming to you often, I am sure. Welcome to Rav, and great job tonight. Thank you.
You're awesome. Thank you.
You got it. All right, folks. So we'll keep watching that. And does anything happen? Here's when it happens. The very last minute, with 2 minutes before the deadline, they come to a deal because a lot of this is all show. All right, Gavin Newsom shows his support for doxing ICE agents. We get into that next.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on the screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'll tell you what, folks, I've got some great news to report. If you lost your YouTube channel during the COVID hoax, well, you may just get it back. YouTube, Google, has vowed in front of the House Judiciary Committee to restore all of the accounts that were taken down. Mine was one of them, okay? So I hope I get my YouTube account back. No word on when that will happen, but apparently they're saying they will restore all of this back to the way it was. It's a step in the right direction. I can tell you I still have big problems with TikTok. TikTok, when Charlie Kirk was shot, I said, pray for Charlie. And I showed a picture of the assassination, a video, from far away. Well, that had tens of thousands of views. And then TikTok violated me for a violation of community standards and even gave my account a strike. Now, if you look on TikTok, that video is everywhere. But apparently when Stinchfield posts it, that's not fair, and they give you a strike. This after losing a TikTok account already. My TikTok address is not Grant Stinchfield, to try to confuse them, at not Grant Stinchfield, wink, wink. I think maybe they're on to me now. Here's some good news. Maybe that'll change, because it looks like this deal for America, an American company, to take back over TikTok has been finalized. Here's Caroline Levitt.
Under the terms of this deal, TikTok will be owned by a majority of American investors and controlled by a board of directors with extensive national security and cybersecurity credentials. In partnership with the U.S. government, Oracle will serve as TikTok's trusted security provider, and they will independently monitor the safety and data security of all U.S. user data on TikTok's platform.
I would like to volunteer my services to be hired as a watchdog for TikTok. That I will see if they are treating conservatives fairly or not. They can bring in a liberal, too, for all I care. I'll work side by side with them. I volunteer for that job. In fact, you don't even need to pay me. I want to be TikTok's watchdog now. Now, Brian Stelter, apparently, this is this cue ball from CNN. He thinks it's better to have China control all this, the algorithms they're sending to our kids, what they want us to believe, what they want us to watch, indoctrinate our children. He thinks China is a better idea, apparently.
I'm told by a person familiar with the matter, this means that Fox Corporation as a company would actually be getting a small stake in TikTok. So if you think about this, Larry Ellison, a friend of the president, the Murdochs, these billionaires who are going to be in this American Investor Consortium, they are, of course, Trump friendly and Trump adjacent. And that raises new questions about how the algorithm, how the TikTok app could be used to influence a partisan political agenda.
How it'll be used? It was already weaponized against all the people you just mentioned there, Stelter. Come on, man. You're thinking literally China controlling what our kids learn, see, how they learn it, how they see it, what's filling their minds. China is better than Fox News having a minority stake. It's really quite amazing. But this is what they do. They do things that are amazing to all of us when you look at it. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, he is a presidential candidate, by the way, for 2028. Hasn't announced it, but he is one. This is him telling federal agents in California have to take off their masks.
More from all of us at this moment to push back. I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. To ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of?
You know what they're afraid of? People coming to their house, doxing them and their family. Threats up over 1,000% against ICE agents. So some of them want to wear masks because they're afraid of what the leftists will do, and the leftists have proved that they are violent and will go after these men and women. You don't have any authority over federal agents, by the way, Gavin Newsom. I hate to break the news to you. All right, I want to check in on the totalitarian state of Britain next. But first, we want you to join our grassroots efforts.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years,